Phanta Cardinal Autonomous Council in Pen, Ningaklong Pen, Kurwan Thula Pen, Cardon Pajariklo, La Pen Gananatum, Kidu Gitagni Panan Tina Phanta, Nilin Pen, Cardinal Autonomous Council in Pen, and Pumukrang, Pia Singa here to me, Cardinal Phanta Lam Chupachoy, La Pen. Kacik ham kacik messenger pan ama berjumpa hai lo. Good morning to you all, respected guests of honor, Ranjan Gogoi, retired Chief Justice, Supreme Court of India, respected Advocate General, Guwahati High Court, Deputy Saikia, and respected Supreme Court Senior Advocate Vijay Hanseria, respected Guwahati High Court Judge Sumitra Saikia, respected Principal Secretary Cardinal Autonomous Council, respected ex-MP Dr. Jentarongpi, respected Honorable Speaker Cardinal Autonomous Council, Honorable Deputy Speakers, my colleagues, all Honorable Executive Members, Honorable MECs, all organizations present here, including respected my colleagues, Tripura Autonomous Council, MECEMs, and press media and my friends. First of all, welcome to you all. 6th Schedule of the Constitution of India, autonomy to autonomous council, headway in respective of Assam. Today's seminar, we are going to, as per agenda,
Appearance, Nini Kaching Hon, Man Pin Keto Bampu Bampi, Ketekin Doan, Pini Labanso, Caribbean Law Autonomous Council, and Kachapatir people, seminar on 6th schedule of the Constitution of India, autonomy to autonomous council, and its headway in the perspective of Assam along Nakachatondo, Doan Pastam, Kardam Napajariko, Kardam. Warm greetings to all present here, esteemed guests of honor, Honorable CEM, all the present MP, MLAs, EMs, MECs, ex-EMs, ex-MPs, ex-MLAs, ex-EMs, ex-MECs, the chairman of KAC and the ex-chairman of KAC, all signatories of MOU, MOS1 and MOS2, all students' organization and social organizations, and all legal profession practitioners. I humbly welcome you all to today's seminar. Moving forward to facilitating our esteemed guest on this seminar, firstly we have with us Honorable Chief Justice Mr. Ranjan Gogoi, former Chief Justice of India, Supreme Court. Our Honorable Chief Justice Mr. Ranjan Gogoi, former Chief Justice of India, and our Honorable Justice Mr. Soumitra Saikia, Judge of Guwahati High Court, will be virtually present with us on this seminar. We have with us here Sri Devajit Saikia, Advocate General of State of Assam. We are very pleased to have him in the midst of us. So may I kindly request the KAC staff to kindly do the honors of felicitating him. He is the Advocate General, State of Assam. He was appointed the Advocate General of Assam on 19th May 2021 by the Assam Cabinet. He was appointed as the Senior Standing Counsel, Government of Assam in the Guwahati High Court and Supreme Court of India, representing the Government of Assam. We are very pleased to have him with us, sir. He has been felicitated by Shashikanta Timen, Project Director. Our Honorable Chief Justice, Mr. Ranjan Gogoi, former Chief Justice of India, is being felicitated over there by Samukul Kathar.
Thank you.
Sri Tuliram Rohansal. He is the Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court of India. He had contributed a lot and had revised on justice and service. Dr. Jayanta Rompi, ex-MP. Shri Kaushik Chaudhary, Advocate, Supreme Court of
Justice Saikia of the Guwahati High Court, the learned Advocate General of the state of Assam, and my good friend Vijay Hansaria, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court. As I said a little while back, it is an honor. It feels nice to be in the midst of known people. I would have liked to come to Gifu to be physically present at the event, but there is a lot of traveling ahead of me next week, and therefore I thought I should address you virtually. Gifu, I believe, is a lovely little place. I have not been there, and maybe in the coming months, if you invite me, I will come over and spend some time with you all. We have assembled here today to commemorate a long journey of almost 70 years that the Kabi Anglong Autonomous Council has undertaken as an entity under the 6th schedule to the Constitution of India. 23rd of June 1952, when the council was born, is not really the starting point of the journey. Because the journey had begun much earlier, when attempts were made to ensure, by enacting laws, to ensure an orderly life in tribal society, maintaining and fostering tribal institutions, tribal culture, tribal faith and belief. The northeastern region of the country, with its rich mosaic of tribes and tribal culture, has been the subject of repeated legal trials and errors to evolve a satisfactory system of governance, connecting tribal life with the mainstream, yet maintaining its distinct features. It is to strike the right balance between supervision and control on the one hand, and self-governance and self-autonomy of the tribal people on the other, that the 6th schedule to the Constitution has been enacted as an integral part of the Constitution, providing for a unique system of governance of the tribal areas of the state of Assam. The idea of a somewhat separate system of administration for the tribal areas of the state of Assam, which eventually found manifestation in the 6th schedule, can be conveniently traced to the creation of the state of Assam as a separate province, or a chief commissioner's province, in the year 1874, and the enactment of the Scheduled Districts Act 1874. The said act declared the entire province of Assam as a scheduled district, which was understood to mean the remote and the backward tracts of British India. The act enabled the local government, with the previous sanction of the Governor General in Council, to declare what laws were in force or not in force in the area in question, and also to extend the provisions of law which were in force in British India. The Government of India Act 1919, which was the first major exercise, notified the backward tracts within the province of Assam, and these included the Mikulis. The backward tracts so declared by the Government of India Act 1919 are today the territories designated as the tribal areas in the 6th schedule. The Governor General in Council was empowered to declare that any act of the Indian legislature shall not apply or apply subject to such exceptions or modifications as may have been thought fit. The next major exercise, or if you would like to call it an event, insofar as the administration of the tribal areas is concerned, is the enactment of the Government of India Act of 1935, the forerunner to the Constitution of India. The Government of India Act 1935 gave up the terminology of backward tracts and instead described the areas either as excluded areas or partially excluded areas. The powers of the provincial government, legislature, was not to extend to these areas. The excluded areas were to be administered by the governor in his discretion, whereas the partially excluded areas were to be the governor's special responsibilities. The Government of India Act introduced a classification of the powers of the governor into two separate areas. Firstly, powers that were to be exercised in his discretion, and secondly, powers that were to be exercised in his individual judgment. The Government of India Act 35 continues the practice of no act of the legislature to apply unless the governor applies it. The governor was also empowered to make regulations for peace and good governance. after independence, when the Constituent Assembly took up and debated on the draft constitution, so far as tribal areas and administration of these areas is concerned, there were three broad views. The first was that the tribal areas of Assam should be brought directly under central rule. The second was that there should be more effective state control, which was a view that was propounded by late Kulodar Chaliha, Rohini, Goa, and others. The middle view is what Gokulam Barbari had propounded, namely self-autonomy with a certain amount of control. This is what Dr. Ambedkar also favored. And eventually, this is the flavor that we find in the schedule of the Constitution. Originally enacted, the same flavor, whether it continues today, is perhaps the subject matter of discussion of the day. As far as the sixth schedule to the Constitution of India is concerned, there is little, very little, in fact, I would say, text available. One is Justice Hidayatullah's speech in the Anandaram Borua Law Lectures, which is in the form of a small book where he talked about the fifth and the sixth schedule. Justice Hidayatullah's views, to my mind, was a little extreme. Taking the cue from the Government of India Act 1935. As I was saying, taking the cue from the Government of India Act 1935, where the governor's powers was classified into two categories: to be exercised in his discretion and to be exercised in his individual judgment. Justice Hidayatullah really expressed the opinion that the sixth schedule, to a part of the Constitution, would be governed by its own provisions and no provisions of the Constitution of India, like Article 163, where the governor functions with the aid or advice of the Council of Ministers, would be applicable. In fact, he went on to say that Article 244A, which provides for administration of the tribal areas of Assam in accordance with the provisions of the sixth schedule, and Article 275, that is the funding. Apart from these two articles, there is no other article in the substantive part of the Constitution which deals with the administration of tribal areas of Assam. And therefore, these areas would be exclusively governed by the provisions of the sixth schedule. And the governor would have a large amount of discretion to act in his own independent judgment. The second work on the sixth schedule is again a very small book published in the year 1983 by Justice B.L. Hansaria, who held the office of a judge of the Supreme Court of India. Justice Ansaria's views on the role of the governor vis-a-vis the autonomy of the 6 scheduled areas were a little different. Justice Ansaria was of the broad view that the governor, insofar as administration of the 6 scheduled areas is concerned, is the constitutional governor, except where he is required to act in his own individual judgment by an express provision. The first edition of Justice Ansaria's book has undergone several revisions, and we have a fourth edition, which was very ably and aptly dealt with by none other than Sri Vijay Hansaria, senior advocate, who is present in your midst today. The fourth edition of the book is an encyclopedia. It's a wonderful and a great contribution of Sri Vijay Hansaria to this subject of the Constitution, read with the various local laws applicable. I don't think there could be a more effective compilation and analysis as is available in the fourth edition of Justice Ansaria's book. I must confess that I have not read the fourth edition with any amount of, or rather with the amount of attention and respect it deserves. For this event, I read the book and I consider it to be invaluable. Now coming back to where I had diverted, look at the provisions of the 6th schedule. The district council or the regional councils are empowered with legislative powers, powers of taxation, executive powers, judicial powers, even powers to levy royalty on minerals, specifically to control money lending, which is the bane of tribal society. The subjects of legislation and of the consequential executive power have been expanded by the Constitution Amendment made in 1995. 3A, Clause 3A, Para 3A has been added, giving the conferring on the Kabi Anglong Autonomous Council wide legislative powers and coextensive executive powers. The judicial powers have to be matched with existing constitutional values of separation of the executive from the judiciary, which has been done in Kabi Anglong in 2009. Yet, even today, you have customary courts, controlled and supervised by the district council with appellate powers perhaps to the district council. There are certain significant features of the sixth schedule which are noteworthy. You know, when the state is preparing the budget, the annual financial statement, so far as allocation of funds to the district council is concerned, Para 13 of the sixth schedule provides that the district council will be consulted. You can't frame a budget for the district council without taking the district council into confidence. Though the sixth schedule, Para 14, provides for appointment of a commission to inquire into the functioning of the district council if required. The appointment of such commission has to be again by taking the district council into confidence. Yes, the governor is empowered to appoint a commission to supervise or look into the running of the administration by the district council. But the constitution of the commission has to be after discussions with the district council. This is how control, supervision and autonomy has been balanced by the sixth schedule. No act of the state legislature will apply in respect of the fields covered by section 3 and earmarked for the district council. In other words, those fields where the district council is empowered to make laws, the laws made by the state legislature will not apply unless the district council makes it applicable. The laws made by the legislature in other fields, not fields earmarked for the district council, will apply, but there is a provision that these laws also may not be made applicable by a decision taken by the competent authority. To my mind, all these provisions balance a fair amount of autonomy conferred to the district councils with a certain degree of control, which again is to be exercised by taking the very body that you are attempting to control, namely the district council, into confidence. Nothing can be done without taking the district council into confidence. This is how the sixth schedule operates. And you cannot have a better manifestation of this than what we find in the provisions of Para 20BA of the sixth schedule, which was inserted by a constitutional amendment of 1995. I think this constitutional amendment of 1995 puts an end to all kinds of controversy, existing or possible, with regards to the degree of autonomy that the district councils enjoy. And by district council, I mean the Kabi Angan District Council or the North Kachar District Council, now called the Assam. Because you have a little different provisions for the district councils in Tripura and Meghalaya. Now 20BA, if you care to read, deals with precisely 18 different subjects, 18. Where or in respect of which subjects the government, or rather the governor, not the government, governor in consultation with the state government and the district council is to take a decision in his best judgment. Now, let me read out the precise language of 20 BA. Please give me a minute. See, unfortunately, in this Bayer Act published by LexisNexis in 2019, BA is not there. This is the care and caution with which book publishes the books. When I was in the Supreme Court, I have taken up this issue. Nothing came out of it. Let me use Hansaria's book, Vijay Hansaria's book. B20BA was brought in with effect from 12/9/1995 by the Constitution Amendment Act 1995. And the language used is the governor in the discharge of his functions under subparas so-and-so, para 1, subpara so-and-so, para so-and-so, 18 different items. And the language used is the governor in the discharge of his functions under subpara so-and-so shall, after consulting the Council of Ministers and the North Kachar Hills Autonomous Council or the Kabi Anglong Autonomous Council, as the case may be, take such action as he considers necessary in his discretion. This is the language used. You will not find this language anywhere in the Constitution. So what is the governor required to do under 20BA? In discharging his functions in respect of the 18 different items, he is required to consult the Council of Ministers, that is the Council of Ministers of the State of Assam, and the Autonomous Council, and thereafter he is required to take such action as he considers necessary in his discretion. This is the power that the state government has, the governor has in respect of 18 different fields of power. So far as the Kabi Anglong Autonomous Council is concerned. Now, so far as the Tripura is concerned, this 18 becomes 13. So far as Meghalaya is concerned, there is none. In Meghalaya, the provisions of para 12 or para 20 do not require the governor to consult the district councils. This, to my mind, gives a sufficient indication as to what is the role of the governor and the extent of autonomy that the district councils enjoy. Unfortunately, judicial pronouncements on this 28 have been very few. There's one judgment of Justice Gandekar, when his lordship was the Chief Justice of Guwahati High Court, which deals with the power of nomination of a member, which undoubtedly is the prerogative of the governor. This is one of the powers which comes under 28, and his continuance. The matter was taken to the Supreme Court. Chief Justice Balakrishnan authored the judgment of the Supreme Court. I read the judgment. And to my mind, with the greatest of respect, the judgment has gone up on a tangent. Bulk of it is on the constitutional role of in the 6th schedule. We are concerned not with the constitutional role of the governor, we are concerned with the constitutional role of the governor under the 6th schedule. the two, to my mind, different, and what I have presented before you in the last 15-20 minutes is my considered view that the governor of the state of Assam has a very unique role to play, and there's a fair amount, I would say a large amount, of discretion which is to be exercised after consultation. How would you understand the word consultation? Is it concurrence or is it mere consultation? These are matters which perhaps with times will get sorted out through judicial pronouncements. But two things I cannot overlook, and to my mind are very vital. There's a part of suspension of the actions of the district council by the government. There is also a part of dissolution of the district council by the government. But these two powers are also included in para 20 VA. Whether you dissolve the district council or whether you suspend an action of the district council, you can do it, the government can do it only after consultation with the district council. Namely, by giving a notice or an opportunity. This is how autonomy, self-governance, and supervision and control is sought to be balanced. The sixth schedule, like any provision of the Constitution, is not a matter of the written text, the ink, the print. The constitutional soul is a matter which has to be deciphered and understood having regard to what the founding fathers had in their minds when they elected the sixth schedule. The idea was, as I had explained at the very beginning outset, autonomy balanced with control. Autonomy balanced with responsibility. Eventually, constitutions are worked by people, and it is the working of the constitution by the human mind that matters in the last resort. I think I have come to the end of my allotted time. It was great pleasure addressing this August gathering. I wish the Kabi Anwar Autonomous Council the very best in all its endeavors. And I wish the event organized to commemorate the occasion the very best. And with the permission of the Chair, the Honorable Chief Executive Member, I take leave to go away from your midst. I thank you once again.
Then Lapenke Social Organization, a President Secretary Buketsu Tumstamedo, Lapenke Kufrekman Penkedo, Ketame, Nanchitondo. Esteemed guest of honor, Tumbuchupako. Honorable Justice Mr. Ranjan Gogoi, Lapenke Honorable Justice Mr. Soumitra Saikia. Sir Vijay Ansari, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, to kindly address a keynote on today's seminar.
Cardam. I don't hear it. I should hear it back. When I say Cardam, it's Namaskar. Good morning. Yeah. Thank you. It's really a privilege for me that I am a part of the celebration organized by the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, which is entering 70th year of its formation. The topic of today's discussion is 6th schedule, the autonomy to the council and its headway in the perspective of Assam. It's very, very dear to me. It's dear to me for two reasons. I am personally connected to it because my father authored the book on 6th schedule in 1983 at Justice Ranjan Gogoi estate. And thereafter I had the privilege to revise it thrice in 2005, 2010, 2016. I'm so touched that I forgot the protocol in the beginning. So let me start with the protocol first. The Honorable the Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Ranjan Gogoi, Honorable Justice Soumitra Saikia, Judge, Guwahati High Court, Sri Tuliram Chauhan, Chief Executive Member, Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, Mr. Devajit Saikia, Advocate General, Assam, Mr. Nani Gopal Mohanto, Education Advisor, Government of Assam, Head of the Department of Political Science, Guwahati University, and it is this university has given me the degree of law. I am really beholden to the Guwahati University. The Chairman and the Deputy Speaker of the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, Dr. Jayanto Ramki, ex-MP, who comes from this, I had known him for the last 20 years. He is also here. There are many members of the executive councils of Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, and I tell you, I have fallen in love with this place. Since yesterday I am here. Yesterday evening I enjoyed the entire overall of this place. Today morning, Mr. Saikia took me around the depot. I went to, what is this called? Kajir place which is, I'm told, named after Kaziranga, is named after her. It's really a beautiful place, and it's very few people know that Kaziranga is named after a lady who comes from Kaziranga. It's a matter of pride for all of us. And I also went to the botanical garden. I wish I could have spent more time there. Next time, definitely, I have told him that I will come. I will have the hospitality. I will spend more time here with all of you. And there are members of Tripura Autonomous Council also here. My friend Jayanta Saikia, my friend Kaushik Chaudhary, and other colleagues of the Karbi Anglong Bar Association who are here, and Karbi Bandhu Papa. I come from Assam. I am born in Roha, which is an adjoining district to Karbi Anglong. Yesterday, while I was coming, I stayed there. I had my lunch there. So I am really feel at home when I am here in Assam, in Nagaon district, or even in Karbi Anglong district. So now let us come to the subject today. The tribal area which we call, which is Karbi Anglong, is a part of the tribal area of Assam, was originally called by the Britishers backward tracts, as Justice Gogoi has told us, excluded areas, partially excluded areas. I have a very, very sentimental detachment to these words. Why it is excluded area? Why it is backward tract? I don't find any one of you here can be called backward than other parts of the country. We are quite forward. We are all mature. Thank God the constitution maker felt that that is a wrong expression. That's why they call it a tribal area. And not a backward area, not an excluded area or a partially excluded area. So moving further, on the recommendation, Justice Gogoi told us, on the recommendation of the Gopinath Bordal Committee, a 6th schedule was formulated, which is a constitution within constitution and mini constitution. Let us first know a little history that in 1950, the 6th schedule was, or the tribal area of Assam was, the entire Arunachal Pradesh, which was then at Northeast Frontier Agency, the entire Nagaland, which was then known as Naga Hills District or Naga Tribal Area, the entire state of Mizoram, which was the Mizo district of Assam, the entire state of Meghalaya, which was then United Khasi Jain Tehsil district and Garo Hills district, and the two districts of Assam, that is Karbi Anglong, then known as Miki Hills, and then known as North Kachar, now known as Bhima Asam. So almost the entire northeast or the Assam, the then undivided Assam of 1950, was substantially a tribal area of Assam governed by the 6th schedule. And friends, let me tell you, 6th schedule is the only provision in the constitution specially made for a particular part of the country. So the constitution makers are very much conscious that yes, we need a separate law, we have rich traditions, we have rich heritage in this part of the country. Make a special law. And after a great debate and upon the report of the Government Borderline Committee, the 6th schedule has been framed. And slowly it has, new areas have come, but many areas have gone out of 6th schedule. Firstly, in the 1962 state of Nagaland came to be constituted, it was out of the 6th schedule. In fact, though it was a part of the 6th schedule, never a district council, autonomous council was constituted there. Then in 1969, the state of Meghalaya was constituted, and I do not know how many of you know that Karbi Anglong District Council, then known as Miki Hills District Council, and North Kachar Hills District Council, were also given the option to join the state of Meghalaya. If the district council by 2/3 majority passes a resolution to this effect, but see the love of Assam, see the love of the Miki people with the people of Assam, with the plain tribes of Assam, that they never wanted to join Meghalaya, they remained with Assam with brothers as brothers. That's how I say that when I come to this part of the country, I come from Assam, really feel very touchy and sentimental many a times. Then in 1971, Mizoram becomes a 71-year nation, a union territory. Instead of the entire district, now only the southern two districts are part of the 6th schedule. Arunachal Pradesh was also part of the 6th schedule, but never any district council was constituted. It also went out in 1971. Then in 1984 is the latest baby of the 6th schedule, is the Tripura Autonomous Council. Representatives sitting behind my back, I have just talked to them, that it is the youngest baby of the 6th schedule for the state, from the state point of view. They were constituted in 1984 as the Tripura Tribal Areas Autonomous Council, and in 2003 Bodoland Autonomous Council has been constituted. So today we have 10 district councils in the northeast, 3 in Assam, 3 in Meghalaya, 3 in Mizoram, and 1 in Tripura. But area-wise, the entire Meghalaya is the 6th schedule. 3 districts or 3 areas of Assam is 6th schedule. Very small part of Mizoram is 6th schedule, and a large part of Tripura is 6th schedule. Now let us see how it has made headway as regards autonomy so far as Assam is concerned. Just as Gogoi told us, we all know there are 3 on which, on 10 subjects, all the 6 schedules of the 6th schedule, all the district councils or the autonomous council now therefore can make laws on 10 subjects which are mentioned there. But we wanted more autonomy. When we say, I say, the Miki Hills district people and the North Kachar Hills or the Karbi Anglong and the Bhima Asam. So on 1st April 1995, we had an agreement, tripartite agreement with the Government of India, State of Assam, and the representative of these 2 districts, hill districts or the tribal districts of Assam. And 30 more subjects, please note, from 1 to 30 plus 40. Now on 40 subjects, the district councils or the autonomous councils of Assam can make laws. And the governor issued 2 notifications in 1995 and 1996 delegating the executive powers on these 30 subjects to the district councils. So today we have 30 additional powers which are available to only these 2 district councils or the autonomous councils in Assam. And the most important historical fact so far as autonomy is concerned is the 1995 Constitution Amendment. 2 important provisions are there. First is paragraph 3A, on which Mr. Gogoi told us that 18 more subjects were added on which you can make laws. There are two things. One is you can make laws, but another is you can take executive action. Para 3A gives you the power to make laws, and the notification issued by the state government give you power to take executive action. So you can take executive action on 37 subjects which are mentioned in those notifications of 95 and 96. And we have para 3A on which you can make 18 subjects laws in addition to the 10 subjects mentioned in para 3. Now what is to be noticed is all these laws made by the district councils or the autonomous council need approval of the governor. Now we must dissect that there are the power of the state government under the constitutional scheme is under the 7th schedule. In list 1, the central government has the power. In list 2, state government has the power. In list 3, both the central and the state government has the power. Now if you see paragraph 3.3, sorry, I'm omitting the paragraph. The constitutional scheme today is that if it's a state subject, take the approval of the governor, but if it is in the concurrent subjects, then you have to go to the governor has to refer it to the president. The state government has no power. If I read it carefully, the provisions of the 6th schedule of paragraph 3A, let me read it once. (3)(2) is very important. That's what I was saying. Para 3A(2). All laws made by the North Katra Hills Autonomous Council and the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council under paragraph 3 or under this paragraph, that means 3A, which are 18 subjects, insofar as the matter relates to list 3 of the 7th schedule, that is the concurrent list, he submitted to the governor who shall reserve the same for consideration of the president. So if a subject which is, say, some of the subjects I have noted it, which falls in the concurrent list, for example, inheritance of property, marriage and divorce, social customs, forest, not a reserve forest, social security and insurance, primary and secondary education. These are concurrent list subjects, where the state government has no role, sir. It is the president, it is the central government who has the role. This president, the governor only receives it, who shall reserve the same for the consideration of the president. And then further 3 said it will be considered by the president and he can send it back for reconsideration. So if a subject falls, whenever you are passing a law, please keep in mind, please consult the legal experts who are there on your left and right, Mr. CEM sir. You have legal experts on your left, on your right, on your front. I am not a legal expert, but if it falls under a concurrent list, then please tell the governor it falls in the concurrent list, please send it to the governor. Because we want autonomy from whom? Why we have 6th schedule? Because we feel that the majority the small portion of people residing in this place, we have a separate law, we have a separate custom, we have a separate system of governance. State government should not have a role, should not have a dominance over it. It's a big brother, no doubt about it, and bigger brother is the central government. So far as the subjects mentioned in list 3 are concerned, they should go to the president. They should not go to the state government. We only write to the governors and request the governor, it's a matter under list 3, please send it to the president for consideration. I am told, I do not know the list, that there are many laws which are passed by the district councils have not been assented yet by the state government. If they fall, please examine all of them. If they fall under the state list, yes, state governor has to give his assent, and I will come to it whether the governor is in discretion of the state government. But if it falls in the concurrent list, I have given you some of the examples, I will give the list to Mr. Jayantasudia. If it falls in the concurrent list, you must write to the governor, His Excellency the Governor, this falls in the concurrent list and please send it to the President for his assent. And it is the President who has to give his assent and not the state government. So this is a very important provision for the autonomy of the district councils of Assam. This is a special provision only for Assam. This doesn't apply to other parts, other district councils in the as Robert told us. In Meghalaya, there is no personal discretion of the governor. Everything is under the state government because there is a reason behind it. Entire state of Meghalaya is district council. There are 3 district councils except 4 wards of Shillong municipality. We have a lot of litigation in the Supreme Court on that. All other areas, entire 99.99% of the Meghalaya is covered by the district councils. Only 4 wards, which are called European wards of Shillong, they don't come under the district council. So that is why if your entire is tribal area, you are elected, governor doesn't have a discretion. But so far as the governor of Assam is concerned, now I come to paragraph 3B8, which Justice Gogoi has enlightened us to a great extent. I am just supplementing him. Para 320BA in clear terms says on the subjects which are mentioned there, and one of the subjects is para 3.3. Para 3.3 is what? Para 3.3 is subpara 3 is all laws made under this paragraph shall be submitted forthwith to the governor and until assented by him shall have no effect. And the governor in the para 3.3 read with paragraph 20B would be governor in his personal discretion. And what does the governor do? So in future, according to me, I will come to one or more 2 paragraphs of the district council administration of justice, administration rules of 1951 also. What does it say? That governor will consult the council of ministers, governor will consult the district council or the autonomous council, and in his discretion shall be taken as he considers necessary in his discretion. It has to have some meaning. Normally the governor is the constitutional head. He acts on the aid and advice of the council of ministers. He doesn't have a personal discretion at all. Whatever the government says, that's an elected body, democratic, that is the democracy we have adopted. He has to act on the aid and advice of the council of ministers. But here there is a special provision has been made, and it is very clear says that after consulting the council of ministers and the North Kachar and the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, take such actions as he considers necessary. And what is also important is para 20BB, which applies to Tripura and Mizoram. Tripura 20BB was added in 1988, where the provision is the governor can consult the district council if he thinks necessary. Now that provision in the tripartite agreement of 1st April 1995 was specifically excluded. The agreement says this, if he considers necessary, is to be deleted, and that is deleted in para 20BA. So governor also does not have a discretion whether to consult the district council or autonomous council or not. He must consult the council of ministers, and he must consult the autonomous council and take a decision in his discretion. Of course, there are 2 or 3 Supreme Court judgments say the governor means governor acting on aid and advice, but those judgments are not on BA. Those judgments are not on BB. It has to give it some meaning. So on the subjects which are mentioned, and one of the very important subjects is para 3.3, which says the governor, the laws made by the district council shall have no effect till governor gives his assent, and the governor, while giving his assent, he has to act in his discretion. Take inputs from the cabinet ministers, he has to take, that is the elected body of the state government. Take inputs from the district council and you decide. You cannot leave the decision on the state government or be bound by it. You can accept it, but you may reject it also. So that is very important for our purpose, for the purpose of autonomy. Because since earlier British rules, the governor and the governor generals have been given a special power to apply the central laws to the tribal areas or the excluded areas or not. So the governor is supposed to act independently, take the inputs of the people from the autonomous councils, and then take the inputs from the state government or the council of ministers, take his independent decision. Now there are 2 or 3 provisions which again I have a difficulty in the Constitution of District Council Rules 1951. One of the provisions says now that even for moving a bill, I do not know the practice which is there. Rule 73.3, if you see it, it says, let me just read that. It's a very, very difficult provision to accept. 73.3 says, 1 minute. Yes, no bill shall be introduced introduced in the Autonomous Council without prior approval of the governor. Copies of all official and private members' bills shall be sent to the governor through deputy commissioner sufficiently in advance, at least before publication in the Gazette, and no bill shall be published in the Gazette unless the permission of the governor to such publication is obtained. Now, I have two problems here. Why should a bill require an approval? Bill is a bill. The council is considering the bill. There is no question of prior approval. The constitution does not require. Constitution, the rules cannot go beyond the constitutional provisions.
Sir, can I intervene?
Sir, please.
This is our main problem.
Yes.
This is the biggest issue, most serious
I
issue.
think you must challenge and you will succeed.
No, the point is that right now, because even to introduce a bill in the Autonomous Council, you need a prior approval of the government.
This is wrong.
But in the general practice,
Yes.
in other assemblies, it is the speaker who gives
That's
permission
right.
without
That's
even
right.
being
You're
introduced.
considering, sir, you have not accepted.
So the power of the chairman of the council
Yes.
is being taken over by the governor.
By the governor, and I find it by the district magistrate.
Yes.
District magistrate is an officer of the state government.
Yes.
District magistrate has no role. I don't want to use this very strong exception. He has no business that he comes in the way. District magistrate is an officer of the state government. He runs administration, runs law and order, etc. But so far as the functioning of the district councils are concerned, it said it must be given to the deputy commissioner. And I find in the agreement of 1995, I find in the agreement of 2021 that while appointing the deputy commissioner, the chief executive member of the district council is to be consulted. If the district council is such an authoritative constitutional body, for posting of a deputy commissioner you have to consult, and for moving a bill you go to the deputy commissioner and let his mercy that whether he forwards it or not. It is not acceptable.
Right now, 9 bills are getting stuck in the stage.
According to me, as I said, that you have lawyers here, both sides, take except, don't go to the governor. Go direct, pass it directly. File a writ petition, wherever it is. Definitely, this provision 3.3, if I read it, provision 3.3, the constitution only says the governor, once the bill is passed, it should be, let me read it again. It says, 1 minute. All laws made under this paragraph. While moving a bill, you have not made the law, but just considering to make a law. All laws made under this shall be submitted to the governor until assented to him shall have no effect. I agree, that is the constitutional provision, but it does not say all bill must be moved with the prior approval of the governor. This provision of Rule 73.3 is clearly unconstitutional. Ultimately, what court says, nobody can say it, of course. We will argue from both sides, etc. But definitely, this is not what is intended by the constitutional maker. This is the provision made in 1950 after a great debate by the Constituent Assembly, by Gopinath Bordoloi Committee, by Dr. Ambedkar, etc. And then maybe in 1951 such rules have been made. But these rules cannot prevail. This has no legs to stand. Both the things. One, for moving the bill, we don't require to go to the governor. We will move it directly. We'll go to the chairman of the house, of the council, and the chairman will consider. There is a procedure for moving the bill, private member bill, official bill. It will be debated in the house, and once passed, we will go to the governor. And we will not go through the district magistrate. I'm making it clear, you should not go to the district magistrate. Go it directly. We'll fight it out if the governor says, no, you have not followed this procedure, we'll fight it out. But this is not acceptable. This is not the autonomy which we are talking about. Another provision which again further is troubling me is same provision, para 92.2. Where again, after passing of the bill, after a bill has been authenticated by the chairman. So chairman conducts the proceedings, the house passes the bill, and secretary shall send the authenticated to the deputy commissioner for submission to the governor. Sorry, we will not send it to the deputy commissioner. That's my sincerely advice, and we must take a resolution today in this house that henceforward we will not send any bill prior to passing it or after the passing it to the deputy commissioner. Prior to the passing, we don't require the approval of the governor. After the passing of the bill, we require the approval of the governor, but the principal secretary of the council will send it to the secretariat of the governor directly, and the governor is required to consult the cabinet of the council of ministers and the council, and then passes it. Again,
finally.
That's right. He, chairman of the Autonomous Council, he finally authenticates it. After authentication, you send it to the Governor Secretariat through the office, protocol, whatever is required. Send it to the Principal Secretary of the Governor or whatever the office of the Governor, Governor Secretariat. Request him to place it before the Governor and take his discretion after consulting. And here also that's very important. The Governor, as I said, if it falls under the concurrent list, then the state government is completely out. It is only if it falls under the state list where your laws prevail over the state legislation that the Central Government told us.
As per Constitution of India, Article 163, Council of Ministers decision is a...
That, you're right. You're right. But what about Para 3.3? It is also a Constitution of India.
Okay.
It is not outside Constitution of India.
Okay.
It is part of the Constitution.
Okay.
And it is meant for tribal areas.
Yes.
It is not meant for the rest of the country.
Right.
It is special provision. So if there is special provision, there is subtle law in the when we discuss it things in the court.
Okay.
There is a special provision overrides the general provision.
Okay, thank you so
And
much
general
for...
provision has to be under the special provision. And make a test case. If it is not done, if the governor says no, I will not entertain, we'll see. Modalities can be worked out. And according to me, sir, please, this is a provision applicable not only to this Karbiangan District Council, this is a provision applicable to all the district councils. We have educationist visitors. Please form a study group of all the 10 district councils. Please talk to your counterparts that this is a major problem we are facing. Please talk to your counterparts that except Meghalaya is little different. And other than the BA and BE apply. Talk to your counterparts, 7 counterparts, 3 in Assam, 3 in Mizoram and 1 in Tripura. That henceforth, since the governor has to act with his discretion, our principal secretary will send it directly to the Governor Secretariat. Governor Secretariat must place it before the His Excellency the Governor. Governor adopt 2 modalities again. While passing the bill also, according to me, you should say, it falls under a concurrent list, please send it to the President of India. That is our advice. Governor may accept, may not accept. If the governor says, no, it falls in the state list, all right, he will consult the Council of Ministers. But if it expressly falls under the concurrent list, that it has to go to the President, and it is the President only. President means the Council of Ministers at the central level, with the Prime Minister acting as. And as I have told you, there are many subjects which are forest, for example, which is very important, other than reserve forest. It's a concurrent list under 17A. Before, I think, 42nd Amendment, it was in the state list. It was moved out of the state list, made a part of the concurrent list. And what is the meaning of Para 3A2? It clearly said all laws under the concurrent list be under Para 3 or be under Para 3A. But if it falls under the concurrent list, that is the list 3, it must be sent to the President. And 3.3 also says, if it is sent to the President will consider it. He may not agree with it. He can send it back to the district council. So there is a direct communication from the President of India. I don't think it has ever happened. The President of India, let me read that again. Paragraph 3A, 3, which has been inserted in 1995, especially for Karbiangan District Council and the North Kazaril District Council or the Dimasa District Council. It clearly says, 3A, 3A2, sorry. All laws made by North Kazar Hills and Karbiangan District Council under paragraph 3A, insofar as they relate to list 3, that is the concurrent list of 7 schedules, shall be submitted forthwith to the governor, who shall reserve the same for consideration of the President. And 3 says, when a law is reserved for consideration of the President shall declare either his assent to the said law or he withholds therefrom, provided the President may direct the governor to return the law to the district council together with the message. So the state government does not come into the picture if it list 3. So whenever you make a law, please analyze whether it falls on list 2 or list 3. If it is list 3, please request the governor that please send it to the President of India for his consideration. And if it falls under list 2, please tell him that please take the advice of the Council of Ministers and do it in your discretion. That is what the constitutional mandate is. So these 2 or 3 provisions are necessary for the purpose of attaining autonomy. Autonomy has been given Council of Ministers and decide in his personal discretion, and if it is list-free, then he will send it to the government, to the President of India.
Excuse me, sir. Actually, just for your information,
Yes, yes.
we have also redrafted these rules.
Sorry.
Very recently, they have redrafted these rules.
Okay.
And they have eliminated that first part of sending it to the governor for his approval in the case of, but they have given that power to the chairman concerned,
Yes.
who will decide whether a bill can be introduced in the house or not.
Right.
That bill is stuck in the same procedure that we are against.
Please initiate proceedings. Court proceedings. Please initiate court proceedings. And please don't go yourself. Take the confidence of other 7 district councils also. Let it be a joint effort. Let it be a joint effort by all the 7 district councils. Let all the district councils take a joint, because see, fortunately Guwahati High Court is 3 districts means in Mizoram, in Assam, and 1 in Tripura. So maybe I don't know, this is a strategy part of it, where to do, what to do, and all those things that has to be done not in a public debate, but has to be discussed in the chamber. The legal advice part of it, but definitely this has to be done. And without that also, you should say that even if the rule says the rule cannot override the constitutional provision, Constitution gives me the autonomy, and I am exercising this autonomy. These rules cannot come in my way. I have amended it by your abundant caution many times. It is done, but henceforth I am not doing it. Whether, and then we see how the procedure is not adopted by the governor or by the, and it has to be fought out. Because I have seen that we have fought in 1995, we have got the much more autonomy than any other district council. We have fought in 2020 when there is another tripartite agreement, they have got much more power. Now that has also to take shape in law. Now I understand there is a parliamentary bill of 2019, or 125th Amendment Bill, 2019. Earlier 2015 was a Government of India on proposal, as a proposal. That did not see the light of the day. In 2019, a bill has moved. Now, bill is referred to Anand Sharma committee comprising of about 30 members of the parliament. That has also given a very strong report that this it must be done. But again, it has not been provided. So another resolution which I am requesting for this House to take, that this 2019 bill which has been introduced in 2019, there is a standing committee of the Government of India headed by Anand Sharma, comprising about 30 members of the, 31 members of the parliament. They have also recommended the bill to be passed with certain modifications. You must take that, yes, this bill must be moved by the Government of India very, very early, so that the parliament takes it up and passes the act. Once this constitution is amended further, you will get much more further autonomy. That is what is required. Because it, again, see, Government of India has moved this bill in 2019. There is a standing committee of 31 members, and standing committees are very important. It must also be done that once there is a bill introduced in the House, it should not attain dust. There is a parliamentary committee members of 31 who has passed it, who has recommended it. After that, we do not know whether it is happening. Some law ministry official or the department official, somebody, it may be lying on someone's desk. You must fight it out. Now that we had an agreement, now that there is a bill, now that there is a standing committee report, it must be passed by the parliament. It must be placed before the parliament. We cannot say what the parliament will do, but it must be laid before the parliament. The bill must be laid and discussed before, debated before the parliament. We have seen the bills are passed within hours in the parliament. Let it be debated, but let it not attain dust on the table of some officer in the ministry. So that another thing which should be done according to me. And the final thing is regarding financial autonomy. See, we can have everything on black and white paper here, but unless we have financial autonomy, nothing can be done. And one of the important provisions of the 125th Amendment Bill is financial autonomy, amendment of Article 280 of the Constitution. Here again, I will request you to form a study group regarding financial autonomy, how much is being allocated, how much is being blocked, how much you are asking, how much is not given, the development projects. See, unless there are facts and figures, nothing can move. You have to give that this is what we wanted to do. This is the budget we propose, but this is the budget which make an appropriate stand, take an appropriate stand before the people, before the parliament, before the assembly, and our legislative bodies definitely will consider it and take appropriate decision on that matter. So this is what I think, that we will get autonomy, we have got autonomy, but somehow in procedure it has been, something is blocked. We have complete water, but this is blocked here. I can't drink it. So I have water, I have everything, but I can't drink it because it is blocked here. So just please open this and drink water. So unless you have opened this gap, wherever there is a bottleneck, the bottlenecks are by these rules which are being got. Please open this, find it out, remove this bottlenecks, and তেতিয়া হলেহে আমি autonomy পাম. Autonomy পাইছো আৰু ভালকৈ পাব লাগে. And according to me, with the spirit, আজি কৰিলো গোটেই so many wonderful work has been done by the autonomous council. So many new things are there I have not seen in many parts of the country. Dunia banaise a biological park, lovely. I can stay there for 2 days there only. With my family, I can listen to music, lie down, read books. So lovely. Delhi teneba napai. Nature napai teneba. Etu aru jitu amar social card. Yes sir. It's so pleasant. And we have lotus there floating like anything. মানে আমি দিল্লি গলে একটা লোটস পালে একদম ভালো লাগে। There are hundreds and thousands of lotus. I have taken so many pictures there. Such beautiful place. Definitely will flourish, and I find that all over the presence of the autonomous council there, all over the places. So they are really doing wonderful work, and with some more financial power, which more the laws which we are passing it, definitely I have no doubt that we will attain a further height in the constitutional setup. And if I am willing to answer one or two questions provided the time is there.
So the raging controversy that we have here in Karbiang right now is on the controversy whether the reservation regime can come into the schedule. Because as per Para 2, Sub-Para 1, there is no reservation provision for the election of Karbiang Autonomous Council. But there are different sections who have argued that the provision of 6th schedule itself, because it is declared to be a tribal area as per Para 20 of the 6th schedule, and therefore the reservation regime is not necessary here. It is automatically transferred, automatically reserved for all the tribal people. But the second Administrative Reforms Commission, which placed its report in 2009, clearly say that anybody who attains the age of 25 years can contest in Karbiang election. So, what is the real truth? Constitutionally, legally speaking, would say real truth. Is reservation regime possible under the 6th schedule, or is the provision of 6th schedule entirely and automatically reserved for the tribal people? That part has to be made clear.
Where is the tribal area? The tribal area is where the tribal people are already dominated. So this is an arguable position. I don't want to take a stand because I have not analyzed it. But definitely we have reservations in the country for scheduled tribes, scheduled castes, etc. Why? Because perhaps it has been thought that in that particular community or tribe is not able to represent in the legislature, in the parliament, so we have reservations. So if all the tribal people are already sufficiently represented, or because without the vote of the tribal people you cannot get yourself elected, there will be people, tribal people, non-tribal people, but then if you are working for the tribal people, they will love you, they will elect you. But whether the tribal reservation regime as such can be there or not there, it's really a debatable issue. I'm sorry, I don't want to comment on that without analyzing this aspect of the matter, because this is a very important constitutional aspect. And I find that in the proposed bill there is a provision for reservation is there. In 2019 reservation provision, there is the parliament has fought it. The government has fought it, there's reservation is possible. Let's do the reservation part of it. There is no doubt. The parliamentary standing committee, which is of 31 members of the parliament, and I find that the select committee is really research subject, which I have reservation part, I have not researched as such.
Sir, how powerful, how genuine or authentic is the recommendation of the Administrative Defense Commission?
That is definitely that is a bit. Why you refer it to a committee? If you see from 1951, the First Amendment Act, it was referred to select committee of 40 members. Then the second, third, I am presently working on the constitutional amendments. Up to the first 30 or 35, 30, there have been selected committees. For example, let me give you, we have the ninth schedule, in which the laws are made, then they are protected from being challenged on the ground of violation of fundamental rights. At one point of time, the bill introduced about 117 laws to be included in the ninth schedule. We said they cannot be challenged. The committee said, what is this? Many of them does not survive, many of them has not been challenged. You include only 40. Ultimately, Parliament passed only those 40 laws, which had to be included in the ninth schedule. So the committees are definitely, these are has a persuasive power. Ultimately, what the Parliament decides and debates, that is final. But definitely they look into the nitty-gritties, and especially the Standing Committee has toured around the entire Northeast. It reflects the cross-section of the society, views of the cross-section of the society. They make recommendations. It will prevail on the members of the Parliament, and ultimately in a democracy it depends. You have to raise your voice sometimes. In the courts we don't raise your voice, but sometimes we have to raise our voice. I have said in one court at one point of time, normally I don't raise my voice in the courts. But what I found that once I was arguing in the court and other side were very, very leading members and they were all raising their voices. I said, Lord, if I have to raise my voice up in issue, let me raise my voice. Let me hear it. Sometimes you have to raise your voice.
Sir, I come from Tripura. I'm an advocate practicing in Tripura High Court. I have 3 questions to be clarified. I think in India we have only one constitution, and that is also the one 6th schedule we have.
6th schedule is a part of the law.
Yes, but why it is differ from state to state? Second, when we talk about Article 280, we knew the municipality budgets and other thing. I think that falls, if I'm not mistaken, that falls under the Constitutional Fund of India. But whereas the 6th schedule falls under the Constitutional Fund of the state, where the state itself is depending upon the Constitutional Fund of India. So there, the lacuna and the law that we find, where the council is really finding the constraint to run the council. And thirdly, particularly in Tripura, whenever the Autonomous District Council of Tripura passes the bill and sends, the state always send back saying that TTITC is not competent to enact law. But as paragraph 3, it clearly says that Autonomous District Council has the power to enact law for the land allotment and land distribution and so forth. And lastly, okay, sir. The first question that I have to ask is, we have one 6th schedule, one constitution, part of the constitution. Right. Right. And the second question is,
It has to go to governor. As I requested our chief executive member of Tarki Andhra, please form a the decision is by the governor in his individual discretion. Send your bills after being passed, authenticated by the chairman to the governor secretariat. Request the governor that please take decision. If they don't take a decision, perhaps we can go to board and say that please take a decision within a particular time. You cannot gather dust. It's not meant to gather dust. We have passed laws. We are elected body. We represent people. It does not depend on the mercy of an officer, as I said, district magistrate. I don't mean any wrong. It doesn't depend on the mercy of a joint secretary or the deputy secretary that it is lying on his table and he does nothing, and our executive member goes and the chief executive member goes and says that please pass it on to the governor. No. You send it to the governor with a copy to the state government. That we have passed it. Please give your assent. And if it is a concurrently subject, please send it to the governor. We don't require the state government. The state government is not required. So take that stand and take that common stand by all of them. That definitely stand. If you have one finger as you said, or if you have 5 fingers together, it's much more powerful. If I hit you, definitely you will realize it more. Have a unified strength of all the district councils. Have a static group. Have a command force group of the common area. Then please take it further. Financial aspect is concerned, definitely unless funding is there. That's why 280 is being amended under the present schedule.
Well, under this Article 280, in Anand Sharma committee, actually we have addressed the issue that sixth schedule should be under the Constitution Fund of India. Under this we have addressed.
The parliament is decided.
Right.
Raise your voice, when you are members of parliament, then you must raise your, because ultimately the parliament is decided. Parliament.
Only one question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Please give me details as per Article 200. Article 200.
Article
Can the spirit of Article 200 be applied to autonomous council also? Because Article 200 says that the bill sent by the state government to the governor, he has to take a decision within the period of 3 months. Or he has to send it back. Whether he has given assent to it or he has to send it back. And when it is sent for the second time after reconsideration, then the governor has to sign it. He has no other choice. He has to sign. Yeah. No, can it be applied in the case of autonomous council?
Reflected by the members of the autonomous council, by the members of the assembly, by the members of parliament. Ultimately, the people are sovereign. You have accepted certain. I think my time has gone. We will go on debating this issue, but that provision, strictly speaking, will not apply. That you can ask for expeditious disposal, saying that there is a similar provision, but then we can't bind it.
Thank you so much for your support and cooperation to today's seminar. Now,
From India, Professor Dr. Nani Gopal Mohanto, Head of the Department, Pol Science, Guwahati University. Distinguished dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, this is my privilege to be addressing this august gathering and be a part of this healthy and very interesting discussion with respect to Schedule 6 of the Constitution of India. I was very intently looking into the question and answer sessions which followed pursuant to Sri Vijay Hansari's speech. Perhaps this question and answer session should also proceed in the second half, subject to the organizers having time and provisions for it. Much has been said by my predecessor speakers, Justice Gogoi, the Ansaria, with regard to the intent, purport, the importance of the sixth schedule, the history, how it is to be interpreted. I would not like to repeat the historical aspect of it. I will just refer to certain provisions of the sixth schedule, which has also been referred to earlier. My take on the sixth schedule or the power of autonomy or the autonomy of the Abiyangon Autonomous Council in respect of the sixth schedule is that once one goes through the constitution of the sixth schedule, we find enormous powers and autonomy being granted to the autonomous councils by the constitution. Moving aside the debate of certain provisions, whether this provision is available, not available, as I was intently listening to the debate as to whether a particular bill needs prior permission to be placed before the House, or things like that. These controversies, if required, can only be settled by a court of law. So therefore, this is not an area that I'd like to traverse at the moment. The importance of this sixth schedule, one has to understand the intent. The intent is to preserve the traditions, the customs, the rituals which are followed by the people living in those areas. Although the word tribal is used, on a personal front, I don't find it very convenient to refer to this term called tribals. Tribals etymologically means anyone who belongs to a tribe. So technically we have all come from tribes at some point in time. So therefore, although the constitution uses the word, or the laws uses the word tribals, I will refrain from using the word tribals. I will say indigenous members of the various constituent groups of autonomous council. Now, why was it necessary? Why did the constitutional framers or the representative of the peoples have hotly debated with regard to the preservation of customs? Mr. Ansaria, who was a senior colleague earlier, Mr. Advocate General, will agree that what is ultimately a law flows from a practice which becomes over the years a tradition, therefore a custom, and if adopted by the House or by the framers, becomes a law. So therefore, if the council and its constituent members feel that a particular tradition or a custom is necessary to be preserved, then that must be respected. And in years to come, perhaps we may see laws being framed on these customs. In a judgment of the Supreme Court in Bhimshaya versus Janavi, reported in 2006, the Apex Court has very succinctly put down what are the essential attributes of a customs. First, it must be immemorial. Secondly, it must be reasonable. Thirdly, it must have continued without interpretation since its immemorable origin. Fourth, it must be certain in respect of its nature, generally, as well as in the respect of the locality. Fourthly, it must be certain in respect of the nature generally. So, there are 4 attributes. First, it must be from time immemorial, something which is being followed through generations and practice. It must be a reasonable custom, not opposed to the basic human rights guaranteed under the Constitution and the laws which look after the rights conferred, the Constitution rights made under the laws framed under the Constitution. It must have been continued without interruption, and it must be certain in its respect of in respect of its nature. Now, these are the 4 attributes of a custom. Now, what I find, and I have been informed, that the council is attributed with all the powers which are normally given to a state, namely executive, legislative, financial, and judicial. But perhaps the courts, the council courts, the traditional courts, have not yet been established in Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council. Now, there is a reason for this. There is a particular reason why the courts are necessary. These courts will be manned by the officials who are appointed by the council in consultation with the appropriate department of the government, and they are likely to be well versed in these customs and practices. Now, in respect of certain disputes between two persons or 2 groups of persons between indigenous persons belonging to a tribe, the customs and the practices can only be known to those elders and to those learned persons who are aware and who belong to those tribes. It is in the event of such deliberations that you come before the court that the practice of a custom comes. For instance, in Nagaland, for instance, I know that there is a customary court which is called the Dubashi Court. They deal in various customary laws practiced by the various groups of Nagaland, and they pass orders. And against this order, there is an appeal which lies to the High Court before a division bench, 2 judges. This has been practiced for a long time. Now, the effect of this is that you have, if somebody says that a particular custom is not a custom, it's a debate. Let us say a debate is raised in a court of law. Now, what will be your evidence for the council to support that this is indeed a custom? If you have village council courts, you can have the views and the opinions and the judgments and orders passed by these elderly people belonging to the various customs to render that this is a custom which was followed in so and so, such and such period, and this is attributable to such and such groups. Now, while following customs, there is again an issue that a custom may not be followed by all the constituent groups. It may be different for different kind of groups. But whether it can still be considered to be a custom is actually an area which is better known to the indigenous people belonging to the particular area. This is one of the reasons I think the council, in consultation with the state, should take up this issue and establish the village council courts, so that the very purpose of and the spirit of the 6th schedule to give independence and autonomy to the indigenous people living in the areas of Karbi Anglong is properly carried on the basis of customs, traditions and practices. Regarding the various subjects, going through chapter 3A, chapter 3, para 3 and 3A, I find that there are several subjects which are transferred and where autonomy is given to the council members in the council to set up, take into action beneficiary works, set up schools and colleges, hospitals, etc., and make rules, subject of course to the approval of the government as it stands now. And the other aspect which Justice Gogoi had pointed out is in reference to para 20B, capital BA. This is a debatable issue. There are judgments of the Supreme Court, High Court, and considering the fact that I'm a sitting judge of the court, perhaps this is not the forum for me to express my mind as to whether and to what extent 20 capital B and capital A is to be interpreted. I'm conscious that there are judgments of Guwahati High Court in this respect, and perhaps maybe before the Supreme Court as well. But this is a limitation for a sitting judge. This limitation, I fondly remember, is not applicable to the members of the bar, which I was before I assumed office as a judge. So therefore, you have a sufficient number of legal experts who will guide you into the correct interpretation, and ultimately if the interpretation is comes to a court, then it is for the court to decide as to the extent and the intent of these particular provisions. The topic for today as to the independence, autonomy, and its headway in the perspective of Assam. Looking into sixth schedule, particularly available to or applicable to Karbi Anglong, I think there are sufficient powers, sufficient liberty, sufficient autonomy granted, bearing those issues of bottleneck where whether a permission is required or a prior approval is required or a post facto approval is required. The learned Advocate General, Mr. Mr. Saikia, Senior Advocate, Mr. Ansaria, your Standing Counsel, Mr. Chutia, and the bar will debate that, you know, pre-approval can sometimes be interpreted to be post facto approval. There are galore, judgments are galore, plethora of judgments. Now, the fact remains that the council must always be aware of the fact there is enormous power given on the council to frame laws, to deal in subjects which are transferred. Please remember that every power comes with a great deal of responsibility. Any particular decision which is taken by the council in its wisdom will also have to measure it against the yardstick of the responsibilities or the constitutional responsibilities vested on the council. The further debate on the sixth schedule and some of the provisions which perhaps trouble the council, I think is better left for the second half to be decided post-lunch, where I'm sure the legal luminaries and the erudite academics and experienced statements will debate on these issues. I can only convey my best wishes, heartful thanks, and wish this particular seminar a grand success. In fact, I must say that looking into the enthusiasm of the audience and the question and answers, I can take it that this seminar has already been a grand success. And the congratulations to the organizers, the Honorable Chief Executive Member and his esteemed colleagues. And on a personal note, I must say that I was in Diffu. I'm sorry that I could not travel to Diffu. I would have loved to travel to Diffu, but because of pressing judicial commitments which we have from Monday, and my advocate friends will appreciate that Monday is a dreadful day for courts. So therefore, I have not been able to go physically, but I think about a month and a half back, I was there in Diffu with two of my colleagues. We spent a day or a couple of days there. And I was amazed to see the infrastructure which has been developed in Diffu, the roads particularly. I'm sure the people from Guwahati will agree that perhaps even Guwahati doesn't have such beautiful roads. And that apart, the natural beauty, the waterfalls, and I remember going to the traditional village and the beautiful botanical garden, and that monument which we had got, which I am told is designed as per the earring of a Karbi woman. I forget the name. And of course, this auditorium in which this meeting is going, I think it is one of the best auditoriums, state of the art. So therefore, all these have happened under the power of autonomy granted under the 6th schedule. It could not have been possible. So therefore, I believe that as on date, the autonomy which is granted to the Autonomous Council has progressed in the lines, in the intent and the purpose of 6th schedule. So, wishing you a very happy Sunday afternoon and my good wishes from Guwahati. I would like to take leave with the parting note that one of the most difficult slots for a speaker is the slot immediately before lunch. So I won't detain you, and I'm sure the organizers have arranged for a very sumptuous lunch, which I could not partake this time, but I'm sure I look forward as and when opportunities are there, I would like to visit Diffu again. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, second session, 6th schedule of the Constitution of India is amendment empowering autonomy and accord for enhancing autonomy. Second session after lunch. So I request all participants, all guests present here, please attend after lunch session, second session. First session is over. Thank you. This amendment empowering autonomy and accord for enhancing autonomy. Second session inaugurated by Honorable Advocate General Assam Deputy Saikia. So, on behalf of Karbi Autonomous Council, I would like to request Honorable Advocate General Deputy Saikia deliver your speech.
June to be precise, Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council was formed. In fact, if I am not wrong, it is the second autonomous council in the state after NCT. This special provision in the constitution has a historical background. As because my role will be to give the inaugural speech, I will not deal much
much into the nitty-gritties of the sixth schedule, which my learned friend, Mr. Noni Gopal Mohta, professor, he will definitely place before this August house. But just to touch what is the basic historical background of the formation of six schedule areas. In the Constituent Assembly of India, one of the pioneers who professed and spearheaded the demand for autonomous governance in the tribal regions in the country, he was Mr. J.J.M. Nichols Roy from Meghalaya. He himself was a tribal from the Khasi Hills in the present-day Meghalaya. Informed the assembly, the committee, about the apprehension of the hill tribes about living under the newly formed Indian state. In 1947, as you all know, was the year of independence for our country. So at that point of time, new states were being formed. He proposed to address their concern for creating the sixth schedule, which would give them the right to self-governance in accordance with their tradition. The basic purpose of his suggestion before the this Constituent Assembly was that he wants protection of the cultures, tradition and autonomy of the tribal areas of the country. Roy's proposal was opposed by his fellow members from Assam, which my learned predecessor, Chief Justice Honorable Ranjan Gogoi, has also referred. Roy's proposal was opposed by his fellow members from Assam, Rohini Kumar Chaudhary. He wanted to assimilate tribals into the non-tribal population. Chaudhary argued that the sixth schedule continued the British policy of preventing the tribal population from mingling with the other Indians. So he had the thought process that if we assimilate the tribal with the non-tribal, then that will give a better position to the tribals. Two other members from the state, Kuladhar Chalia and Beach Das, supported Rohini Chaudhary and argued that the sixth schedule had the potential to instigate communism. Das fervently contended that Roy's proposal was in continuation of two nations theory. Roy began his rejoinder by debunking the myth of tribal inferiority. He stated that the hill tribes have a rich tradition of treating individuals as equals, especially women, and upholding the dignity of labor. These are the things in our tribal society prevailing at that point of time. Dignity to labor, equality of women. All these things, like if you look at the recent developments for last 2 decades, that the dowry system, these things are never present in Assam. Forget about our tribal society or our sixth schedule areas. These things are imported from the mainland area. But in our society, that was not the thing. We always put the women in a very high pedestal in our society. So, that leader, Nicholas Roy, argued that their cultural settings and eating habits were devoid of caste communism. We don't have untouchability in Assam. Such concepts, he argued, were in their nascent stage among non-tribals. Citing the Gandhian principle of self-governance and love, Roy conveyed that hill tribes could not be won over by force, instead allowing them to govern themselves would bind them with the nation. Roy also argued from the national security perspective, pointing out that the Indian borders could only be secured by earning the allegiance of the hill tribes. Further, he stated that sixth schedule represents a compromise of the tribal regions still remain under the control of the governor of Assam. That was in the late 40s or early 50s. So, when two thought process, two schools of thoughts was placed before the Constituent Assembly, then the leader of the state, Premier of Assam, Gopinath Bordoloi at that time, he made a very strong statement before the Constituent Assembly. I would like to place what he exactly spoke. Quote, Gopinath Bordoloi said the Premier of Assam who supported Roy's proposal, and he was taking a stand totally opposite to the stand taken by the other leaders of Assam, Chalia and Das. So, Gopinath Bordoloi said, quote, there are certain institutions among these tribal hills which in my opinion are so good that if we wanted to destroy them, I considered it to be very wrong. The manner in which they settle their disputes, their village administration, etc. In other words, they are exercising a certain amount of autonomy, which I thought, and the members of the tribal subcommittee thought should be preserved rather than be destroyed. What is necessary for good governance is already there. So, unquote. So, Gopinath Bordoloi realized the importance and the practical implementation of various norms which were prevailing in our society was already there. There should not be any tinkering. Ultimately, Roy's proposal, which was backed by the chairman of the drafting committee, B.R. Ambedkar, was accepted. The sixth schedule was added to the Indian Constitution on 7 September 1949. So, the vision, with his practical knowledge, Mr. Gopinath Bordoloi at that point of time took a very firm stand before the assembly, before the Constituent Assembly, at the time of framing of the Indian Constitution. So ultimately he prevailed over the other school of thoughts, and finally the main authority, that the chairman of the drafting committee, accepted the proposal given by and supported by Gopinath Bordoloi on the basis of the original proposal of Nicholas Roy. So 7th September 1949 was a red letter date when this whole concept of sixth schedule area was accepted by the Constituent Assembly. The result was in 1951 and Civil Autonomous Council, and 1952, 23rd June, Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council was born. So we had a long legacy. And whatever my previous speakers, Milo Justice Soumitra Saikia, Milo Justice Ranjan Gogoi, and Senior Advocate Vijay Hansari all praised highly about the development that has taken place in Tifu and its surrounding areas and in the district of Karbi Anglong. These are the results of the good thing which are outcome of the sixth schedule provisions. We have some small issues which can be very easily ironed out. Like one aspect which was highlighted by Mr. Hansaria was that whether a draft bill should be first placed before the governor or it should be first debated in the council itself and for final assent on it should be set. These are very minor issues. I do not want to give any personal opinion considering my post. But the thing is that these issues are non-issues in my view. Whatever may be the reason, definitely it is prolonging the whole process. But whatever is written in the law, whatever is there in the statute or in the constitution, that has to be accepted, and it was not followed for a long period of time. That does not deter anybody to take a fresh move. We can always make a try. I am sure everybody knows the language of the law, which is already quoted. It is a modified law. But if it is not required, I am sure the governor is not having a very dogmatic view on this, or the state government will not have any dogmatic view on this. Everybody is very liberal, and that is the reason why Karbi Anglong is flourishing. I am sure Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council and the state government has a very cordial relation today. And it should continue so that the people will get the benefits. Ultimately, whatever we are doing as political entity, it is for the betterment and welfare of the society. That is the ultimate goal. Whatever may be the strategy, we should look at the result. The result is good, people are happy, everybody is getting, nobody is unhappy. So if that be the situation, these minor few procedural issues, because we want quality debate in the council. The debate should have quality, like we have a very good debate coming up after my learned friend Professor Mohandas speaks. There will be a very open debate. If something crops up, something new, very interesting and very practical comes up, because if you look at our own constitution, for 100 since 1950, in 71 years, we have about 103 or 4 amendments. These are gradually things are being ironed out and processed. In 1950, all the provisions were not taken into consideration. So 103 times, 104 times the constitution has been amended. the governor can take decisions. But consulting with the particular autonomous council is not mandatory in respect of Bodoland Territorial Council, as on date. Whereas it was in place in 1995 for NC Hills and for Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council. So these are things with time, if anything has to be done, can always be done. If you look at the recent development of the Memorandum of Settlement, which was signed on 4th of September 2021, lot of interesting and very good technical aspects are incorporated here. I am giving you one example, 2.3. The Government of India and Government of Assam will take necessary steps to reserve 34 seats for ST and 10 seats under open category for all communities out of the 44 elected seats in Karbi Anglong. I do not know what is the previous position, but if it is incorporated in the amendment, that will protect ultimately what is the basic intention of having a Shikshi unity. We have to go to the root. The root is that for protecting the interest, the culture, the tradition, the customs, and the governance of a particular community. Nobody should prevail over them. India is a country of vastness, diversity. If you look at Assam, Assam is also a mini India. We have so many tribals, so many areas, so many different traditions and customs. So to protect, suppose taking the example of Karbi Anglong, forget about Nagaland. Nagaland themselves are several tribes, different things. But in Karbi Anglong also, we have to have proper protection in respect of their old habits, old customs, old traditions, old way of governing their area, old way of delivery of justice. All these aspects have to be done by the people who belong to that particular community. I come from Borpeta. I will not know the nitty-gritties and the intricacies of Karbi people. I have to adopt. That will be my personal thing. I may adopt. But the person who is born and brought up and grown here, he will know everything. All the nuances of the community's practices and traditions. So, if this is done, Government of India and Government of Assam will take necessary steps to reserve 34 out of 44 for SC and 10 for the open category. That is fantastic concept. Because the person who will be from outside, he may be residing here for 30 years. He will not, in individual, I am not talking about individual, that is a very subjective. But generally speaking, that person may not get into the shoes of a particular person who has a traditional and tribal upbringing. So for this, I am sure if the amendment is done, it will protect the interest of this area. I fully support on behalf of the Government of Assam that this is a very necessary step undertaken under this Memorandum of Settlement, which was signed on 4th of September. Identically, a lot of other things were also incorporated. One thing is that 2.12, the Government of India may consider reviewing the number of assembly constituencies with Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council area through the process of delimitation, keeping in view the population and topography. This is another area where my request will be that irrespective of any party colors and views, everybody should try that if you get more representation at this school, that will, as Mr. Ansaria says, 1 finger and 5 fingers. Example he was giving. If you can increase the number of constituencies here, it will be better for the area, for the district. So this 2.12, the Government of India may consider reviewing the number of assemblies. If it can, don't come down, go up. On the basis of the area, on the basis of the population pattern and whatever are material for having the delimitation exercise. But the thing is that if a delimitation is done, always now I think it is 4 constituencies. The more the better. So this is another very important issue which has been incorporated in this Memorandum of Settlement. The other things are definitely that for holding annual festivals and all financial. These things are again, in my view, are this is developing, because just like the constitution was amended so many times because of the practical problems faced during the course of last 71 years, things are evolving and everything it is very dynamic. The points which are highlighted in this memorandum of settlement will definitely play a very major role in the upcoming amendments, which is very much necessary with the changing of circumstances, changing of situations. Now, in today's situation, we have to take our thing in a much ahead. Nobody thought about internet and all this way. Now today, look at the way we are conducting this seminar. Two of the honorable speakers were sitting in Guwahati and delivered, and everybody was participating. We don't feel anything. So things are changing. So we have to adapt. Only thing is that we have to protect we should not forget our roots. Our roots should be intact. We can aim for the sky, but with our foot landed on the land from where we belong to. So I am sure my learned friend Mohanta will open up a very interesting topic. Topic is definitely interesting. Accords for enhancing the autonomy. There are several accords which will have to be analyzed in proper perspective so that the future we can see that what exactly we should do. There may be some negative, some positive, some pros, some cons, but at the same time we have to find out which is the right way ahead. Rest, I don't think I have to speak much about the existing autonomous council in Assam. We have three. We have other councils, like territorial councils under the 6 schedule. We have several other statutory councils for development of various areas of the state, because I have to speak on behalf of the state also. We have Raja, Nabha, Hassan, Rising Autonomous, Diwa, Deuri, Henal, Kosori. Again, we have included more subjects in those development councils, although they are not under the 6 schedule. We have Moran, Motok, Moimal, Moria, etc. About 33 other developmental councils. So these things will definitely happen, but at the same time, when we are talking about a particular area, like taking the example of Karbi Anglong also, we will definitely develop Assam, this district, but ultimately it will develop the state. The thing is very good that Assam itself is not enough. Dispur is not Assam. Kamrup is not Assam. Assam is a composition of 34 districts. So every district should be equally placed. Why these three districts like Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, NC Hills and Bodoland? Considering the other areas, the other plain areas, these were little bit lagging behind. So to upgrade, to develop, today everybody is so happy when we see the development that has taken place in Karbi. Credit goes to all my persons who are sitting on my left and right. So these things should definitely progress, and at the same time we should not forget our original traditions, customs, the habits and our identity. Thank you so much.
6th schedule of the Constitution of India, its amendment empowering autonomy and accords enhancing autonomy, addressed by Honorable Guest of Honor Dr. Manjugopal Mohanta, Advisor Education Governor of Assam, and Head of the Department, Guwahati University Political Science. Oh, sorry, resign. Okay, sorry. But at present is working education advisor. La Simona Manke na tu gato ko mewanta la Sophie Banke Arjun po la Sophie Banke na tu kachini ne hom antame song ke doan tu ta Arjun lomi la Somo. After address, guest of honor Dr. Nundin Gopal Mohanto, main speaker present here, Alvin Teron, Advisor, Chief Advisor to CEM, and Dr. Jointerong P, present here, my left side, and Dharam Teron, ex-MLA, present here, and Kaushik Chaudhary, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Advocate, Supreme Court of India. So, I would like to request Honorable Education Advisor, respected Dr. Nuni Gopal Mohanto, address topic 62 of the Constitution of India. It's a amendment empowering autonomy and accords enhancing autonomy.
Thank you so much, sir. Honorable CM of Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, Dr. Tuliram Ranghang, Honorable EMs, Dr. Jayanta Rongping, the architect of autonomy movement in Karbi Anglong, learned Advocate General Devojit Hoikia, esteemed guests who are invited from various parts of northeastern region in general and Assam in particular. Well, I have a humongous job, I have a Himalayan job. After such a sumptuous meal given by our Tuliram Ranghang Dangoria, it will be a Himalayan task for me to keep you awake, but nevertheless, I shall try my best to draw your certain attention. And as already been told by our learned Advocate General, he has flagged off certain very important issues for debate and discussion and deliberation. Well, my topic has already been talked about. So it comprises 4 or 5 issues, my topic. First is about the 6th schedule of the Constitution, issues of amending power and autonomy, the accords which have been signed so far, and how these accords enhance autonomy in 6 scheduled areas, particularly in Karbi Anglong. Well, with that perspective in mind, already the debate in Constituent Assembly has been talked about. I had studied a little bit about the debates in Constituent Assembly, and I see 3 schools of thought in the Constituent Assembly. One is what I would like to call anthropological debate. The second I would like to call assimilationist debate. And the third, which has been particularly accepted finally, was the middle part enunciated by Gopinath Bordoloi and Jawaharlal Nehru. What do I mean by anthropological approach? Well, there are certain groups of people. I have the main, areas of debate who totally wanted isolation from the, other areas, and they wanted basically total autonomy, absolute autonomy. That is one school. I do not want to go into the debates. The assimilationists are already said by our Advocate General, Kuladhar Soliha and Rohini Chaudhary and others talked about. They focus more about assimilation, saying that if we are having one India, especially after the advent of partition, why should we create another set of, sub-regional setup? And that was because I do not blame them, because they had, it's not that Rohini Chaudhary or Kuladhar Soliha had disrespect, no. If you read the Constituent Assembly debates, they have tremendous respect for the tribals. But at that point of time, the Britishers had a very dubious plan. And that plan was, you must be knowing the Coupland plan. Regilan Coupland was the Oxford University professor who had a sinister design of creating a separate enclave and British protectorate, combining the tribal areas and other areas of Southeast Asia, particularly Myanmar, and create them, a protectorate state like Hong Kong. So that is why they were very much afraid of, in fact, Gopinath Bordoloi took this issue to Mahatma Gandhi. So many people were afraid that if we did this kind of autonomy, then a situation might come that it will lead to secessionism. This was the apprehension actually.
So it is finally, as has been said by, very nicely illustrated by my friend Debasit Hoikia, the views by Gopinath Bordole and views by Jawaharlal Nehru was accepted, and that's how 6th schedule was enacted. And now, when we talk about autonomy, let's not talk about only in the context of Karbi Anglong, because Karbi Anglong, as we discussed today, the autonomy issue cannot be seen in isolation. It has to be seen in overall perspective of India. Autonomy issue is going on about Jammu and Kashmir. Autonomy issue is also about, borderland areas and other areas also. Autonomy issues, dichotomy is coming up, and many people are demanding separate states. So what I would like to call the dichotomy of autonomy, there are two approaches. One is called the civic approach, the other is called the primordial approach. The civic approach speaks, should the ethnic identity be the only way of organizing autonomy? How about economic underdevelopment? How about economic resource appropriation? How about the linguistic issues? Because in most of the other cases of India, it was the language which was the main factor for demanding autonomy, but later on, in 2003, economic development or underdevelopment became an important issue for the creation of separate state. And now, but I believe the issues of primordialism has become a very important way of organizing autonomy in Northeast India. But imagine we have 270 ethnic groups in Northeast India. I repeat, more than 270 ethnic groups, 185 languages. Imagine if all of them demand separate state or 6th schedule, or even say secessionism. In this region only, in Northeast India, we will have more than 190 nation states, which is not even there in the United Nations. So this is to the credit of the people of Northeast India that we learn, we know how to live with diversity, respecting each other. The contradictions are there. And here I would like to appreciate the Indian state to some extent by the fact that it has the enormous capacity to accommodate those demands. Otherwise, these issues have not been handled well by our neighboring countries. I'm adopting an international approach. Look at Sri Lanka, having a tough time. Bangladesh. Even issues like, our Myanmar, our neighboring countries, having a tough time. So the point I'm trying to say is that Indian state has shown sufficient resilience in terms of accommodating our diverse interests. So we have the creation of separate states, number one. We have 244A of the Constitution. We have thirdly 6th schedule. And as has been said by my previous friend, we have also devised, conceptualized other forms of autonomy, like development council, which is extra-constitutional, autonomous councils, and satellite councils. These are some of the innovations. And these are examples of asymmetrical federalism. In fact, towards the fake end of my argument is that we are having asymmetrical federalism with 6th schedule, which is not there anywhere in the world. I mean, this is one of the best examples of asymmetrical federalism. Now, if we look at our state formation during 1955, there was demand for Kamatapur, there was demand for Purvanchal state. I do not want to go into the details. Then, of course, Nagas also demanded separate state. And then came the question of Assamese hegemony. Bhupinder Singh Committee very nicely elaborated how the notion of Assamese chauvinism, which I do not mind mentioning the fact that yes, at some point of time, we had the so-called Zaita Vimani, যেটো হয় ইংরেজি শব্দ কি হবো মানে জানো, but the hegemony of Assamese chauvinism, the way we try to look at the other tribes, created a sense of alienation. And Bhupinder Singh Committee has very nicely elaborated that kind of allegations made by various tribes. And it is not only about alienation only, it is also about economic resource appropriation. Resource appropriation was also another factor which led to separate autonomous demand or separate state demand. Then again, but these demands were rejected by various committees. In 1966, another committee was appointed under chairmanship of H.B. Pataskar, and other members were Shankar Prasad, G.S. Rao. But as all of us know, that this Pataskar committee recommendation, they basically rejected the formation of separate states by arguing the fact that these areas who are demanding separate states do not have geographical continuity, or they do not have the ability to sustain on their own. So Pataskar committee also rejected those kind of separate demands. My argument is that the state formation in Northeast India is not due to various agitation. Yes, agitation played a very important role. But the most important role why separate states were created, I'm coming to autonomy after that, was because of the security concerns. For example, the formation of Nagaland, formation of Meghalaya, formation of Mizoram. Chinese factor played a very detrimental role in the formation of those states. Even state assembly was not consulted. So what I'm trying to say is that if we believe that it is only agitation that can lead to the state formation, may not be necessarily so in the context of Northeast India. Security concerns of the Indian state actually precipitated the Indian elites in determining the nation states or the formation of new states, even without consulting the Assam Assembly. But nevertheless, coming to 6th schedule, I believe this is one of the most innovative constitutional mechanism designed anywhere in the world. But there are many critics also. Many critics argue that the 6th schedule has in many cases failed in terms of fulfilling the demand of burgeoning demand of statehood. Many people demand more development. Many people demand more equitable development. Many people demand more inclusive development. So therefore, and in fact, there are issues of ethnic others. As my friend has said, we are extremely heterogeneous area, whether it is Bodoland, whether it is NC Hills, whether it is Karbi Anglong, the issues of ethnic others, the dominant group and the non-dominant groups are there. How do we accommodate them? But I believe 6th schedule has really, to a great extent, accommodated the interest of the ethnic others, although there are certain issues which I believe will be subsequently accommodated by the accord which has been recently signed. Well, we have seen various violent or armed groups in Karbi Anglong areas, which was initially, it was about the Autonomous State Demand Committee, which was launched by our friend Dr. Jayanta Rongpe and his friends. But later on, the non-violent movement increasingly got articulated in the form of Karbi Longri and Karbi Hempek, which were basically articulated by various insurgent groups like Karbi National Volunteers, UPDS, KLNLF, KNPR, KNLF, ATF, so many organizations are there. An important thing is that in case of Northeast India, I would not hesitate to say that many of these insurgent groups, I am not saying their methods, but many of their demands were even supported by many civil society groups. And in fact, this is not my statement. This is said by one of the researchers, and I quote, "It is even realized by many that this kind of radical sentiments are deepening during the movement for separate state, where different political elites or the political parties backed the political militant movements in the district by all means they resisting one another," unquote. There's nothing wrong about it. Even ULFA when ULFA in its heydays was supported by many regional political parties. In fact, at one point of time, who were not an alpha? That was the question. So the question that some militant groups were supported by some political parties is not a very big thing, because in Northeast India, the issues are raised by both the non-violent political parties, non-violent civil society movement, as well as by insurgent groups. So they cannot be seen as a reactionary force. My argument is this, and in fact I have written also, that they cannot be seen as reactionary force, because when the non-violent demands are not met, only then the violent groups emerge and they become the potent force for addressing the issues of autonomy. Now coming to the issues of accords, which our inaugurator has talked about, the fact that in case of Karbi Anglong, it is not necessarily only about the issues of Karbis only. Initially, I'll argue that in our previous accords, we saw the coming together of various ethnic groups together. But later on, it became a question of competing ethno-nationalistic mobilization. For example, when Jayanta Rampi's brother, my brother near sitting by me, I'll talk about that. When they had signed the accord, 1995, they had various groups together. But later on it was found that state is what is state. State is about the mobilization of resources. State is about mobilization of authorities. So when we found that, we started our journey together, but later on various groups, Dimasas or Kukis even developed their own agenda, as a result of which they got alienated from the broader Karbi identity area. So this is quite natural. This is what I would like to call ethno-nationalistic resources demand. This has happened with Rabhas also. This has happened with the Missings also. For example, the Missings initially launched a movement called Nilashul movement. Dada, do you remember? The Nilashul movement was initially launched both by the Missings and the Rabhas. But later on, the movement got separated and there were separate assertions about their ethnic identity, and that's how political articulation got represented. Now I'm coming to the recent accords. This was just an illustrative analysis of the political developments that took place in Karbi Anglong. Now coming to accords, which is the one important part of my analysis. As I said, there are three important accords, if I may use the word. The first is Memorandum of Understanding 1995. The second is Tripartite Memorandum of Settlement in 2011 and 2012. It was detailed out. Memorandum of Settlement which was signed recently on September 4, 2021. Now I find certain structural differences among these accords. The first signing of the accord in April 1st, 1995, as I said, it was a representation. It was led by ASDC Karbi Students Association, NCL Students Federation, Dimasa Students Union, and stalwarts like Hariam Terang, Jayanta Rampi were a part of the exercise. These were the groups, right? So we found a kind of first initial attempt made by the Autonomous Development Councils and others, and substantial powers were granted by this accord. However, later on, this did not satisfy. And here again I take the help from our Jayanta Rampi when he said in the parliament that there are 7 or 6 factors which problems actually created as a result of operation of 6 schedule in Karbi Anglong. He said, and I just would like to give your statement. Number one, he said that 6 schedule has failed in India since 1952 because there are certain inherent weakness. Number one, he said. Secondly, he said the funding from the government of India is to the state governments, where most of the state governments are burdened with overdraft problem. So funds do not reach to the district council. The third point, he said the issue of bureaucracy. Issue of bureaucracy is another issue that he has talked about. He said there should be separate cadre for tribal autonomous council. So these are some of the arguments, and he said many of these councils exist in Difu and the mercy of Dispur. Why? If there is a different kind of tribal, autonomous council in Difu, then the elites in Dispur do not favor them, isn't it? And that's how we see many of the councils were dissolved. So these are some of the problems which were highlighted by Jayanta Rampi during his term. Now, so therefore, although that accord was signed, but that accord failed rather to fulfill the burgeoning demand of the Karbi people. Then came the issue of UPDS. UPDS, when the accord was signed with the UPDS, and here the violent group only it was signed with UPDS, what I would like to call the armed group of UPDS. But here basically central government relied on the conflict fatigue of armed groups. I do not see very structural issues being raised in this accord, although there are some very good points which I will highlight. But nevertheless, central government basically relied on conflict fatigue of the insurgent group called UPDS, and they basically brought out certain important points nevertheless. So this accord created a politics what I would like to call package politics. Northeast is very famous for package politics. This package politics was started by Deve Gowda, and it's still going on even now. The latest accord has also given some package, and I believe that those packages will definitely be delivered in the days to come. But nevertheless, the most important point of that accord signed with UPDS, those important points were renaming of the council as Karbi Anglong Autonomous Territorial Council. The second was the increase of members to 50, where 6 will be nominated by governor for more representation. However, proposed increase in seats from existing 26 to 44 elected seats would take place later on after 2016 and 17. And the present accord also is trying to fructify those suggestions which were made in that accord. Then I think another important suggestion by this accord was the establishment of village councils. I do not know the present operation of the village councils, but I believe those institutions are very much critical, because when we talk about autonomy, autonomy doesn't begin from Dispur, nor does it begin from Delhi, nor does it end in Dispur, nor does it end in Difu. The cascade of decentralization of power, starting from Delhi, starting from Guwahati, starting from Difu, also must go down, must percolate down to the grassroots level. So that is why I believe village councils or some form of autonomous councils, this is also there in our 6th schedule. Regional council concepts are also there. So we can be innovative. We can be innovative in terms of how to further create certain new institutions to further develop power. Then this accord also talked about the setting up of State Finance Commission, then strict adherence of financial management and proper audit of accounts. I think this is a very important contribution of this accord. But when I made a comparative analysis of all these accords, the most exhaustive, most beneficial accord I found is the recent one, which has been, signed by various insurgent outfits and also by Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, where our Honorable Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma and Government of India's various agencies were present there. I believe there are 7 or 8 important steps, characteristics of this accord, which we must discuss. The first, it says that it is the most comprehensive and final solution to the issue and problems of the Karbi people. So what I am trying to say is that it's really the most comprehensive, and I believe that these accords and the various provisions of this accord are implemented in its letter and spirit. And in the truest sense of the term, this is the most comprehensive accord. Secondly, the negotiations have led to the signing of memorandum of settlement, which will ensure greater devolution of autonomy to the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council. Already in the annexure, it has been given, so many subjects have been given to the district council. I believe once it is implemented, it will give a new color, new meaning to the functioning of autonomous council. In fact, I do not believe that any other 6th schedule would enjoy so much power as will be enjoyed by Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council. The third point which it talks about is the protection of identity, language, culture of Karbi people. Nobody wants to get lost in the ambit of population dynamics. This democracy is about numbers. Whether we like it or dislike it, this democracy is about numbers. Everybody wants to protect their identity. I would like to draw your attention to the functioning of Sami Council. Those people who have visited the Scandinavian countries, I do not know how many of you have visited. We should see how Sami people, they are spread across Sweden, Russia and other Scandinavian countries, by Norway particularly. But where their customs, their identities are protected, nowhere they have been protected anywhere in the world. Therefore, I believe the protection of identity culture is a very, very critical factor in this accord. Then fourth important factor is the rehabilitation of cadres of armed groups. I have seen Assam Accord. I have seen the Bodo Accord. But nowhere so much detailing was given in terms of rehabilitation of armed groups. Mostly they are left to the civil society to handle. That's how we had the menace called Sulfa. There was no proper package how to deal with the surrendered militant group called Ulfa. Ultimately, they were left to the civil society to handle, and that's how a sinister saga called secret killing had started. But this accord did not make this mistake, and I think the most comprehensive package is being given to the rehabilitation of the surrendered militants. And most important, this is all-inclusive. This accord is all-inclusive in the sense that all groups are there, KNLF, PDCK, UPDLA, KPLT ceasefire, KPLT-R, KPLT-M. So all groups are there. That is why I believe that this will be a sustainable peace process. I do not believe in permanent peace. There is no such concept called permanent peace. Permanent peace is there when we go to the heaven, Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai. If we do not want Ram Nam Satya Hai, if we want to live in this world, I believe this accord will give you most sustainable way of crafting peace process. And আটাইতকৈ important কথা যিটো হ'ল যে in accords, this accord represents the plurality of this region. কাৰণ আমি মন কৰিব লাগিব চাওক যদিও এইটো কাৰ্বি ডমিনেণ্ট এখন society, কাৰ্বি সকলৰ ইতিহাস, their history, their culture is very much important. But we also must remember this is a plural society. All our regions of this state, we are essentially plural. অসমৰ গ্ৰুপ কিমান আছে? মটক মৰাণ আৰু লালুং চুতীয়া, মিচিং বৰাহী বড়ো কছাৰী ভুটীয়া, মেছৰাৱা সিংহু দফলা হাবুং আহোম কেমথুকুচকৈ বট্ট বামুণ, ফাকিয়াল সোণোৱাল আৰু দুৱনীয়া, কাৰ্বি মিচিমি শাৰী আৰু শৰণীয়া, কলিতা কায়স্থৰ গোসাঁই মহন্ত, পমুৱা চমুৱা চাহ বনোৱা অনন্ত, থলুৱা নেপালী আৰু পাহাৰীয়া ভাই, 64 জাতিৰে মিলনৰ ঠাই. So the point I am trying to say is that we also need to accommodate others. And this accord gives, I think, 10 offenses, isn't it? Duryamji? 10 offenses for accommodation. So I believe this will give an open vista for accommodation of all people. And it has to happen through dialogue and negotiation. And last but not the least, I'll conclude here because we have so many speakers. I don't think so that at present, separate state remains a relevant issue. At this juncture, I can argue, even in Bodoland, even in Karbi Anglong, state demand is not the most relevant issue here. মই অসমৰ প্ৰেক্ষাপটত কৈছো আজি অসমে যিটো পোৱা নাই এইটো কাৰ্বি আংলঙে পাইছে. Once you become state, you cannot have this amount of reservation, I am telling you. আজি in Assam, what is the most critical issue? We cannot implement clause 6 of Assam Accord. What is that? Constitutional, legislative, administrative protection of the Assamese people. Who are the Assamese people? Central government keeps asking this question. We have not been able to define it. Till now we are fighting amongst ourselves who are the Assamese people. Imagine if Karbi Anglong tomorrow becomes a state. So this kind of representation, this kind of reservation will need redefinition, it will need reconceptualization, it will need restructuring. আজি সেই প্ৰেক্ষাপটত কৈছো the amount of power, the Bodoland, the BTC only sits little in the plain areas, they enjoy. The amount of this accord gives to Karbi Anglong, I believe, will slowly take away this separatist demand. It is up to you. I'm not saying this is that,
Autonomous state. We need autonomous state.
Maybe
autonomous standing demand.
Okay.
This is the most important.
That is not solution.
Because human direction, because our Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council oldest 62 district in India. Largest 62 district in India.
Exactly. And even Karbi Anglong.
51.
Even
Meghalaya, Sikkim, even Tripura also.
Yeah.
We have geographical boundary 10,434 square kilometer.
Yeah. So
We
244
need autonomous state as per Constitution of India.
244
is the solution.
244A is the solution, but what I'm saying is from the practical point of view. From practical point of view, Assam, we are still struggling to get clause 6. How many reservation apart?
আমি বৰহম কৰিব বিচাৰিছো অহমৰ আমি বিভাজন নকৰি অহমৰ বৰহম কৰিব চাইতো আহি ৰাজ্য মানে ষ্টেট বিদিন ষ্টেট অহমতে আমি থাকিম আমি অহমতে থাকিম
আমি সেই কথাটোৱে কৈছো কাৰ্বি অসমৰ মাজত সেইটো মই কোৱা নাই আই এম টকিং এবাউট দ্য কম্পেৰেটিভ পাৰ্সপেক্টিভ what Assam has not been Assam Karbi Anglong has got and most important that আজি সবে সকলোৱে একেলগে থাকিব লাগিব all of us must live together. আটাইতকৈ ডাঙৰ কথা the present Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma মই ভাবো বৰ্তমান ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ স্বাধীনতাৰ পাছত গোপীনাথ বৰদলৈৰ পাছত যদি অসমৰ গোষ্ঠী জনগোষ্ঠীৰ কাৰণে ইমান সেনসিটিভলি ভবা যদি মানুহ এজন আছে সেইজন হৈছে ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা ইয়াত কোনো আপোনালোকে চিন্তাই নকৰিব যে আন্ডাৰ ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা there will be injustice to the Karbi people and it is his initiative I have seen Tuliam Ranghanji and I have seen Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma the way he was working hard they were toiling for signing this accord it was unbelievable there is a sensitivity to the Karbi people তেখেতৰ আটাইতকৈ মন কৰক আজি অসমখনক কাৰ্বি আংলঙক দৃষ্টান্ত হিচাপে দিয়া হয় আজি অসমৰ অন্যান্য জেগাত after holding the DC conference after holding the SP conference after holding the Assam cabinet here মাননীয় অসমৰ মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীয়ে কাৰ্বি আংলঙক গোটেই অসমৰ আদৰ্শ হিচাপে স্থাপন কৰে আৰু এইটো আপোনালোকৰ সাকসেস So what I'm trying to suggest is, Apnalke 244, these are constitutional demand. I am not saying that you are not entitled to this. This is my private subjective opinion. What I'm saying is that under the existing constitutional mechanism, 6 scheduler power to basic. 6 scheduler power is basic in terms of your protecting your identity. It is a monkorok. আজি protecting identity to বড়ো সকলৰ যেটো পাইছে অন্য নোৱাৰিলে অন্তত তাত you cannot take away the political reservation political reservation to কোনো দিব নোৱাৰে আৰু সেই কাৰণে মই ভাবো কাৰ্বি আংলং অসমৰ সম্পদ আৰু আটাইতকৈ ডাঙৰ কথা let কাৰ্বি আংলং remain the ideal point reference point the way Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma says in nook and corner of the state Our time will be stuck khali yaar loge let all other areas also develop and the human development index is also very critical particularly the education at the grassroots level particularly healthcare which is coming up under the leadership of Tuliam Ranghanji and with these words I congratulate the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council for having organized this. This is my personal opinion. I never want to say that 244A is not an option. It is an option. And in fact, Tuliam Ranghanji always assertive about 244A. And he will be. But at the same time, I urge all of you to go more spatial. More tempo spatially hoi. চাৰিওফালে আপোনালোকৰ বিকশিত হওক তাই কামনাৰে ধন্যবাদ নমস্কাৰ
বহুত বহুত ধন্যবাদ তেখেতে মূল্যবান ভাষণ আমাক দিয়াৰ কাৰণে তেখেতে মানে আমাৰ বহুত মূল্যবান স্পীচ দিছে আৰু তেখেতৰ কথা যিটো আমাৰ ট্ৰাইবেলৰ কথা বা কাৰ্বি আংলঙৰ কথা যিটো 62 বা অট'নমাছ ষ্টেটৰ কথা তেখেতে আমাৰ ডক্টৰ জয়ন্ত ৰংপি ডাঙৰীয়া তেখেতে কৈছে আমাৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা বিফৰ চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ তেখেতে কৈছে যে ট্ৰাইবেলবিলাকৰ কাৰণে ট্ৰাইবেল সেন্টিমেন্ট এই গোটেইখিনি গম পোৱাটো আপুনি গম পায় গতিকে এই গোটেইখিনি প্ৰব্লেমছটো আমি ষ্টেপ বাই ষ্টেপ আমি সাকসেস কৰিব পাৰিম আপোনালোকৰ সাপোৰ্ট লাগিব উই নিড ইউৰ সাপোৰ্ট We need your cooperation. আপোনালোকে সদায় সাপোর্ট দিলে এইটো আমি কৰিব পাৰিম। Anyway, thank you so much.
Gopal Mohanto, ex-MP Dr. Jayanta Ramki, Chief Advisor to Honorable CM, Kabiala Autonomous Council, Alvin Terrell, Honorable EM, NSC, and other dignitaries present, and the representative of the different organizations present here. As a moderator, after now it is a deliberations on the topic. First, Alvin Terrell will speak on the topic, and if anyone wants to ask question to Alvin Terrell, the participant, they may ask question to him, but only 2 questions may kindly be put to him so that he can answer the question. First,
Itu nanti, nanti mesti Arjuni belum 9 minutes kali lo, 90 minutes kali Arjuni tak cok lo, 90 minutes, 90 minutes pun above tak cok, 100 minutes tak Arjuni tak cok, so tak Arjuni belum nation di ranta.
so thank you, Honorable Chief Executive Member, Karbiala Autonomous Council, Honorable Mr. Deputy Saikia, Advocate General, Assam, Honorable Dr. Nali Mohanto, Education Advisor, Government of Assam, Honorable Chairman to Karbiala Autonomous Council, Honorable Deputy Chairman, Honorable ex-MP Dr. Jayanta Ramki, Honorable EMs, MSCs, and also Honorable EMs from Tripura, honorable members from there also. We are very happy to have you here. And ladies and gentlemen, actually it was the Tripura side which asked the question why there are different kinds of 6th schedule. And of course, our speaker did not answer that question. But I think that it is due to historical dynamics that we have different kinds of 6th schedule. We have the same route but different manifestations. Now, it is post-lunch, so everybody is very maybe drowsy. Dr. Mohanto, with his volume of speech, has turned that into a very nice environment now. We can discuss things. If there is one person from Karbi Anglong who has been involved in the negotiations of all these 3 accords, the MOU, MOS1, and MOS2, I think I can claim that honor. Because I was involved in the negotiation in MOU also, MOS1 also, and the comforting part of the MOS2 also. So I have a certain nuances of the discussion that take place, both at the central government level and at the tripartite level. And I have a perspective. I just want to share with you this perspective. Why in Assam, particularly in Karbi Anglong, why we have to have accords again and again? Why a single accord cannot resolve the problem that is facing Karbi Anglong? Why there is always an imminent threat to peace? Even now, after this latest accord, there is simmering discontent that is pervading Karbi Anglong. And I'm sorry to say that many of those people who should be coming today and sharing their view with us have not come because of the fear or apprehension that this may be just a cover. But I think my experience after hearing eminent legal personalities speak today, I felt that we have had many things to think. There are so many takeaways in today's discussion. And I would like to share with you a certain perspective. I have called my paper the 6th schedule accord perspective of a stakeholder. It is imperative to note that there are 2 regimes of the 6th schedule in existence in the country today. The first is the original form of the 6th schedule with power and function roughly delineated to serve the interests of the tribal people. It has 10 legislative subjects under paragraph 3 mainly to deal with allotment, use and setting apart of non-reserve forest land, management of forest, regulation of June, use of river course for agriculture, regulation of money lending, appointment and succession of chiefs, marriage and divorce, management of prime minister, custom and tradition, etc. It is afforded with revenue source under paragraph 8, which primarily consists of taxation on land, forest produce, building, toll, trade, tolling and employment, entry of goods and passengers, and taxes for maintenance of schools, dispensaries or roads. Most of the items are now subsumed under the GST after the 101st Constitutional Amendment. So it is yet not clear how the government will eventually deal with council revenue issues. This regime is in existence in the state of Meghalaya and Mizoram, and is still known as district council, in which the non-tribal people have hardly any stake, except for the business interest accruing from the system. The second regime refers to the case of autonomous councils in Assam, namely Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, North Western Autonomous Council, and Border and Territorial Council, where apart from the inherent powers and functions, as already mentioned, the autonomous councils enjoy wide-ranging legislative powers under Para 3A and 3B, and the executive powers of the state under Para 6 or Para 2. The executive power extends to most development departments, and the line departments of the state at certain level function under the administrative control of the autonomous council. This additional authority of the autonomous council pervades across all development and welfare activities, including education and healthcare, touching the lives of all sections of the society. And that is why every community feels that it has a stake in the functioning of the council. The fact, however, must be noted that the additional power and function of the Scheduled Autonomous Council of Assam are outcomes of accords signed at various points of time by the tribal leaders with the government. Before the reorganization of Assam took place in 1969, the government of India had a comprehensive plan to keep Assam united based on the Nehruvian concept of largest autonomy within the framework of Assam. For the hill tribal people, and the Commission of the Hill Areas of Assam, which Dr. Monto referred to, is the Patasta Commission, was appointed for the purpose of recommending the nitty-gritty of the plan, which led to the insertion of Article 371B in the Constitution, which would establish a Hill Area Committee in the State Assembly to protect the interests of the hill area in the Assembly, where the MLAs from the hills are in absolute minority, and also the provision for the devolution of executive power as Para 6 Para 2 in the 6th schedule, which would provide for the entrustment of executive powers of the state on certain subjects to the council. We may consider the acceptance of the plan by the leaders of Karbi Anglong and North Hills and opting not to join the autonomous state of Meghalaya as the first accord which made progressive changes to the 6th schedule in 1969. And by 1970, the Autonomous Council of Karbi Anglong and North Hills assumed developmental responsibilities of the state government. I call that as the first accord because we are talking about 3 accords. But the first accord took place not under the light of the camera. It took place very secretly at Haflong in the Congress Bhavan at Haflong. By 1961, because of that, the executive power of the state in respect of 17 departments were entrusted to the council, following the political deal which took place at Haflong Congress Bhavan on 3rd February 1970 in a meeting attended by all the MLAs of Karbi Anglong and Hills and the acting Chief Minister Mahendra Mohan Choudhury and the State Congress President B.C. Bhagwati. The challenge in the subsequent years was whether, as per the envisaged plan, Article 371B could provide an effective voice to the MLAs from the hill area so that they did not feel marginalized in the assembly, and secondly, whether the councils could smoothly exercise the executive function on the subjects entrusted to them, so that the council could effectively guide the development of the hill people within the state of Assam. Despite the constitutional provision made in the form of Article 371B, the hill area MLAs have continued to remain voiceless in the group majority review of the State Assembly, and any thought of implementing the provision is met by fear-mongering campaign of anti-hill area forces within the hill area, calling the provision as oversight provision, designed to choke the functioning of the Autonomous Council, while in fact it is an enabling provision for the hill areas MLAs, through which they could impact the legislative process in the State Assembly. This despite the clarifications made by the Patasco Commission, which said that the 6th schedule gives to the district councils law-making authority on certain subjects, and the legislative competence of the State Assembly in respect of these subjects has been offset. I have quoted this from the Patasco Commission. We therefore confine our attention to the sphere that falls outside the legislative jurisdiction of the district council. On the other hand, frictions have gradually developed between the state and the council in a matter of exercise of executive authority, which were to do with delays in fund release and the control over government employees placed under the administrative control of councils, as the state continued to maintain parallel schematic functions in the line department. Later on the second administrative reforms commission also observed that, I quote, even though some subjects stand formally transferred to the councils under the 6th schedule, the state governments have been slow in transferring related executive powers and control over the corresponding departments to them. The state governments have continued to retain parallel development and administrative apparatus under their own command. This has led to functional overlap and conflicts between the state and the district councils. Unquote. Consequently, dissatisfaction grew as expectations were belied, gravely affecting delivery of public service and probity in public life. And the simmering public discontent eventually exploded into a mass movement in 1986, demanding separation from Assam State's administration by implementation of Article 244. The mass movement led to a protracted negotiation between the government and the movement leaders, and as the outcome of the dialogue, in lieu of creation of autonomous state as demanded, another attempt was made to strengthen the Nehruvian plan of largest autonomy within the framework of Assam, in the form of MOU signed on the 1st April 1995 between the Union government, the state government, and the ASBC KSA North Central Student Federation. The MOU enlarged the scope of the Council's executive power to 30 departments, and paragraph 3A was inserted to the 6th schedule to provide additional legislative power on 15 subjects, including land alienation. Most notable developments of the accord were the discretionary power given to the governor under paragraph 20A, and the legislative process of the 15 additional subjects that would now require the governor to get the sanction of the President of India instead of the advice of the Council of Ministers, which Mr. Honorable Advocate Ansari had clarified. It refers to part 3 of the 7th schedule. This was obviously to rely more on the center's law rather than the state's whose intent on its dealing with the council's affair had become suspect in the people's perception. That feeling was very, very strong during the negotiation, that the state government was trying to undo the aspirations of the indigenous people. And because of that, the central government at that time thought that there must be a new paradigm of relations between the governor and the council. And that's why paragraph 20BA was inserted during that time. And how this paradigm will play out in actual practice is for the legal fraternity to interpret. In the years following the MOU implementation, the government of India has conducted in-depth studies of the 6th schedule. There were two major studies of the 6th schedule after the MOU was signed. One was the expert committee on planning for the 6th schedule area, and those areas were covered by Part 9 and Part 9A of the Constitution, which placed its report in September 2006. And secondly, by the Second Administrative Reform Commission under the chairmanship of Veerappan Moily, which also placed its report in April of 2009. The first dealt mainly with the finances of the country and implementation of schemes. It noted that from the 10th Finance Commission onwards, the government decided that funds will not be disbursed by any other method, but only funds will be earmarked as local body grants, as grants for the local bodies only, even to states that are not covered under Part 9 of the Constitution. Since Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council did not have the required local bodies, there was a drought of fund flow into the rural areas. and that there was an urgent need to create the organizational infrastructure, including linkage with State Finance Commission, that could recommend the nature and quantum of required funds to the Finance Commission of India under Article 280, so that funds would reach the people of Karbi. Draft of fund naturally led to a dip in rural income, which had a regressive effect on the socio-economic life of over 70% of the people who live in the rural areas, because the urban areas are less than 30% in the area. More than 70% is the rural area. So the drought of government fund in the rural areas affected almost 70% of the population. Resentment and anger among the youth section resurfaced, and armed movement followed, believing that separation from Assam was the only solution. In the negotiations that followed, both the government and the center and the state reiterated their belief that solutions could be found within the framework of the 6th schedule. As the armed movement pressure was felt more in the rural areas, the government felt that monetizing the rural areas would ease the economic burden of rural poor. Funding got prioritized, and the issues raised by the expert committee and the Administrative Reforms Commission got reflected in the MOS 1 signed on 25th November 2011, especially in clause 6.7. The process is still ongoing, and the people of Karbi Anglong are still awaiting the passage of the 125th Constitutional Amendment 2019 to be able to enjoy its benefit. Because until and unless 125th Constitutional Amendment is enacted, it will be difficult for us, for the Council, to link our local bodies with the Planning Commission, with the Finance Commission. And that is, I hope, it comes very soon. And it has taken more than now, almost 20 years now, to come to this level. While the unchecked human influx into the heavy areas has posed a grave threat to the demographic balance against the indigenous tribal people, the imminent concern has been the security of their political future, which has led to another phase of armed struggle. Shrinkage of arable land and saturation of economic opportunities, jobs et al., as migrant population occupied the available spaces. A spike in resentment was inevitable among the youth. The consequential mushrooming of armed movement that emerged reiterated the demand for separation from Assam. In the subsequent peace negotiation, the dominating issues were therefore the existential concern and the need to reserve the council seat for the indigenous hill tribe to center stage. A controversy has erupted as to whether it was wise to bring 6th Schedule Council under a reservation regime, and those who were against the reservation move articulated a theory that all the seats under the 6th Schedule Council would be contested only by tribal candidates, and the election of non-tribe person was illegal. But way back in 2009, the Second Administrative Reforms Commission had put the record straight, pronouncing that all residents of the relevant council area above 25 years of age are eligible to contest elections. Elections are conducted by the state government and not by the State Election Commission. If that was the legal interpretation offered by the highest administrative commission of the country, then it became imperative that all the council seats must be reserved for the hill tribes to provide for them a secure political future. The second version of MOS signed on 4th of September 2021 has settled the issue, but the fact that 10 seats are still kept open for all the categories, resentment and opposition against the accord have erupted as a section of the tribal society became apprehensive about the potential threat the open seats could pose against the existential issues of the indigenous people's political future. Apart from this, the latest version of the MOS endorsed various clauses of the MOS 1 and reiterated early passage of the 125th Amendment, which would reform the 6th Schedule to a great extent. In conclusion, an accord is as good as its implementation. And every time the authorities fail in their commitments, it is inevitable to question the viability of the largest autonomy within the framework of Assam plan, and the separation seat would be cast. Transfer of the subjects of transport, excise and sales tax is the commitment of the 1995 MOU, which still remains unfulfilled as the government fails to suitably amend the corresponding acts and regulations. are in jeopardy as the GST regime remains mum on the issue. Even as the Assam Minority Minerals Concession Rules 2013 subsume the traditional forest revenue sources of the council. The government must take courage to remove the legislative bottlenecks, even as over 9 bills are still gathering dust in the state secretariat. The implementation of centrally sponsored scheme projects continues to go through a maze of procedural flows, causing them to suffer immitigable cost escalations, and the issue of release of funds remains a pain in the neck. All the issues have persisted for decades and will require sustainable resolution. I am mentioning this particularly because the CSS, Central Sponsor Scheme, even if all the financial sanction is given by the central government, the procedure in the secretariat is that it must first be reflected in the state budget, and therefore the TME department, they keep it waiting for the next year, and when the next year, only in the next year only, in the next year budget it will be reflected. Only when it is reflected there, only the fund will be released from this board, and that is, we are running 1 year back. And we are facing cost escalation that way. So many schemes have suffered because of all these things. And that's why I'm mentioning this. On its part, the Autonomous Council is trying its best to implement all the clauses assigned to it. The present regime, under the leadership of Mr. Tubiran Romhan, is exploring all avenues towards implementing all the clauses of the shape, including establishment of the traditional village development council. But it is seen that the size of the schemes far exceeds the size of funding available. The best way to move forward is to set up a dedicated corpus of funds for the implementation of the accord. It is assumed that a complaint of underfunding of the council would be resolved once the 125th Constitutional Amendment Bill 2019 is elected in Parliament, and the council comes under the purview of Article 280 of the Constitution of India. But the political existence of these areas within the framework of Assam will continue to remain unattractive if the discrimination in the per capita plan funding parity as compared with the tribal areas of Meghalaya and Mizoram and other tribal areas of the northeast continues against the present-day areas of Assam. All said and done, if the plan of the largest autonomy within the framework of Assam is to succeed through the provision of the 6th schedule, then not only must the non-controversial clauses of the accord be implemented in letter and spirit, but also the role of the governor vis-a-vis the Autonomous Council will require to be revisited. And this is my perception, and I hope that some clarity is already there about the present position that the Council is facing. Thank you.
Now, if anyone, from any organization, asks him
questions. Because he's the expert here. He should take questions, I think. I will request him to take questions.
Okay, if there is any question,
Mr. Arvind,
Yes, I had a
Mr.
question.
Arvind,
not that I have all answers, but
Mr. Arvind, could you kindly substantiate your speech in Kargi, please, because most of us, majority of us, find difficult in your narrative. If you could kindly just substantiate in Kargi in few words, or maybe few sentences. Thank you.
Lasi, mane Karjuji bana hei, honorable ex-MLA, Mr. Monsignor Pia ke hai. Lasi, awengalam pen Karjuji ka Parjuta net. Lapan reply di pinet mo awengalam mane molas ta chori go. Lasi, organization ke doan tame pene Karjuji pene ke do pulang te clearly open-minded. Pen arjununam. Langsung pergi itu ex-MP Dr. Jointu Rompi Tatola, speaker. Langsung pergi ex-MLA Dhunam Dharam Singh Torana Kihai Tatola, lapen ke Supreme Court advocate Tatola, ini tu mengacu tondo, Tatola. Lasi reply dengan tak dola, lasi mana Karjuji dulu pulang tu lale arju open-minded kan, Karjuji tu, orang election tu kan.
put forward my question to Dr. Nani Gopal Mahanta, Education Advisor, Government of Assam. Sir, primary education has been the inherent subject of the Guardian Autonomous Council, and Guardian Autonomous Council has been selecting and appointing the teachers in the primary education department. But after the coming of TET, as per the decision taken by the NCTE, TET is conducted by the state government. Therefore, Guardian Autonomous Council could not select, but they can. Guardian Autonomous Council can only appoint teachers in the education department. So my limited knowledge says that after the signing of Memorandum of Understanding in 1995, Clause D of the 3A, Paragraph 3A, Clause D, it is mentioned that the Guardian Autonomous Council and Dimahasa Autonomous Council can execute and legislate in the primary education department. So why can't Guardian Autonomous Council hold or conduct TET examination? Thank you, sir.
Which clause are you referring to?
6th schedule, paragraph 3A, clause D, sir.
Is there any provision given in the new accord or? No, but regarding the primary education, whatever pertaining to the conducting of TET, this could be done as per our consultation with the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council. But the fact is that examination has to be conducted by at a central level. But if you want that some, autonomy or some amount of exercises are to be done by the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, this could be done. This is not a big issue. Since you have raised the issue of education, pertaining to the appointment of assistant professor and other non-teaching people in government colleges and other colleges which are being set up. But there is this provision that assistant professor, has to be done, there is a way of doing it, irrespective of whether it is in Borderland area or Karbi Anglong or anywhere in the state. Regarding non-teaching, there is a demand that Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council shall have a say on that, isn't it, Honorable CM? So that now is in the process of discussion actually, regarding non-teaching. But regarding teaching, process is going on discussion. We already had a discussion on that. But pertaining to assistant professor, there will be a new methodology for appointment of assistant professor. There we have to do as per UGC norms. Thank you.
Yeah, ইমান যদি আপনার এডভোকেট জেনারেল আলোচনা কৰিছে সেই সকলোবিলাক আলোচনা কৰি অটনমি পাৱাৰ আৰু অটনমাছ কাউন্সিলৰ কথা যিটো কৰিলে সেইটো আমি সকলো কথা বুলি আমি সন্তুষ্ট পাইছোঁ। কিন্তু এটা কথা, আমাৰ কাৰ্বি আংলং অটনমাছ কাউন্সিলৰ যিখিনি পাৱাৰ ন্যস্ত কৰিছে সেই পাৱাৰবিলাক থাকিলেও এতিয়ালৈকে আমাৰ কাৰ্বি আংলঙৰ যিটো বাউণ্ডৰী সীমা, এই সীমাৰ কথাটো মাজে মাজে কিবা বিবাদ হৈ চলি আছে। যদি চৰকাৰে যদি গিভ এণ্ড টেক পলিচিৰ কথা যদি ইয়াত ইমপ্লিমেণ্ট কৰে Chief Minister benda cingwai ke lo laban ke si cingwai si non man ke la hai je Karbi Anglong long lagi nak tak factory pola man ke cingwai dan itu lagi lo termas konsep dan dia tim jatuh nak lo benda greater Nagaland entire Karbi Anglong pride mu tinggi himat yang lebih hari gaya bu besar ini dia state committee tu step bersih mak jadi আমার প্রত্যেকখিনি মাটি যদি কিবা নাগালিং আর করবার যদি কিবা যদি হয়ে যায় অটোনমাস নাগালিং ইয়াত কাৰ্বি অটোনমাস কনসুলাৰ এৰিয়া যেটো লেণ্ড এৰিয়া কোনো নহব এইটো আজি কৈছো আপোনালোকক কৈছো কোনো দিয়া নহব এইটোৰ কাৰণে আমি কাৰ্বি অটোনমাস কনসুলাৰ পৰা আসাম গভৰ্ণমেণ্টৰ সাপোৰ্ট ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাৰ চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ তেখেতৰ সাপোৰ্টৰ মতে আমি ইয়াত পাৰ্লিমেণ্ট সলিউচনৰ কাৰণে এটা বিটেলিয়ন কেম্প ইয়াত পাইছো এতিয়া ৰিচেণ্টলি কমাণ্ডো ট্ৰেইনিং কেম্পৰ ইয়াতে নাগালেণ্ড বৰ্ডাৰতে পঢ়াব ইয়াত নাগালেণ্ড বৰ্ডাৰে অলৰেডি ডিচাইডেড আৰু মাটি এলটমেণ্ট আমি দিলোঁ 1000 দিলোঁ একদম নাগালেণ্ড বৰ্ডাৰতে আহি গ'ল
clarify these 9 bills that we have. There is also one bill, the town committee bill, which is pending for 11 years. It's very painful that it has come. This is after
Come and MEC pension.
MEC pension came. Only 2 bills have come. The town committee came after 11 years. So it is a very cumbersome process. And today, Mr. Hansari has given some suggestion that we'll have to maybe go for litigation. That may be the answer. Because the first part of the legislation, which is that in order for us to place the bill in the council, we must first get the permission of the governor to do that. Normally, in legislative process, it is the chairman which takes that decision. Now, that is the power of the chairman. But the power of the chairman is now being held by the governor. And therefore, when we seek permission, what is happening is that the governor seeks the advice of the Council of Ministers as per Article 163. What happens now? Now the maze of actions take place in the Secretariat. And for years they have been pending like that. We have been telling the central government again and again how we can resolve this issue. In this particular accord, which is the latest accord, a mechanism has been proposed. This mechanism will be headed by the Chief Secretary and the other member will be the Principal Secretary of Caribbean Autonomous Council. This committee will sit once in 3 months. Once in 3 months, in order to clear all those legislative bills which are pending. Not only that, but even in, as I said, central sponsor scheme, pending administrative approval, pending other issues. So all issues concerning Caribbean Autonomous Council will have a review under the chairmanship of the Chief Secretary once in 3 months. This is incorporated in this particular thing. Hopefully we can resolve this issue. This is the only one last point of this thing about that front, on the front of our relationship with the
last a quarter band 6 million money dulang man
So my question to Dr. Nani Gopal Manta, Education Advisor, Gobawasa, HOD Pol Science, Bharti University. Sir, yes, I have heard from you, so I want to know more from you. So my question is, 6th schedule is inserted in the constitution exclusively for the welfare and safeguard of the culture and identity and political aspiration of the frontier tribal community of Northeast India. So in reference to this context, how justifiable it is to give birth the non-tribal community in the Autonomous District Council? How justifiable it is to give birth the non-tribal community in the Autonomous District Council?
Okay, all right. Reservation, okay. Now previously I think this 10 offenses were not there. No, this is not open only to the non-tribal. This is open to all, including tribal. Isn't it? Do you get my point? This is not open only to the non-tribal. This is also open to the tribal as well. Am I correct? Open for all means what? Open for all means including tribal. So, but at the same time we have to give this opportunity to all. You know, whether it be tribal or not tribal. I think you're clear now.
Good, respected CM. My name is Sarim Topi, representing Kabi Student Union. My question is to both Mr. Teran sir and also the advisor of education Assam government, Mr. Mohanto. Sir, as the UPDS record of 2011, the name of the Karbi Anglong Council have been renamed as a territorial council, Karbi Anglong Territorial Council. By the name itself signifies or suggests that the land is being occupied by or being administered by the Karbi people. Then why not then the reservation is being included in the this newly signed accord? Why not the accord came up with a concrete this thing like the reservation to be done on the basis of Karbi, because it's obviously a Karbi land. Will this reservation for ST not create a sentiment among the non-tribal in the coming future? A sentiment where two group of people will contest in the upcoming election. One would be the Karbis and the other would be the non-Karbi, rather than ST. Do you think that this thing will come up in the future?
I think I'll take this question first. Alam he one key in the chini name, Karbala and Pupuri. Pinala Tarki. Alam he one key, Itun, Inglo Masu, Council of Hoodke, Katuwe, Bamhamisia Open Bank Procedure fee, 74% total population. 1961 census. 1991 census of Bank 51%. And Assam Bompen, Karbi 40%. Approaching non banke, itum councilor on a seat of banke, in law to sit for long church in Kabele. Election kit for a sexual banke, paragraph 2, subparagraph 1 of the. Who does a banke? On the basis of adult franchise. Tamane apang, bananikan ko kota tumutante election for long of the top. Who does that get in law to sit for long church in Kabele? Aposi, none of the Kipin in Milo, in law to Kipin in Milo, the spec can be a top one. That Barakum, Marco, the Anisianike, Itunke Bakurisia of the Bakike Lopo, Muitu Banke, Toseta, Bana Opo, the Bana High, more important than Basilic, Namadepo. Aposino Kinan Soblo, in law saw a pan at Tingu like in Vigmini. Duana Sita, consider a Situanta in law to consider like in Termini. Labaso, Tachiso Banke, Kidantanika, Kerbando, Kenele, Batuma Song, Penchino, La Kene, Octuplan at song, Hiliba to a song. Government and Chinkelo, Mina General, Mitum on Piso Rimpo. Mitum, you say in law, so I sit to long to a jeep with a table there, Mitum Solo Rimpo. Amasila Maso, Chitana Huramansi, Tigase, no, Nadu sit Figura Piduya, sit Figura Piano Pen, to sit Hokera Pian get up to the law, so let's put someone head, Banok to Milo, Urabana Kirailo. And the Sikero Banke, Lake, a prayer came with a go, Bandana Papa to the long night. Not a banana to the more high, the more rock, Napapa to the long night, who say that's right. Or had I need a Turnopo head, a Turnopo head. Setaba, Sutota, long kept, not to the long focusing, had a banquet. No, a question of banquet, long kept all my own Emma Polams and not the wrong sector. Seta, long figure, Piano pen, long figure, figure into whatever, in law associate to how long cable of the Chidanam to bomb, Maka to bomb, Chisom to bomb, Unda Tahilo. Lieutenant Banke, Banaso Manta, government to that Kera, the Goposi, Natum delegate to Long Chonagically, Rada along, Natum, to Ha, district change Penta, Van Harisia Bank, Penta, Borapoke, Van Tolo, Asopina, Toyo, so to Mata, Dimpek, in the Niki, Halatunga, Guna. We take for you to keep for the day, now to ignore to that for local. La Bason Lamsi, no one takes a correct. No one. Allah came back to Arjap, he go government of that. Allah, for you also can right, Kilo, that's the long care, Napaturuni, long conquer figure to talk, not to know to Chono, La Bantroilo. La Sinoki of Tangange, non sitting for a clock in the 6th, in the 26th constituency also. The seat is not reserved for anybody in present, that is the present situation. And this was interpreted by the highest commission, Administrative Reforms Commission in the country. They interpreted in their 2009 report that a person, a resident who is above 25 years, anybody can contest in the election. That is the interpretation. And if that is the interpretation, then it is now required to give political security to the tribal people by reserving seats. So how much seats do we reserve? How much seats do we give chances to other communities? That is the question. And there is a perception here in Karbi Anglong now that 10 seats unreserved is too much, because they don't stay in 10 constituencies. The non-tribal people are concentrated in 4 or 5 constituencies. And why 10 seats? That is the major question that is being posed now. That is the reaction after this accord. There is no reaction for other things, but mainly the reaction is why 10 seats? Why can't it be 5 seats? Why can't it be 4 seats? So right now, the political leadership in the state, they thought that it will be fair to give chances to other communities also in 10 seats. And that's how it was settled.
Manino Salim ka jualam hai. Itu mula paragraph 20 along hai. Ketoke tribal area bustota. North Kacharil district, Karbi Anglong district, Lapenke Bodoland territory area. That reservation along topte. Last reservation along topte is non 26 constituency ta open for all. Joga thulongo. Joga chupate dinongo. Last non banke Asia chipen banke donalang ithanalo. Si thongkera clear banke Englong association thulong chatpo. Out of 44 mong penke si pikera clear mong penke. Si kiapta joga thulong lage. Karbi kur for tumda thulong ye lage. La pin inut bahini ke theke gache krong jongjung gache krong atun. Jeda ke che to ban si pide teti bangkhai ban si pide teti pupipe lage joga thulong. Lage karbi kur for da joga thulong no. Sita bangda thulong no lage. Lan chalo lage. Clear ho gadi?
Clear sir. My question was maybe I wasn't appropriate in my question. But my question lage sir. Karbi Anglong Territorial Council, Karbi Tumsi Dake Kechari, Karbi Tumsi Kehon Along Le Bhutan de Pakke Karbi precisely mentioned that Hakade Labansu reservation report. Because the name itself.
People Karbi Puke constitution okay precisely they mentioned that inu not a mention check. Nagaland and Naga mention check. Hadata tribal versus reserve. Meghalaya the Khasi reserve mention check. Hudata ST versus reserve. Alright.
Moral question that comes up into the minds of everyone as far as I'm concerned. Then it took your positive nonka la solam kaki resta. Then muarisi ke ban future along ke la solam to thak ST reservation of tharapan. Pona ne ke nam tu dunji ST lo kedan di ST bejan ko samela voting rights ke non ST dunda to ko karbi pan jogji na hala so non karbi to vote.
Lagi kariban jo ye bange la bange ada ekonom kya be hai.
My friend and advisor to Government of Assam Education, Dr. Lampi, could you punctuate your speech in Karbi, Assamese and English, please? Okay, I will try. Mr. Nandagopal Mahanta and honorable executive members, chairmen, deputy chairman, and member of autonomous councils, and different dignitaries representing various organizations. I am here today as an activist of autonomous movement, not as an ex-MP or someone associated with first MOU. I am here today as an activist of autonomous movement, and I would like to share my joy, I would like to share my agony, and
I want to also share with you. I think the Hindi expression is more appropriate. Dil mange mo. So I want to share all this my feelings with you. First thing I want to start is in a positive note. I congratulate Chief Executive Member Mr. Tuliram Rauhan for his tremendous effort to bring all the insurgent groups to mainstream, to the democratic mainstream of our country, and it is really a very positive step where in many other areas accords are signed, but then some of the groups are left out. We have seen it in whether it is in the Darjeeling or Bodoland area, even in Karbi Angle also previously. So this is for the first time, I think, in the entire country's context, that all the insurgent groups of a particular area, even Nagaland also, one group has signed, the other group has emerged. So in the Indian context, this is the first accord where all the militant and insurgent groups are brought to the negotiating table and the accord is signed. And for that, my heartiest congratulations to you. Secondly, so far I have gone through this developmental package. My friend Mahanta has said the package of politics of package. Whatever it may be, the package I have gone through, it is quite comprehensive. If these are implemented properly, I think Karbi Anglong will definitely be counted as one of the most developed district in the country. And I give my best wishes so that this comes into reality. Here I want to give just 2-3 riders. I mean, one is that these packages are mentioned, but then there should be time bound. I won't say that all these 30 or 40 package schemes will be implemented immediately, but then when the monitoring committee sits, at least the scheme should be prioritized, projects should be prioritized, and time-bound monitoring should be executed. I mean, otherwise, as we have seen, many of the projects after laying of foundation stone, people forget, and then scheme is totally abandoned. So this should not happen. And secondly, while this package should give more emphasis, it is there already, that a self-reliant, productive economy, so that we can generate income. All these projects, because center will be pumping money, I think about 500 crore, and from the state government also another 500 crore. So 1,000 crore. So this 1,000 crore should be invested in 1,000 crore for 5 years. This should be invested in such a way that it generates income and wealth, not just some flagship schemes. Flagship schemes are also required to boost up morale and to focus our district as a showpiece. But at the same time, this 1,000 crore should be invested in such a way that rural income is enhanced, agricultural product is enhanced, there is more surplus fund, surplus money at each and every home of Karbi Anglong. That should be the priority of this package. Otherwise, we will always have to depend on state government or central government for fund. Thirdly, this is one area where even all India is suffering. This is, fund will come, but then if there is pilferages, if there is corruptions, then again entire packages will not be implemented properly. So strict vigilance should be there, and we should take strong actions so that there is no corruptions, zero tolerance to corruptions, and all the schemes, the package as envisaged in the accord is totally implemented. This is my humble suggestions. And so far, few things I would like to say, like I do not want to repeat because it is about enhancement of power by different accords, MOU, MOS 1, MOS 2. So I would not like to repeat, but I would like to give my perception on some of the points. So Arlengla pe kihe pe na banke, neli chengsi pulo da ni nega arja ba banke, hempek to ka chesom along enut adam pu ahin pe sinili da pe pini pe landing ji. Da EM bas CM ex MP ahin pe ni nge kali, elita claim rawra chesom rawra to angom pe enut pu sinili da pini landing ji lo. Sonia banke da banke neli Karbi Anglong CM to the Rohan Fan Banke, Urang to Pedolo, Congratulations Pedolo, a take that about the Sodak Solulu. Sodak Solulu, the boom lotte to make cakes in Turunello, La Sierra Banke. India Alonka Preta, La Soba, La Soka, the Sumpi. I see group condition Kilo Program, Capella to Keteregi, Capella to Hilio Lepo, La Sonsido. The Nona Dua Banke, Karbi Anglong, Sodak Solulu, to take claim, Anna Tunka, Toka Banke. Pandu tek pen banke monsam ke ban the potsi dilia langi pan beginning a plompe kurban to konso ma ke dili pulo je dak to negi project kini alam do da package mukha banke dolo penama development package da election alam do na technology karbiam alam la package do ji la so package banke utti lok lo surisi income from banke सरकार सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट पे सरकार पी लेवल सरकार सो हिंदे लोगे दा का के पाले को लासी नेली की चुनिंग ये बाके लासा उती सुदीसिया बाके लापु सोल से खर्च दा बाके तंका चौथा बाके आपा बेरेट नंपो लासा तंका बाके रोहन के पाले नंपो लापे लासा का दो स्कीम पचुन पे न बाके तागियों लोग अदोंतीन का आशा सुसिता केरा लापेन रेंगो रेंगी की दोनों तवार की इंक्लूजिव कुछ ये चुनिंग दी My short, I will be very short. Then I would like to say because many people, I mean, I do not want to contradict them. Like Justice, Senior Advocate, Learned Advocate Hansaria ji, he has also said. And Nunigopal Mahanta, my friend, here also said, and many people, there is a perception. There is a perception that there is a lot, many, I mean, a Cardiac Law Autonomous Council is enjoying enough autonomy. That perception is there. It is already enough has been given. And I also agree that definitely in India context, Cardiac Law and Dimasa Autonomous Council are the most powerful autonomous council. They have many power, more power than comparing to other autonomous councils. But there are fundamental weaknesses still. In MOU, while we were signatory, we tried to do away with that. We could not. MOS also, I mean, it was not done away with, and now also this program lingers. So, I mean, like, one is that legislative power is given. In our time also, first MOU also, 18 subjects legislative power was given. Now also maybe more. But yeah, both, executive, both. No, these legislative powers cannot be exercised. By exercising legislative power, you can make laws. There is also a problem, and that problem has already been discussed. Then we can bypass the state government and go directly to the governor and if necessary litigations. That is one part. But second part is that even if there is laws are made, this is the minimum fundamentals of the governance. You must have law implementing agencies. That law implementing agencies is not there in autonomous councils. Even 1951 Ambedkar ji, with very rudimentary power to autonomous schedule area, envisaged village police to implement the whatever small legislative power is given to the council to implement that a law enforcing authority should be there, so village police. Now it is almost like a mini state. So many legislative powers are transferred, but then there is no implementing agencies. Practically, because I was also chief executive member, I want to share my experience. Even before this accord also, Karbi Anglong District Council have a power to give trading license. Trading license, then taxes and all. But then who will implement? Suppose somebody does not have, without running a shop without a trading license, you do not have, as a CM, I did not have any implementing agencies. Who will go and close that shop? That law implementing agency must be there. I have a full power, we have a full power for revenue, issuing land allotment, land settlement, land transfer, everything. But then suppose there is an enforcement, I have no power. I have no instrument in my hand to go for eviction. Because I do not have this power. I have to again request the Deputy Commissioner or state government to land police. And as you know, the dynamics between, suppose a political power political party A is in DQ council's power and political party B is in this pool. Then it will be very difficult to get police for this eviction. If the same political party A is also at DQ and A is also at this pool, no problem. So during my time also as a civic member, I tried to go for evictions in forest areas, but then because of this type of lack of coordination, police was not provided, and ultimately that forest area lost. So the law enforcing authority must be with council. Then only it will be viable. Otherwise, you give 17 legislative power or 20 legislative power, it does not matter. The law will be made, but it will not be implemented. How will you implement? You have power for tax collection, rudimentary. But then your officer do not have ministerial power to seize books. You cannot go and your officer do not go and seize books for account keeping books. But that ministerial power is not there, police power is not there. So we tried our best to get through this obstacle during MOU, and ultimately to make district police responsible to the council. One mechanism was envisaged that ACR of DC and SP will be initiated by Chief Executive Member, then transfer and posting will be consulted. That is also, I am told, is not properly or regularly implemented. So then that time it was a solemn commitment. Home Minister SB 7, he told me, frankly, you try Dr. Ramki, if he does not work, then we'll keep. If this point is valid, that without law enforcing authority, law making power is nothing. So that has to be done. It is a autonomy. And secondly, the governor issue. The governor should be the whatever executive power, legislative power is transferred to Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council. Governor should be bound by the advice of the decision of the executive committee. That must be there. Otherwise, this autonomy will be not effective autonomy. In paper it is autonomy, but then it will not be proper effective autonomy. I am not saying that governor, for each and every matter, governor should be bound by the advice of the executive committee. But so far, the departments and powers and functions are delegated to the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council. For those powers, governor should be bound by the advice of the Autonomous Council. For that, the relevant articles of the Constitution have to be changed. And that will only make our autonomy more effective. And hardly, I mean, that I have already, I do not want to repeat, there should be time bound. Because as you have mentioned, the MOU, it is now 26 years. Still some clauses are not implemented. And while I was in Parliament, I was also in the Standing Committee of Home Affairs. Even Mizoram Accord, 2 clauses are yet to be implemented. Even Assam Accord. So, I mean, this is it does not make sense of signing this accord and all if it is not implemented properly. Nilly in India, kalam la thak lang dam lo tu ya japon dolo Caribbean Council of Lebanon sita rahai japon la ke ha ha ratan de paleni ba la so japon ha ha Caribbean lo masli ni ma den ke don ni pulote ili tu mo ba ke Ulisa japon do begni Ulisa japon ali pulote rahaya law making aron selamun a japon ba ke ini tu implement ni lo aron selam pe aron aten dongsi komande dode prote lafan ke nerji pan la so implement ye pan banke ise japon do nahi la ko law enforcing authority so without law enforcing authority mane police japon do hai la dam ki peti ke banke ini tuma council banke intangra ka japon intara council ma manage la so ban banki tum ke claim na hai la pen isi banke pulo ne liye third ka banke the time bound मतलब MOU के चित्रों के इनकोरा थ्रोग लो नोंता क्लोज के थम के नोंता तुम पाचुन पिपेला मिजोरम में कोटा तो लासा में कोटा का डोला लासा बार के चपचेलो नोना दो बार के इतुम सी अपोर पे लाइक हाथों का वे मोए स्क्वाड पर पी पिपे सिटा लाके पाचुन पान बेका जी अपना टाइम में के फिक्स ना को हल सब टाइम में से पाचुन ना को से ये ली साइसन पिजन अनपढ़ बंके Ituniki that non-controversy to 2.1 abangke, the 2.2, 2.3, that's what the English on 2.1 on record abangke 371B. Ituniki Assam government, Assam Assembly along committee ke sala. The clause envisages that as per Article 371, be a committee will be constituted. I mean, I would request our Chief Executive Member and also Advisor, who is a very learned and experienced person in this regard, that it may be a double-edged sword. Because in the Constitution, it is not only the MLAs of the hill areas. In the Constitution, it is there that it is written that such members from other areas, those 4 danger votes are there. Members from hill areas, hill tribal areas, and such other member of other areas as may be directed by the President. Last year, in the Senate, how to chop it? It is a cardinal pen, and this is a MLA, Pankov pen, तो मानतू ने जो कि बांगा हुई सिके पावन खुद होते if time comes when apart from the 5 MLAs there are more MLAs are included Lasi while implementing this should be taken care of otherwise it will only for Caribbean law and MLAs for Caribbean law should only be included. Otherwise, if it is included, if it includes from other MLAs, then there is no difference. Why a committee should be there? And it can be again a super council in that case. Our authority of our CMs and EMs will be undermined by MLAs from other areas. So the constitutional grey area is there. I am sure that you will take care of this. And so far, 2.2. Then 2.2, this is the most controversial area. That is, yesterday also some people came to me and said, why you are participating? I said, no, I have to go. I mean, since it is a council and I have my bitter experience. The MOU के चितापो को और चिकलोय अपना एजेस पार्टी है इनके से डायरेक्शन की लो सीएम इनके से हांग नहीं की कादो को पार्टी बन के हांगे लो ये MOU वाला गवर्नमेंट इनके लसन प्रपोजल दो सिटी में ना तुम कोई ताहल सोलो बाके जब ता दूँगे तारा लीनो के चवल लीलो गांधीराम की मुंशी गुंचो गांधीराम अंपायर जोगा काफे जोगा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के दूँगे करले से निंचियो फिगलो अजनली की अतिमी के वहाँ तुम थान लो That's why experience पे ना बनके इलिपिनी के दूँगे जी पहला नाम तो काउंसिल मान आलम तो इतना मान में आलम तो काउंसिल मान बाकी ये जो पार्टी थे मतलब कमलो बाकी इसलिए के दूँगी इसी के लालो लापे सीधा लाचो आलम से लतुन नहीं है ला बात आप कम इसे controversy 6-member nomination lapen 10 abang ke open seat la abang ke nearly personal view lo reservation abang ke nearly objection abe kali lo nearly chihab to abang ke reservation do nahi Nagaland phanta naga phanta reservation do Meghalaya ke tumang pen Jaintia pen Garo pen reservation do Sikkim ke state da Sikkim phanda Sikkim ja tumang reservation do la se itum phana ba ke reservation do simbe la ba ke theoretical alam hai je la council ba ke 60 area पर कपड़े का टुके थ्रू लगले दे जी la सब बाके के theoretical alam लो practically हम तो देख लो थ्रू बम लो la से वो भी ये तो के शिक्षा जी la से reservation अब के तुम दो से की मेक ला ये पर्सनल व्यू लो अपने लिए चिहाब लो ला के reservation के तो दाग मर के ये फोन पेंट्रा ना तुम मान के थान लो पे ना तुम मान लो बाके la actually la hinia putha signatories pen mite the state government pen central government se hanjine program and this is for actually English ala pen niya ko hai la so far reservations and nominations and open seats are concerned my view from experience is that reservation is required and this 34 seats are reserved. It is well and good, but the government should, Assam government particularly, this session is only for Assam government and central government. The 6th schedule was granted to all the 6 schedule areas, right from Khasi, Garo, Jaintia and Assam, Dimasa, Mizoram. আজি আমি অসমীয়াটো মই কৈ দিছো কাৰণ আমি আজি অসমীয়া মানুহে আমি কওঁ যে আমাৰ বৰ অসমক ভাগ টুকুৰা কৰিলে আৰু আমি টুকুৰা হ'বলৈ নিদিওঁ কিন্তু টুকুৰা হোৱাৰ কাৰণ কি আপুনি কিছুমান কাৰণ কৈছে মহন্ত he has said about some issues but then actual practical issues what practical যিটো ইস্যু আছিলে যে কিহৰ কাৰণে উইলিয়ামসন শৰ্মা তেওঁ কংগ্ৰেছৰ মানুহ আছিল কেপ্টেইন উইলিয়ামসন শৰ্মা বিষ্ণুৰাম নিধিও কংগ্ৰেছৰে আছিল কিন্তু যেতিয়া উইলিয়ামসন শৰ্মাই ক'লে মোৰ গাৰুহিলছৰ কাৰণে 4জন নমিনেশ্যন দিয়ক কিন্তু বিষ্ণুৰাম নিধি সেই 4জন নিধি পেলাই উইলিয়ামসন শৰ্মাৰ এগেইনষ্টৰ 4জন নমিনেশ্যন দি That was the factually correct, complete reason why they feel that 6th schedule has betrayed us. Even nomination, overwhelming majority, and that also stature of Williamson Sharma. His nomination was rejected, and Vishnu Media, because of Chief Minister, he gave nomination. Then Williamson Sharma, he said that from Tura, the transport is the inherent subject, one of the inherent subjects. From I want to fly transport from Tura to Shillong. It has to definitely come at that time. Inside road was not there. It has to come via Gwalpara and Kamrup and then Surabat and Vishnu Media did not allow. Transport department did not allow. There only ASTC will fly here, not Garu's Autonomous Council transport. So these type of, there are many other instances. So Assam, then there are other issues. So these are the issues. Why the Assam tribal people, Hill tribal people accepted 6th schedule in 1952, but that during 8 years, within 8 years they found that 6th schedule is not protecting us. 6th schedule is working, yet not working. It cannot uphold our dignity. So that is why Hill State movement started from 1960s. Then again another purpose is there, Assamese language compulsory bill. So Assam government should learn from these mistakes. So what happened after Meghalaya, now we will see in Garo Hills Autonomous Council no nomination. In Khasi Hills and Jaintia Hills they throw amendment, there is no nomination. I think Mizoram, this Chakma, Lahore, Lakhai and Power, I am not update about that. But in other autonomous councils, there is no nomination. So Assam, instead of asking our signatories, government of Assam should themselves have said that no, this time I nomination also. So, I mean, this has created a feeling of suspicions in the minds of youth. Fear psychosis. This has to be done away with. There is a community further in the interest of keeping Assam intact. In the interest that Nijitu said there is a sustainable peace. In the interest of sustainable peace by nominations. And that also, it should have been decreased, now it is increased to 6. लेकिन इंडिया बाकी जो नॉमिनेशन पैसे पेनागन के शिक्षा दोलो इलीजर कलिलो मेघालय राज्य के शिक्षा दोलो से लागू के शिक्षा ऐसी नॉमिनेटेड एमएससी बाकी पहले नहीं आते नॉमिनेशन एमएससी पैसे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अहिं पे ना बाकी डाक बाकी सरकार के चला एमएससी के चला गवर्नमेंट के चला लायक काम लतुम के लिए सब दो लायक के सब पैसे बाकी सिक्सली लोगों के फंक्शनिंग पाते हैं ऐसी नॉन अडो बाकी लाके पहले ना बोलो से इम्पोर्टेंट बाकी लोग पहले जी कलिलो दावा के clear income shocks in jungle. Ako open seat penta hatumai, ako dala seat penta hatumfa nomination people, double hatumlo ko be bank rate short mande. La so bank clear do. Like kalam no hai open seat ke ita technology ita ID la kapse ko hai. Ita fere me member. La C la so bank very particularly those our legal luminaries and particularly my friend Monto, I would request them that they build their public opinion in Assam. Because we Karbi people, we have been, unlike the other autonomy movement, we are totally relying on the democratic opinion of the Assam people. In MOU also, if you go through the parliamentary debate in MOU, even our movement was appreciated by senior Congress leader like Manish Shankar Ayar. He said that after Gandhiji's movement, this is the only movement so peaceful. He gave a parallel to the Jat movement and other movement where there is violence. So, until unless democratic opinion of Assam is created, that this type of mistakes should not be repeated. So, and our definitely negotiating team has tried their best. I am sure they have tried their best to decrease the nomination or to decrease the seats of open seats. But then it is up to it does not depend only on them. It depends upon the central government and Indian government. They should come into sense. They should reassess their past mistakes. Why Assam is it is only state in India which is divided 7 times, 7 to 7 states. Why? Because this type of small chilly mistakes. Let the people elect. And still I want to give another value here. Suppose you give 2 nominated members. They should not have any role to play in non-confidence motion. If nomination should be there unrepresented community, even then it should be decreased to 1 or 2. And then also they should not be part of non-confidence motion. In all other deliberation, yes, but when head count matters, government Bhama Pata Jida Pata hai, they will not be able to. Not even. And then also, that is why we allow thinking, but then otherwise it should be done away with. You go through the constitution of Meghalaya, Garu, Khasi, Jaintia, they have done away with this nomination business. Nilipur Banke, isi aru heritu, jitu so far open seats are concerned. The open seats should be localized. If the location should be mentioned. Like in Meghalaya, the 5 European or municipality wards of Shillong, 4 or 5 seats, 3 seats. Like in Nagaland, Dimapur 1 seat is open, 1 seat is open. So Mizoram 1 seat. So proportionately also, Nagaland has got more seats than us. Still they have only 1. Mizoram 1, Meghalaya 3. Their population is more than us. We have smaller population, but we are giving Meghalaya 5. We are giving 10. But our population is less than Meghalaya. Yeah. Senin kia rasora bangtrok jitu ningi nomination lagi pabedet nangko aru pabedet ni pusita atuma inun to tangini pan bichot nangko tapi ratu mangke gut job long le nangko la council of kini long mangke gut job long le den lapen latu pana bangke lapela long cap sit pulo open la bange long cap kalidet nangko kapre schedule convert letters also accept ne request banke kala lo karbi sentiment do dar boy karbi through nangko ili tumi dar boy kapre tuman ki kopisi to adi pek nahi la sentiment ni kita online lo hai sta at the same time that head food lo te tum claim lo te ili tum activate lo te ingon ponna ji sobam ta lasi ingon ponna lo ke to tuma anwan banke paung choda ba chok chel lasi la tumra banke long ke woge chok chelo atun banke long thoma long klima na pen koda no piji nagale da loke dimapur wan bang sila tuman pekyo meghalaya long banke ala lipulo banke silong long ke thom tapi alu kapek long ni do long thom long thom nijora long te long lasi ilitim ka pek na sita long ke banke amonglo bapen koda mane peji bo chingwai pen wage te keneji keneji ge ni kedo Nili abang nili hambul saya sonlo lapen nili pating lo thela so peke discussion penipanaga doji it's important point abang nili okay 50% abang ini cuma problem bukan average jongsi la so mo penepo council rules abang ke jong segment council rule te amar halema autonomy tu mane kuhate dise baute lo gote rules kon 1951 te bonua
Monono sih, la rules nani pola me monono pathel. La kanla, leni mission ek rules pathel la monono.
La bale pathun na kon.
La ta monono pulduel.
Asa pathun na kon. La pen ka.
Leni mission ek ka pathel lo.
Tumura pulduel mesel lo hai. CM Farooq Kinga actually High Court का किन्हीं पे जो हमने इधर डिसिप्लिन कोर्ट पे
दोनों फॉर्म मांगे थे कि गवर्नमेंट से बन गवर्नमेंट ने नेक्स्ट के सीएम और टेकिंग न्यूज़ से नहीं उसके बुलाए गवर्नमेंट से बन
अंदर बुलाए कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन होना चाहिए लास्ट में अमेंडमेंट मांगे पूरी नहीं के बंदे और बोलो जे डिक्टू हमार यूनिटी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ 20 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन दिया तो रूल्स को बनाया गया 1951 এই রুলসত কেনেকৈ কিছুমান কথা আপোনালোকে চালে গম পাব বা আগৰ গুৱাহাটী এখন চিমিনাৰটো কৈছিলোঁ আজি যদি এজন এমএছএ কুৱেশ্যন সুধিবলগীয়া হয় সেই কুৱেশ্যনটো ডিচিলে পঠাই যাব চেয়াৰমেনক দিব চেয়াৰমেনে ডিচিলে পঠিয়াব ডিচি এপ্ৰুভ কৰাৰ পাছতহে এইটো মানে কাউন্সিলত ডিছকাশ্যন হ'ব পাৰে চ' হোৱাট ইজ দিছ গতিকে এইবিলাক কথা এই কনষ্টিটিউশ্যনখনতে লিখা আছে এইটো এমেণ্ডমেণ্ট বিলাক কৰিব লাগিব ঠিক তেনেকুৱা বহুত আছে ক'বলৈ মই বিচৰা নাই আৰু এগ্জাম আছে এইবিলাক কৰিলে মানে বহুতখিনি ইম্প্ৰুভ হ'ব টাইম বাউণ্ড ইমপ্লিমেণ্টেশ্যনটো মই ক'লোঁ গভৰ্ণৰ ছুটি এইটো ক'লোঁ আছে আৰু মই বেছি দীঘলীয়া মই নকৰোঁ মেইনলি মোৰ এটা আই হেভ ফুল পেইড যে এইখিনি যিখিনি কথা আছে যিখিনি টপিকছ আছে নমিনেটেড এমএছচি বা অপেন চিট অৰ টাইম বাউণ্ড I have full faith in the negotiating team. I think and so far I do not have inside knowledge, but other people have said that there is a very good coordination between Cardigan Autonomous Council and state government. So take this advantage and implement and smoothen out all these problems so that this MOS is really substantive one and it takes care of the unfulfilled problem of the Caribbean law. Nili ke ning kithe do nili ke ninja banke je nominated banke avedar nan ko apen open sida banke perform nahi apen deja area of picture nan ko antar banke open ke chman alam na banke uthar state and central government pension ki pen banke paking ponji onna ko suning nilo ning kithe do je kitune ke non bortoman amar CM do apen alang advisor Pekadogam Executive Committee atu jongsi lato alama banke deng pakap lote lalape chun popusi nili makha lapen last word about nili puje banke definitely is a accord do lote pelana alama ke nili kan tu dosida do nili lo is a accord do lote that Kedoji, the Nili Kechunindia Banke, nearly 1995 accord in the Altum Kedua to Teglong, La Advocate General to La Legal Luminaries export of India Banke, Hala 1995 item Constitution Amendment Puri Mukasi Pula power take your Pushalam to Kingi. No. The House of Ilitum, MOU signed the Penangan Petition Dome. There are more powers you want to look. The Tama way, Helping one method law, Chojor that law, Penching, Penana, also the Dolo. The House of Litum Pupage Lato, Helping Itum Pulo, in Mujo Hong Pliwan. 4 pillars executive powers, financial powers, legislative powers, and law and order would have just so. Okay, 1 law, 4 pillars in 1 law. The next movement that will take care of the movement can Lasso Hema form, Sarnun Kechidip, in Hakulawai, Kwanda Alon Pamiji, Labake, Mukata Song and claim them for Pusiki Dolo. Lassi, non IC step law, MOS step law, MOS 1 step law, MOS 2 step law. Lasso is Kenkam Chuja Hura Bake, Chok Chokche do calling a bucket, Ilituman don't say the Charbosa and a Chokche. Ini tu mini sibet tu pernah pakai kuku sonzi, non ke fourth step itu pina hela, rasa baru cisik na hela. Ate isi part apa begini rasi dah proyek le, final program ke, final kalau pilo, itu campaign yang lebih ke final kali le. Mereka alam itu pilo, yes, mereka nambegi tu 44 nambegi, lasi itu ke cisik nampu. Tapi cisik ahun rasa ekor pensi, charbo sai, cibung serai. Tapi cokce pulai pernah bangke, kalau cokce pulau itu constructive way, wang pernah bangke khusus pakai menjima, pangtang menjima, langsung komplain mangko di sipet doang mangko, lape dalam so negotiating team pernah bangke, ni pakai pernah bangke, cokce bangke macam pun dia pernah bangke, itu visible pinam pun apa jakong pinam. Lape jadi tu bangke, anso se cingrum si, cesong pernah bangke, langsung ekor apa paling tek, mungkin ke polis aja jakong pen cenglo, governor aja jakong pen cenglo, lain paling tek bukan bangke. So I will not take much of the time. Actually, that is why in the beginning also saying that my speech will not be academic, not political. My practical experience, there are so many other experiences also. Just one experience I want to narrate. When I became the chief executive member, in the constitution it is there that it will be my discretions to, as per my desire, the executive member will be approved by the government. So I took office on January 1989, January I think 27 or 28. Then I recommend 10, at that time it was 10 numbers a year. I give letter, I recommended to the governor. It took almost 3 months I think. 3 months. It took almost 3 months. Governor did not approve. Why? Because they said that you cannot write to me directly. You send it to the Home Minister. And Home Minister was a though politically advisory. He is a personal friend of mine. Riku Kumar was Home Minister. He said that you send it to me. Why not? It is a problem. I said, no, no problem. So why I will write to you? He was also Executive Minister. I will not write to you. That's the thing that I was thinking. If you, I write to the governor, you give approval, otherwise I am not going to write to the Executive. Then Chief Minister talked to me. Then the Chief Secretary talked to me. There you cannot go beyond the rules, otherwise you will not be approved. I said that you do not approve here, then if you will prove my case, then autonomous case is required. And after 3 months, they have to give the approval. 3 months. 3 months I had to go to all the departments alone. That is why I am saying this has to be changed. Otherwise, there will be a problem in implementing the schemes or all these things. So, and there are many other practical experiences. Sometimes maybe on other occasions I will definitely would like to share with my fellow friends. And with these words, again, thanking the Karbi Autonomous Council and Chief Executive Member and all his Karbi team, Karbi Anyamu team for organizing this seminar, and also legal luminaries, and our friend Dr. Nani Gopal Mohanto for coming all the way to make it successful. And I hope that the primary education is a major issue here. And he is now the advisor
my speech. Thank you. Let me give one clarification. Article 371B. Article 371B bangke actually bangke itu state regulated law ko. Amahal kasi mo ayaw mo itu. Nitu ke asal assembly bangke bangku sering kurang top nitu ke bangki berkiru. Nitu lah macam tu nak tujuh. Apalagi tu lata nikah tu orang lo jatuh kena tujuh. Lapor si इसे डिसीजन लो बुगले लो हिल एरिया कम्युनिटी कुसेंगना लाबांसो हिल एरिया कम्युनिटी बुआ बांके इंग्लो असोसे बुना को लाबे इंग्लो आलाप जो है कम्युनिटी बुना को लातो अपन कने आसे कियो बनेला वॉइस कियो बनसे ये हिल एरिया कम्युनिटी को इसेंको आनोरो बांके हलाव जोना जुलो दे तले काउंसिला आलो मासी कुतुरुए जे उलासो कम्युनिटी Pulo, amat pataskar masih alam report masih toklo kali lake council so akan kita aja kau melongke laso komiti ke ningke itu council akan kita saja amu kan nomor tak tahu ada sih lah cuma bangke oblongko lasih masuk arus sama ekosol sih selima bangke president of India atau central government tu sih semua kita asal mesti kita sebab anda so perlu tante Allah asal assembly allo rules of conduct of business like itu beta la to program ko asi lalu nata nikah ala 69 plan nang kecak mata claim kerja amat itu momen itu ke ladangnya army itu pak tak seta itu ini itu pada lakan ini tidak chance le seta itu ini itu masih lah saja ko di belum nanti yang lo asal kinanya ko nanti assembly lo betul lah pergi apa saya lo ko lo seta itu claim kerja kan so actually this was the concept put forward by the Pataskar Commission, which says, because the complaint at that time was that since we are a minority, we want separate states. We have no voice in our assembly. So to give a voice to the hill people, it was decided that a hill area committee would be constituted by the government of India. And the relevant rules of conduct of business will be changed to accommodate that. And the purpose will be for the hill area MLA to speak in the assembly, to have a right in the assembly to express their opinion on various bills that concerns the hill area. Now, a question was put that time, whether this will be an oversight organization to oversee the council. Then it will show the administration of the council. That fear was allayed by Pataskar Commission itself. When, if you read Pataskar Commission report, paragraph 91 to 98, it will become clear. The report from paragraph 91 to 98. They put it very succinctly, saying that whatever legislative powers have been given to the council will decide. There, the hill area community will have nothing to do. Because the exact word used was that the legislative competence of the assembly on those subjects which are already transferred have become ousted. That was the exact word used. Now, what the commission was saying is that they will be concerned only with issues that are not yet transferred to the council, but have continued to remain with it. For example, if there is an AFSPA, if AFSPA is enforced here, why is it enforced? This question could have been arising there. But because this committee was not formed by the government since 1969, it was supposed to be formed to give a special voice to the hill area people in the Assam Assembly. Now, Dr. Romney was pointed out about that 3-4 word, which he had done member from other areas. That word became dangerous because, but that also was made clear. Because if it is a hill area community, then the hill area MLA should be in majority. They should be in majority in the community. They cannot be minority in the community. But if, for some technical reasons, if good people, if competent people can be incorporated in the committee, then it will benefit the Hilpir community. That was the idea. Now it has never been implemented. No committee has yet been formed. No rules have been framed. The central government has not tried to give any proposal to change the basic fabric of the rules of conduct of the assembly in order to accommodate a committee. Those things have not been done. So not even a single step has taken place. This particular, So it can be seen that if we have to, if the European plan of keeping the area people, we have to take them out. One choice was to join with Meghalaya. Another option was to remain with Assam, but with additional powers. That the government will give us the additional power so that we can also participate in the development process. And in the assembly, the system will be created whereby the hill area MLS will have a voice in the assembly to protect the interests of the hill people. That was the plan. And we have update for that plan, the development plan. As per Partnership Commission report, the recommendation, they have taken that. And the present system is that system. But that system also has not been implemented till now. It has not been implemented. So this issue has come up again and again. If the issue of the political survival of the tribal people in Assam will have to work, then this system must work. And if this system does not work, the other option is autonomous state. Because if it is autonomous state, then the territory of Assam will not be changed, but those governments will be separated, the legislation will be separated, everything will be separated. So that's why we continue to say that the only solution is implementation of Article 248. That's why we continue to say. That's the reason we continue to say. So I think that is the clarification. If it is implemented at all, it should be in favor of the hill people getting a voice in the Assam Assembly, not to suppress the voice of the hill people in the Assembly. And if it is done any other way, then as Dr. Opus said, that it will prove that autonomous state is the only solution. We will prove that.
Honorable CM, Mr. Tuliram Mohan, and now some of our guests have left. So Honorable Dr. Gopal Mohanty and our friends from Tripura Tribal Areas Autonomous Council and Honorable ex-MP Dr. Shankar P and the members of the Executive Committee of Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, Latanke Karbi Cholab and Pinkomartu. Actually, a lot of things have been spoken about, and some of the issues have been very succinctly discussed. Particularly, I was asked to talk about the discretionary powers of the governor, which has already been touched upon, right from our former Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi, and also in the earlier session by particularly even Devojit Sakya, Mr. Hansaria. So all these things have been actually talked about, and since it was also mentioned that paragraph 20BA was a very important insertion in the Constitution, and it will be apt to mention here that in so many constitutional amendments concerning the sixth schedule, I think this dealt very specifically with the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, and in so many years since 1952, this was the most important decision directly affecting the functioning and working of the Caribbean Autonomous Council. Now, I will not go to all those details, but this is concerning to clause 3 of the MOU, which are enumerated in sub-clauses 5, 6, and 7, where it is very specifically mentioned that action will be initiated for necessary amendment of the 6th schedule to provide for exercise of discretionary powers by the Governor of Assam in respect of matters specifically indicated or entrusted to the councils in the manner provided for in paragraph 20bb of the 6th schedule of the Constitution. And then earlier during the first session, Hansaria had actually incited us to go for litigation. If they don't do it, bypass the government, bypass HAD, and go to the governor direct. And if they don't entertain this, go for litigation. I think that is a very good suggestion, because I have seen even today in the functioning of the council, all the matters routed sent to the governor has to be routed through the deputy commissioner and then to the HAD ministry, and then only it reaches to the governor. And when some of the recent communications were sent to the HAD department, it was actually the calls came from HAD ministry asking our secretary, why didn't you send these communications to the HAD? So I think it's just one of those lacunae, constitutional lacunae that have been actually affecting the smooth functioning of the council, the autonomy of the council. And we all know, I will very briefly talk about how historically all these tribal areas were treated differently from other areas. So right from Regulation 10 of 1822, there have always been special treatment for tribal areas, special mechanism, colonial mechanism. So the next one was Government of India Act of 1853, then Garo Hills Act of 1869, then again Government of India Act of 1870, Inal Line Regulation of 1873, Scheduled District Act of 1874, bringing the whole of Assam into a scheduled district, and then recommendations of Montagu Chelmsford Report of 1918, then again Government of India Act of 1919, recommendations of Simon Commission of 1930, and finally the Government of India Act of 1935, had all prescribed for special treatment of the tribal areas of Northeast India, sometimes resting with the Governor General in Council, or the Governor as his agent, powers to decide which laws or enactments were to be applied or not applied to them. In short, the full provisions of the law and administration as applicable elsewhere in the country were not made automatically applicable to the tribes inhabiting the hill areas. So that was the constitutional legacy of the 6th schedule, and a special role of the governor for these areas. So accordingly, in the case of traditional Karbi territories, some parts were under the excluded areas, those within NCLs and Khasi and Jaite hills, while the larger part were under partially excluded areas. The Karbi inhabited areas in the various districts of Assam were therefore omitted from the purview of the Government of India Excluded and Partially Excluded Areas Order 1936. After some confusions and debates, the Karbi areas were placed under the partially excluded areas to be administered by the governor, subject to the ministerial administration. But the governor had an overriding power when it came to exercising his discretion. It's very specifically mentioned that no act of the Assam or Indian legislatures could apply to areas under partially excluded areas unless the governor so directed. So earlier during the day in the inaugural speech, our former Chief Justice has also mentioned about this. So these are the legacies that we have. Why Governor has a very specific role in matters of the hills, and now particularly to the existing 6 rural areas in Assam. So therefore, the insertion of paragraph 20BA in the Constitution of the 6th Schedule in the Constitution Amendment Act of 1995 was in line with the logical development of the Constitution. So here is something very important. I think this is also very crucial. So however, the matter is far from resolved. So we have 1995, and even Hansaria had said this is a very important legislation. But the issue is that this matter is far from resolved. And this matter was also taken note of by the 15th report of the Second Administrative Reforms Commission of the Government of India, 2009, which observed that there have been conflicting views on whether the governor is entitled to exercise such powers on the basis of his individual discretion or on advice of the Council of Ministers of the state concerned under provisions of Article 163 of the Constitution. So this is a catch. So he may have these discretionary powers under 20BA, but again 163 is there, and then he cannot bypass this. Then again, I think earlier during the day, I think Hansaria had mentioned about this, that this is not relating to the hills areas. So I think I'm not a legal expert, so actually I'm in a bind which will come into force. Because again, Hansaria had earlier said that when there is a conflict of, opinions between special laws and general laws, then special laws will prevail. So I think this has to be resolved because there are many unresolved issues which we are facing in the council even now. Then again, I'm going back to the report, the second administrative report, which emphasized that the governor would act on the advice of his ministers by observing that for the partially excluded areas, the governor had a special responsibility, implying that the power to override the advice of the ministers in his individual judgment, but normally the governor would act on the advice of his ministers. So this is the catch, and this is the impasse. The implications of this impasse are many and confronted by the KIC in its functioning, which has direct bearing on development mandate. Dr. Ropi had very elaborately spoken about this. We have legislative powers, but we don't have mechanisms to implement them. We don't have police, so we are actually toothless. The provision under paragraph 3 of the 6th Schedule, as amended in 1995, which delegated additional powers, legislative powers on 15 subjects to KIC, still lacked a practical efficacy in spite of 20BA, as many of the bills sent to the governor are kept pending for many years or assented to only after considerable delays and bureaucratic tangles. This has also been already discussed, but I will just take few examples. For example, I am citing 7 examples, and some of these examples have been already discussed. Say, the first example is Bill to amend Town Committee Rules of 2009 was assented to only in 2017 after 9 long years. That took 9 years. And then I've seen the correspondences from HAD and also from the Secretariat of the Governor. They often change even the text of the bill. So this is something which is very serious. Then again, bill number, I'm citing another example. This is bill relating to salaries and allowances of members of 2017, which was assented to only in 2021 after nearly 5 years. Then again, example number 3, bill relating to change of nomenclature of Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council to Karbi Anglong Autonomous Territorial Council, sent in 2017 is still pending. I think some questions came about this. Why this Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council is not yet remained as Karbi Anglong Autonomous Territorial Council. I think this is the reason. It is still kept pending, and there's been no communication from the governor's office. And again, the fourth instances members' pension bill of 2019 was assented to in August 2021 after 3 years. So it took 3 years. Then again, 29th Amendment Bill relating to preparation of electoral rolls and identification of voters of 2017 is still pending. So this is very crucial for us. Who can vote in the Autonomous Council elections and who can be the voters. So this is very crucial, and then there have been a lot of student demonstrations and protests, and there have been also vote litigation, but still it is still kept pending. Then again, another example is, just now we have been talking about it, Rule of Procedure and Conduct of Business Bill of 2020 is pending. And then Dr. Romti, he had also said about this. A lot of problems. He said 50% of the issues could have been very easily resolved in this procedure and conduct of business is actually clear. There are many issues like, for example, during our time when I was chairman, we have found that the state budget, the state part of the budget which is sent to the council is sent only on the previous day. And the council, members of the council, they have never been given any option or time to discuss about budget, which is very important. The money earmarked for Karbi Anglong and then in which rate. These are very critical, very crucial, but then they just prepare the budget and send it the previous day, one day before, and then how can you expect this, bulky budget to be discussed, to be, debated and voted? So this is a long procedure, and then they take a lot of time. The state legislature takes a lot of time to deliberate on this, but then we are given only maybe 1 hour's time. So it happened once that this budget arrived 1 hour before the session was to actually commence. So I cannot recollect which year it was, but the Romti is here, and then most of our members were, I think those who were there during that time, I think they all have this experience. They have knowledge about this. So this is because there is no time limit. So this is very musical. And in a democratic procedure, this can never happen. But it has been happening. I think it is still happening. Then there is, as per standard procedure, this has also been discussed, that all correspondences of the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council requiring intervention of the governor are routed through the Deputy Commissioner, who acts as his agent. So, however, there is no mechanism in place to make the governor's response time-bound. So, there is no mechanism making the governor's office responsible for sending or assenting or not assenting. Even if a bill is rejected, there is no time limit. It can be sent now, it can be sent even 10 years later or even 15 years later. So this is very whimsical, and this is creating a lot of issues in the functioning of the council. And the autonomy question is, you can understand how the autonomy is undermined in every step. Then this process only creates inordinate delays and hampers the development mandate as reflected in the legislative powers assigned to the KSC. The cracks of the matter lies in the fact that in spite of progressive intentions reflected in the discretionary powers of the governor, mandated under 20A is found to be unworkable as the governor is bound by Article 163. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I am arguing that no governor, since the exception of the 6th schedule, relating to Karbi Anglong has ever been found to have exercised his discretion, irrespective of the political disposition of the day. No governor. There is discretionary power, and then particularly after 1995, since the insertion of 20 PA. The governor could have exercised this discretionary part, but 26 years down the line, we haven't found any instance that the governor has done so. But this is also very interesting, and I think this is also a very proper platform for us to bring this into light. The governor's power to extend the term of the Autonomous Council as per paragraph 2, subparagraph 6a has been used or rather misused on several occasions to reflect the wish of the ruling dispensation of the day. Only the first 3 general elections of the council in 1952, 1957 and 1962 were held on due time. From the 4th time onward, that is from 1967, there were extensions on numerous occasions under various pretexts. The repeated extension of the term of the Autonomous Council has only eroded the democratic functioning of the Autonomous Council in Karbi Anglong, which has almost reduced it to the level of a local committee. Can you imagine this is happening to Assam State Legislative Assembly, extending the term for 6 months, then another 6 months, then 1 year? Can we, I mean, this is very ridiculous that we say that Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council is very powerful. Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council has been empowered with all the legislative, executive and judicial powers. But then this is a reality that now if you look at the records after 1962, I mean after 1967, there have been numerous occasions. For I think one instance, there was no election for 1 term. So one person who was nominated continued to be CM for a continuous period of 9 years without facing an election. So just imagine how ridiculous we can turn this to be. So I think this is something which has to be pondered upon, and even if the intention was good, the execution or the implementation has always been very skewed. So probably with the intention to resolve the issue of delays in gubernatorial assent, the peace accord signed on September 4, 2021 had inserted clause 2.11. This clause says that an institutional mechanism shall be set up to streamline cooperation between the state government and the KIC, headed by the Chief Secretary, Government of Assam, with the Principal Secretary, Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council as the member, which shall periodically review, not less than once in a quarter, the following 6 issues in particular. So bills/regulations passed by KIC awaiting assent by Governor, proposal of KIC regarding creation of new posts and filling up of vacant posts. I think this is also a very serious issue, because creation of new posts and filling up of vacant posts would have been the mandate of the Government of Assam. It should be the total, it should be the mandate of the council. Then again, proposal of Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council in connection with annual plan, allocation and flow of funds, financial sanctions, utilization certificates, etc. Okay, so far as the timely release of funds, this is a very important issue. Issues like that should be discussed during the MOU. In 1995 also, the same issue was also raised. But I think there are some issues which are serious in nature and then should have been actually dealt by that committee. Then the proposal of KIC regarding recruitment. Then within delegated authority, why should it be discussed by that committee or something which is imposed? Issues with regard to transfer of subjects to KIC and part and functions of its functionaries, and then issues with regard to local sources of revenue for KIC, including minority errors. So I think Alvin can elaborate on this, because I have some issues regarding some of this. So this clause seems to be a good step. However, the apprehension here is that the Chief Secretary of the state can always grow with a junior officer representing the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council if past experiences are an indication. Because Dr. Rompi can be, can speak more on this because junior officers will always be, dictated. So in front of a chief secretary, a junior officer, representing council, it is very difficult. It becomes very difficult for a junior officer to actually boldly represent the views of the council, because many issues are not simply fixing a date for a meeting or something like that. There are so many important issues of council autonomy. So these issues have to be dealt by someone equal in rank of the chief secretary. So there was a time when a senior IAS officer of the rank of G.T. Bhakti was actually sent to Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council as principal secretary, but that didn't work out. Of the commissioner rank should be the principal secretary, because it creates a lot of protocol, problem relating to protocol. So I think this will also be taken care of, otherwise it will be a non-starter. So finally I will not go at length discussing all this, because a lot of issues have been brought out in the discussion, and including some of the knotty issues relating to the recent peace accord, relating to nomination and also 10 seats leaving open. So I think Dr. Rompi had very specifically mentioned about this, and my suggestion would be the if nomination is at all retained, it should be 4, it shouldn't be less than, more than 4, which is already there in the council. It should be 4, and then since you are leaving 10 open, these 4 nominations shouldn't be for communities who can otherwise not represent themselves through elections. So these are a few of my suggestions. And finally, I would like to conclude by citing the recommendation of the Second Administrative Reforms Commission, constituted by Government of India 2009. I think this was the same commission, the report of which was placed in 2019, which is pending implementation or ratification in the Parliament. So the recommendation says, Ministry of Home Affairs may, in consultation with the concerned state governments and autonomous councils, identify powers under the 6th schedule that governors may exercise at their discretion without having to act on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers as envisaged in Article 163 (1) of the Constitution. So again, this is very explicit. The Second Administrative Reforms Commission had recommended this very explicitly, that the governor, in case of 6th schedule, should be allowed to exercise his discretionary power without having to act on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. So I think once it is done, a lot of issues that we have had with in our dealings with the HAD and also the governor would have been solved. So this is all. Kabiran and Thana are ready. From Pizarro. Darmanje alam thira koilo, ala governor alam sudi matan koilo. La siasam tin alam da governor afan kilo alam anda isor mangibo than koilo. Governor kan permission long leske ke sesor long kabeno sesor long kemai long la chok chik tik long. Walam le boche mai kon ni ku bangke governor fan kilo nahi ya bangke governor kilo nahi isa ini governor kan na ni kilo dia panta DC of Hanbuna Lang, DC Hanbuderapi, HT Longuna Lang, HT Longuderapi, Ansi, Ala Gornoromi. La Penge Pinana Council of Lu, Nimin Hana Tegono, Gorno can look hit, La Sona long look the Halatu, La Council Secretary of Phonology, Pisna to HT Ministry of Solo Nolden. Pulasona Carpintu Halantum. Hala ala tu man kiru le ala so ni kita sila sola wala ni so de pulo la pende governor apan ja kompilo la bage akapet district lo sexto district ba state lo hange akapet state lo mage governor tu ala article versus thing bensi ala minister tu chief minister tu acting sila tu claiming is that assignment is that. So 1995 MOU se complete करना थी बल्कि 28 thing देना बल्कि governor के council of अर्जुना ही पर्सन लांदो state council of ministers सुना अर्जुको सेटा कार्डियलो and la pendency supreme council of अर्जुना ही कोलांदो हला लोजा को अर्जुना ही ग्रुप ada lo claim to claim ke nahi itu nadakan ke to alaman adil bang nang cekor ke nang cekor ke samay kupine claim pro te la ajaran sedane la discussion part acting mante council bhala juni presently pu ke 1995 ten monan kan ko workshop lo kan ko workshop ten batai sibata governor asam governor Bengal autonomous council put hack discretionary power la boxo power ban exercise kemba la penge anto halaman problem lo de la supera france da la council apana son ka ko pini la so dismiss powers bange avi athe who ke change the history to na 1822 non 1935 ban la council amana pathek la boxo government of india act 1935 la boxo ek british ke do Assorting Zinon facilities excluded as on the Marno. Hala Sohura governor upon discretionary power, special power to do. Assorting see it will matter also discretionary power and kilo assorting them, a diamond, a something big cutter, the government announcing a majority. Asolam in Pulasi Lasi governor Arrola bange ketan bange governor arrola bange si jena ko bini kulote la 20BA hula 1995 MOU taken la sobang security la bange non la ni kudam bange second administrative reforms of commission atum KPR atenge hala asama government apan aljuje pinta la tunge claim governor claim on recommendation siki similarly kipu bange la sote is claiming to
In the midst of us, Advocate Kaushik Chaudhary is there here. Now I ask Mr. Kaushik Chaudhary, who is an advocate on record of the Supreme Court of India, to address this gathering.
Honorable CM Sri Puneram, Honorable Dr. Chandra, respected Mr. Highly grateful to the Council for giving me this opportunity to share a platform with dignitary like you all. After a comprehensive and detailed discussion on 6 schedule by some of the prominent legal and political elements, I am not left with much more to comment on anything on the legality of the subject. Rather, I will say today, rather in a speech, I am an observer who will take many votes from here to say it to my rest part of the state as well as to rest part of the country. I stay in Delhi and I am really impressed by the enthusiasm shown by the Karbi Anglon people about protecting their right. I am highly impressed by their conduct today in the seminar, the way the questions were put. It shows the progress which I have seen. The moment I entered into the Karbi Anglon district, it shows that the lawmaker, the constitutional maker, who has dreamed about bringing proper protection to this council has been achieved. The dream of the constitutional maker has been brought to the reality by the executive members of this council, and I'm really thankful that the law has been protected properly in this particular district. I'll not say much on the legality of the subject. I'll just say that when the constitutional maker gave a special recognition to the council under the 6th schedule, it was a milestone for the Karbi Anglong. The intent of the lawmaker was to protect the cultural heritage, its faith, belief, and of the indigenous people. The intent was also to preserve the natural resources and the beauty of the district, development and the progress of the district. And I must say that the council has done a commendable job in performing the responsibilities assigned to them by the lawmakers with utmost integrity and sincerity. And that can, as I've already said, that can be very well seen the moment you enter into the district. It's purely consisting of the natural beauty, it is clean, and the progress has been shown by looking at this auditorium also. It can be said that this is a world-class auditorium made by the council, and a commendable job has been done. I also say, I'll not say much on the accord because many things have been discussed, but I'll say that it was itself a milestone when in 1952, the 6th schedule was, in the 6th schedule, Karbi Anglong was given a special status. But history was rewritten not even once, it was rewritten twice, in 1995 as well as in now in 2021. In 1995, we got, the Karbi Anglong district got the additional powers to legislate law. And today, when we see in 2021, I'll say it is given a higher political protection by giving a reservation, which was not there. And also the seats of the council has been increased. The number of the constituencies has been increased, which will protect the rights of the people. The democracy is to go to the nook and corner of the society, and this will give higher responsibility to the council. I'll also say that giving 2 reservations to 2 women candidates is also a very tremendous job done by the government, because women empowerment is a subject which should not be left behind. The women should have a proper representation in the assembly. And I'll not take much from here because already we are too late and because of the paucity of time. And I'm thankful to Mr. Sri Tuliram Rangan again, Honorable CM, for giving me this opportunity to be part of you all. Thank you.
Now we are, all the speakers has already spoken to this gathering. Just Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council boundary to যদি চেঞ্জ কৰিবলৈ হয়, ষ্টেট গভৰ্ণমেণ্টে কৰিব নোৱাৰিব। পেৰাগ্ৰাফ 1ত স্পেচিফিকেলি কোৱা আছে যে যদি বাউণ্ডাৰীটো চেঞ্জ কৰিবলৈ হয়, গভৰ্ণৰে এখন কমিশন বনাব লাগিব আৰু কমিশনৰ ৰিপৰ্টৰ পিছতহে ইয়াৰ বাউণ্ডাৰীটো চেঞ্জ কৰিব পাৰিব। গতিকে ইন্টিগ্ৰিটি অফ দ্য বাউণ্ডাৰী ইজ প্ৰটেক্টেড আণ্ডাৰ দ্য 6th schedule. This another point is that regarding the governor's powers and all these things and lacunas of the 1951 rules, under the leadership of Honorable CM Tuliram Rangan, that has already been modified, that has already been enacted. Under paragraph 2(6), that Autonomous Council rule was constituted first by the governor, not by the Autonomous Council. Autonomous Council has the power to enact rule under the paragraph 2(7). Accordingly, Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council has enacted the constitutional rules, which are the lapses and lacunas pointed out by the different persons, that has already been met with, and it has already been sent to the governor, to the government for its enactment. And in this regards, one PIL was filed in the Honorable High Court. High Court has also passed an order regarding enactment of the rule by ourselves under paragraph 2(7). How the council's constituencies will be there, it is the prerogative of the Autonomous Council. And now the seats of the Autonomous Council has been enhanced, increased to 50. 34 seats are reserved for the scheduled tribes people. Only in those seats, only the scheduled tribes people can only contest. No other persons can contest in those seats. Only 10 seats are reserved for non-open category. It is the word used is open category. That means in those seats also the scheduled tribes people and non-scheduled tribes people can also contest. And it is the democracy, and the persons who got the maximum vote, they will elect.
So what are the lapses and lacunas of 1951 rules, governor rules, or that paragraph 20BA, BD that has been mentioned, those paragraphs that have been enacted in 1995, and our rules which are now in previous, it is framed in 1951. Now we have framed our own rule, and that has already been sent to the government. So I hope and expect that after passing of that rule by the in the session of the Autonomous Council, the power which is required for the autonomy of the council, that will enhance further. That was, and now in the last, if any person wants to ask any questions to any of the participants, it is open for the participants to ask the question.
Mane KCS kan dah hitung kami na tu, lapen ke dah karbi lama ramai tu, lapen ke karbi kurusa ratung tu, lapen ke yang si kopini karjuji pulang te karbi ricu tu dah, karbi ricu ke hai tu pimpo mar tu, alam tu kami ni apen asong dupik dah, belak asong tu organisation tu dupik, asal organisation tu kita KSYC puno, KSA puno. Lapen kapre asong do lapen karbianong kita evokets kita ando anda dunne ye kuno majidi mission udibo belek dol hongothono ase yate ye dol hongotthon bila jodi udibo kiba bisare ba including karbianong reporter ase yate udibo pare open to all ye so kuno majidi yat ase sabe udibo pare belek hongotthon ase ya karbianong gurkha Student Association, Karbi Anglong Gurkha, আছে তেখেতসকলৰ উঠিব পাৰে গাৰো কমিউনিটি আছে তিৱা আছে ডিমাচা আছে ৰেংমা নাগা আছে সবে উঠিব পাৰে আৰু প্ৰেজেন্ট পাস অনাৰেবল MLAs অনাৰেবল EMs ex-EM ex-CM ex-MEC প্ৰেজেন্ট MEC সকলোৱে উঠিব পাৰিব Anutun da menon pala porla dihangan anutun da menon sa tengken dala anutun khadun po da project ron pia dolo elvin teron dolo da senior advocate dolo la pen ron teron na khai da dolo la pen supreme court advocate dolo ko so close ko pi ke tini ma ko so article ko pi ke tini ka tundoma
State government के elder brother, के रिटर्न काउंसिल के younger brother. अच्छा तो चौक है, इसका state government आपको बिले, अंके आपके दिए में आपको बिले बोलते लगा है कि तुम विदु जी. Example, मिलता है यूनिटर उनके एडवेंचर में बुरा तो SDC हो आपको बिले, अंके state government आपको बिले, आपको बिले कांग्रेस, आपको बिले AGP, कच्चे तुम दे दो. कुछ वाले तुम दे क्या Budget tangir bhi lote April में के पैसा पठाने को पैसा पठाए के money used to be sent in September. The rest time whatever I do is all baki. Then after October, what happen again? You do baki or works December. 31st March and 30 of March money used to be sent. Then overnight. How can you spend? So that time money used to be less. It happens. Now it's okay at present. I'm also that belong to younger brothers party. Instead of elder brothers party. And Central is our grandfather. Okay. But tomorrow nobody has seen. Tomorrow you have not seen, I have not seen. It may happen again. That elder brother's father is somebody. Younger brother's father is somebody, then conflict will come. Whatever you make the law, this and that. So how can you answer? Mr. Teron perhaps will be able to answer. That's my question.
Funding alaba bangke, angka सरकार पे नाकिलु, alaba bangke, not the 1964, 1965. Atas Commission Eduardo India adalah satu company dulu. Lasi labansu along the capital of the Atuat Unita, MOU, Kachitao Huta, Chingwayo. MOU Kachitao Huta Banke, advance see, Chicken Frog, pet advance see, Tangaba, automatic advance the Tangana release the name. Anke, consider so, that's what thing then, Koros Munisi, more, appeal by Shimona. लाखों में बच्चे आए होते हैं, हमारे बताइए इसे पूरी बताइए इसे आप आंके सेप्टेम्बर, ला बताइए नहीं इसे, ओइसा के अला तो ऑटोमेटिक रिलीज, अला एसडीसी कचरी होला सुबह के मेक न्यू, अला तो देख के एबुई डॉक्टर आते के, निकाल हिनी बातों के ताका पोषण आयु मेपिलो, हमार स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने सॉर आपकी 2009 लोगों we thought one of the slap to that single window release. Amala slap to the Rama department in the position of release Bunago. And a Polisa Banke, the money goes, proposal goes to HAD will send the proposal again to finance, and then Alabama say Ako finance, Ako HAD Romana to say, Ako release it. Our compulsion process is in on the Sulipongo. Let's see, Katimar Banke. Alla akala te automatic release ko bansi dunai ni alla baso ba kicing wai problema banke nota dumongla nota sarkar data BJP betul ke nonalo kita mau prego program de la banca siksa dola la si hala baso akala rawate kila semua bang hala bang claim tu begini hala baso claim tu dia banke kicing wai di atua non rebound lato kali Imina Kachuki Ataka Posa, all source of revenue. The Banswa Ataka Posa, Manda, Nora Kejumbo, Atebanke, Takaloma, Atuarba, Hata, Banan Kimbo. That's it, La Banswa, Aku, don't get GST is Mother Lord to one and kill them. The GST on Posos belong to Lima, La Banswa, Kiwai, Bono, La Benke. Article 280 yellow ili dunno nante har wrong sorafan direct wrong sorafan development tangka kapile la bangsu alata la ala aron habis rek ko ko aron non parliament of sudu ala bana pas orang de ala barke ili dunno ko la si tangka poisa ba kasih sagula ala ba tangka poisa ke release gimana ba kasih sagula I was speaking in Darbi only. The issue was about release of funds. That has been a nagging problem for a long time now. It has not been resolved. Once it was resolved, again it was reversed back. It was resolved after the MOU. That money was released in advance, 6 monthly advance. And the council was spending the fund by debit. Now, the credit system was then abolished. So it was through advance case, it was called advance case. Now, the problem is, after opening of another system called the single window system, the procedure has again lengthened. Otherwise, it used to be automatically released by the department. Now, it has to be reversed back. And so that process is being mooted, and the council is discussing with the government how the funding problem can be permanently resolved. It will take time. I hope that we resolve it soon. Now, when Article 280 comes with Karbi Anwar also comes under that ambit, then much of the funding problem will be resolved, particularly from the source of the finance commission. So, rural funding to local bodies will happen once 123 Constitution Amendment is enacted, which is, I think, due very soon, because all the procedures have been followed. The standing committee, they have given their report, and Home Minister has already acted on the report. Now, the only thing is that it has again to go back to Parliament with the final draft. hopefully it will be enacted in the winter session. We hope. We are told that it may be enacted in the winter session. Once that happens, then the funding pattern will change a little bit. We will get more funding for the rural areas. So it is yet to be resolved properly. Hopefully it will be resolved.
I'm Dr. Bandita Teronpi, Assistant Professor, London College, and my thesis has been on the functioning of Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council and NCL's Autonomous Council. So there are many observations which has already been discussed, but one of the minor things has been touched by Sir, but not in a fully way. My question and request is that in BTD we have 4 women representation, and NC Hills we have 2 out of 30. Now when we are having 50 seats, I request Honorable CM Sir to at least increase the women representation till up to 4 at least. Thank you.
You ask very light questions. Very light questions. Tribal are supposed to be very impulsive. Tribal are supposed to be very impulsive. They are above right and reason. Tribal rights above right and reasons. So the constitutional modalities and so many other things that is now imposed upon us, I would say imposed, as of, if I may say so, because I don't find any other words at this moment, because my words are very limited. In the connections, as Dr. Rompi said, the non-agreement of the governor for nominations by the Garo CEM and some other things like that, could that be the last straw for the breakage of Assam? This is very light questions, and that's all. Thank you.
There is a catalyst. That was a catalyst during that time. The senior member of the tribal leaders getting dissatisfied with the response he got from the state government. And also immediately after that, another catalyst followed because in the language bill of 1960, when it was passed in the month of December, immediately there was protest from the hill area saying that Assamese could not be imposed in the hill area. So the language bill was also another catalyst.
So this is understood. Language education was in 1916, and the nomination was after 1960. This is where I say last straw. It could be the catastrophic thing. The non-consent of the governor could be the last straw of the breaking of the statehood, creations of Meghalaya and other things. So I was asking just last question, and since we are being very impulsive as a tribal, could this, what do you call, sending of the bills, passing of the bill by the council, sending beforehand and sending after the discussions, could that be also another last straw for the breaking of the Assam? I am afraid, sir. And when it don't happen?
Sardilintan Chinintum, the Lintum, Dominican Sahababi Sarandongan, Modella, the Thomas Consular, and the constitution period of that law, Tema Citabella, customary law, Code of Quinta law, Sila 6 schedule Papanong, I know so fun, Prositala, so customary court, on the 6 schedule of Petizia Subasi Chinintum, Lancha.
Customary law, itu council law, customary law, the practice ya pan. Nah, bangke 1954 kan tapi Islam law. Aman non puta code aban rong code selam nei code na semar medelai. La si itu masih aman leadership pen kita tang ningkan hinian gong la masuk akan trem lo anona bangke gezen notification ke tagar lo mesti mono bangke hala arong tinalong la code aja kong bija pan la masuk orta ikijan chol la si no kumar panse kumar se kantura ma ada orang itu ke orang satu se orang cari angke kalau gakpen aku ini cuma harus arona te kurunan te harus masuk area aha beting pu tunggu po orang satu tumen tunggu po ala break tunggu po lahaya tu amen pangru dia pasti council se tolong la masuk pangru tanglo kurunan te ini cuma si yang nak dipen order ni po arong sila kan bisa kita ada kok, jadi bisa ada kok. Ibu, angke tulis tu nak nang nulis tulis tu, inglo itu yang jadi bohong angke. Halat tu ateng sing saya ko, halat tu rongalong kecil saya. Ibu angke, kamu sudah ko di sini ni, kamu sudah ko, simar ko, kasih tanggulo, non amun pangi yang dulu, amun pangi pun ke, halat kecil bisa kecil ni angke, ada kamu sudah nasi, inside ko. Anda council lo ini angke labang ke high court lo sih lagi deko lagi apa mereka court lo chief judicial minister court lo rating jadi ke kali lo the question was whether the customary law court will be established. Now the process is already on. Our CM has taken that initiative and now the villages have been notified already through a gazette notification. That is already out, and therefore now order has only to be passed. Now the order will be issued, the notification for each village code will be issued, and they will start practicing the village council code, and the village code will be directly right now. There will not be any subsidiary code that a village code will directly be the district council code in Gifu. You will see Gifu. And then whatever is to be appealed again will go directly to the High Court as per the norm. So that process is already on, and I think within 1 month or 2 months, within 1 month I think.
End of this year, mana lah so ni kan di December ngomong kita net tu nanti, kita si dikok tu. Thank you sir. Itu mana kita yang dua silang ngomong lah kan. Asyik alam itu nang cerap tu lo. Tenton pen itu aku nilai budisa tu macam macam klaim macam saya komiti seng lo lapen notification kita notification ya lo lapen ke rong asal hanon kai pun jatuh asin itu laso ning kanan mo Desember mo ke patang lapo.
Jadi three language policy যদি হয় তেতিয়া আমার autonomous area autonomy area to আমার language বিলাক কেনেকৈ হ'ব কাৰ্বি ভাষা বা কাৰ্বি ইংলিছ কেনেকৈ হ'ব কেনেকৈ ধৰণৰ হ'ব যদি ত্ৰি ভাষা যদি ফৰ্মুলা যদি হয় তেতিয়া আছামিজ ইংলিছ আৰু হিন্দী তেতিয়া আমাৰ কাৰ্বিটো ক'ত পোৱা হ'ব কি কৰিব বা তেনেকৈ ধৰণৰ কি ব্যৱস্থা হ'ব
Sebangke ilutum gila somthom tegeng nengi. Athima IAS officer atum pulang te Assam cadres lo pulang te Assamese language tegeng nan pulang. UP perne langno, Bihar perne langno, ba Chennai perne langno, Maharashtra perne langno perne langno lake Assamese lang tegeng nan kongre chali lengi lake. Assam cadres perne pulang te. Lason na kasi Karbi Anglong that unemployed youths educated atum yosi. Non-professor Dibur Glenn Namji pulang te Assamese lang tegeng ko. Lasi laban ka Assamese lang ikin chali na ko. Hindi bang boleh war India lah ya. Laban English bang ada tu one script saya pernah mana ngomong lagi Hindi English lah deh. Official language sih lah si Glenn ngomong tu. Official language bang kira tu ke English sih dah ngomong.
Karbi lama gitu.
Karbi lama bang kira tu lah official language bang kira so ek court pe nanda. Lah memang lah mesti terus lah. Second ek court long bang kira dulu lah bang kira ये official language के Karbi lama dah official long clear bono ko. Ni akampi. Clear bono.
Sir, my name is Wen Chao Chao Hai. I belong to Mantai speaking community. one of the indigenous tribes of Karbi Anglong. Sir, my basically it's a suggestion and more of a request that since we are so microscopic in numbers, so I would like to request you, like if we have some kind of reservation, especially the other small minority tribes as well, who cannot represent themselves and get elected, sir. That's my only request. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Honorable CM, sir. My name is Tingray Rompi. I have a simple question, just for my knowledge. And the matter has been raised by Advocate General of Assam, Dr. Devajit Saikia, sir. It was like that, the matter of Difu Government College regarding release of principal. So my question is that, do the authority of Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council have the power to release such officer? Apart from that, not only in education, but other entrusted department also.
Isi bandela agriculture, amanela abare matung la jitu itu mah frang laso frang porompora manela panamakan pen kelok kata gue penggunaan ke thang hai pot council pen pria mana mesti liang pen ke mana raikon nahi ko ban tineng tum
power ekung do transfer 30 department transfer subject lo lake entrusted subject la principal Difu Government College pan itum Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council ke na suspend the claim lo la pen release sa court chedan derti high court am derti high court in stay ban derti line launch hola.
Sir, I have a question. My name is Kangan Deva. I am very much aware of this problem article. Sorry. But then there is a confusion in Karbi Anglong about the funding process. So there is Article 275 and Article 280. Currently our council get funding by Article 275, but in the MOS 2011 and MOS 2021, MOS 1 and 2, the funding, the direct funding will come under Article 280. So there is a big confusion created by so many groups in Karbi Anglong. If that can be clarified, then all the delegates sitting in this hall present today can be, most of the delegates sitting here can clear up their mind. Thank you.
Respected Honorable CM sir, my name is Richard Sohanse, Board Chairman, Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council. I am not going to ask a question, sir. I am just want to give information for resolving the problems. There was one Assam Gazette, there was one Assam Gazette notification that regarding 36 revenue village is supposed to transfer to Karbi Anglong Dongkamukam Revenue Department. But the Gazette notification is still lying. Those 36 revenue villages are not yet transferred. So I would like to request you for any resolving any the problems.
Respected sir, আমি এই বিষয়টো লৈ 36 ৰেভিনিউ ভিলেজ 1975 3rd September আসাম গেজেট হৈ থকা যেটো মোৰ কনস্টিটুৱেন্সি 36 ৰেভিনিউ ভিলেজেস ইয়াৰ কাৰণে আমি এইচডিৰ ৰেভিনিউ এণ্ড ডিএম ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টৰ এটা মেমৰেণ্ডাম এটা দিয়া হৈছে আমাৰ গাৰ্জেন মিনিষ্টাৰক তেখেতে এটা ৰিটাৰ্ণ দিছে খুব সোনকালে এই বোৰ্ড ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট আৰু ডিএলআৰ মানে জইণ্ট সাৰ্ভে কৰি এটা ডিসিশন ল'বলৈ কাৰণে এইটো কৰা হৈছে কিন্তু অলপ লেখি হৈছে যে ইয়াত কৰি যদি অলপমান কৰিব পাৰে অলপ সোনকালে খুব ভাল হয় আমাৰ 6 শিডিউল যিবোৰ মানে আমাৰ ভিলেজবোৰ আছে ইয়াত এতিয়াও 1912
1912 ব্ৰিটিছৰ দিনৰ যিবিলাক লেণ্ড ৰেকৰ্ড আছে সেইমতে আজিলৈকে আছে আৰু এইবোৰ সোনকালে ট্ৰেন্সফাৰ হ'লে ভাল এইটো বহুত ফিউচাৰৰ কাৰণে বহুত মানে আমাৰ 6 চিজনৰ মাটিটো ক'ৰবাত নহয় ক'ৰবাত কমি যোৱা চান্সেছ আছে আৰু ইলিগেল মাইগ্ৰেণ্টটো বহুত হৈ আছে ইলিগেল মানে এনক্ৰোচাৰ বহুত হৈ আছে মানে তো এই বিষয়টো আজি আমাৰ বৰ্ডাৰ চেয়াৰমেন ডাঙৰীয়াই উত্থাপন কৰিছে মই ভাবি আছিলোঁ লাষ্টলি এবাৰ কুৱেশ্যন এটা ৰাখিম তো এই বিষয়ে দৃষ্টিগোচৰ কৰিম থেংক ইউ
हम कार्बियानो या रोंगले कोटा क्यों बनसी
ৰংলা ছাৰ 5000 আমাৰ কাৰ্বিয়ানৰ পৰা আমি পটা অলৰেডি আমাৰ চিএম ছাৰ ইনিচিয়েটিভত পটা আমাৰ বৰ্ডাৰ এৰিয়া সকলো দিয়া হৈছে অলমষ্ট ইয়াৰ আগতে বহুত পটা আছে 1952 পাছৰ পৰা যোৱা 1966ৰ মিকিৰ হিলছ যিটো আমাৰ ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট কাউন্সিল তেতিয়াৰ পৰা পটা দিয়া আছে সেইবোৰ একে চেম বৰ্ডাৰ এলেকাতে আছে কিন্তু বোথ সাইড পটাও আছে তেনেকুৱা আছে আৰু বোথ সাইড তেওঁলোকে মানে টিৱা অট'নমাছ কাউন্সিলতো ভোট দিয়ে আৰু প্লেন্স ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্টৰ এমএলএ এমপি এইবিলাকতো ভোট দি আছে আৰু প্লেন্স ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্টৰ পঞ্চায়ত ইলেকশ্যনতো সেইবিলাকতো তেওঁলোকে পাৰ্টিচিপেট কৰে এইবিলাক এটা বহুত কন্ট্ৰভাৰ্চি এটা চিষ্টেম হৈ আছে এইটো সোনকালে চলিউশ্যন হ'লে ভাল
এই ক্ষেত্ৰত দুটা কথা কৈ আছে কাৰ্বিয়ানৰ অট'নমাছ কাউন্সিলৰ যিটো বাউণ্ডেৰীটো 6 শিডিউল মতে ডিটাৰমাইন কৰা আছে গভৰ্ণমেণ্টৰ নটিফিকেশ্যন দিয়া আছে কিন্তু বাউণ্ডেৰীটো যেতিয়া 1951 যেতিয়া ইউনাইটেড মিকিৰ হিলছ এণ্ড নৰ্থ কাছাৰ হিল ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট বনাইছিলে কনষ্টিটিউট কৰিছিলে তেতিয়া যিটো বাউণ্ডেৰী দিয়া আছিলে কিছুমান নেচাৰেল বাউণ্ডেৰী আছিলে পাৰ্টিকুলাৰ এৰিয়াটো মোৰ এতিয়া মনত নাই কিন্তু নামকাই যাম কিজানি এৰিয়াটো তেতিয়া যেতিয়া নদীৰ খুঁটিটো চেঞ্জ হৈ যায় চেঞ্জ হৈ যোৱাৰ লগে লগে মাটিটো এলিভিজন বা ডিভিজন টুপ বা ডিপ হয় ডিপ হোৱাৰ লগে লগে সেই তেনেকুৱা কিছুমান ঠাইত ডিস্পিউট কিছুমান আছে আৰু সেই ডিস্পিউটবিলাক যেতিয়া কুৱেশ্যন কৰিছে তেওঁলোকে কিছুমান আছে পূজাই ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট কিছুমান আছে নগাঁও ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট পূজাই ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্টৰ পিপুলবিলাকৰ তেওঁলোকৰ কনটেনশ্যন হ'ল যে তেওঁলোকৰ পূজাই ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট এটা ডেভেলপমেণ্ট কৰিছে গতিকে দে আৰ আণ্ডাৰ পূজাই ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট গতিকে কাউন্সিল কেনট এভিক্ট দেম গতিকে সেইটো এটা তেওঁলোকে পইণ্ট ৰেজ কৰিছে আৰু পূজাই ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্টৰ ডেপুটি কমিশ্যনাৰে গভৰ্ণমেণ্টলৈ লিখিছে গতিকে আমাৰ এটা ছাজেশ্যন কেছ কোৰ্টত এতিয়াও পেণ্ডিং আছে সেই মেটাৰটো আৰু এটা কেছ পেণ্ডিং আছে যেতিয়া নৈখন মই পাহৰিলোঁ কোনটো এৰিয়া কপিলি বা কোনোবা এখন নৈ আৰু তাৰ নৈটো যেতিয়া চেঞ্জ কৰি দিলে নৈৰ খুঁটিটো যেতিয়া চেঞ্জ হ'ল নৈৰ খুঁটিৰ এটা চাইডে মাটিখিনি যেতিয়া আছিলে কিন্তু দোজ পিপলছ wants to be a part of the Caribbean Autonomous Council. So they have filed a case in the High Court. So they should be included in the autonomous area. And those two cases are pending in the High Court. কিন্তু এই বস্তুকেইটা এডমিনিষ্ট্ৰেটিভলি আমাৰ কাউন্সিলে কৰিব পৰা ব্যৱস্থা আছে যিহেতু আমাৰ ইয়াত 1951 আমি জানো যে 1951তে হ'ল গোটেই চাৰ্ভে ডিমাৰ্কেশ্যন সেটেলমেণ্ট অপাৰেশ্যন যেতিয়া কৰিলে চাৰ্ভে ডিমাৰ্কেশ্যন হ'ব লাগে লেণ্ড ৰেভিনিউ ৰেগুলেশ্যন মতে আমি এখন নিজে এক্ট বনাইছোঁ কাৰ্বি আংলং লেণ্ড ৰেভিনিউ এক্ট 1953 সেই এক্ট মতে আমাৰ পাৱাৰ আছে গতিকে পাৱাৰ আমি ডিমাৰ্কেট কৰিবলৈ আমি নটিফাই কৰিব পৰা আমাৰ পাৱাৰটো আমাৰ ওচৰত দিয়া আছে গতিকে এডমিনিষ্ট্ৰেটিভলি কিন্তু এইটো কৰিবৰ কাৰণে আমাৰ যিটো মেন পাৱাৰ চাৰ্ভে ডিমাৰ্কেশ্যন চাৰ্ভে কৰিবৰ কাৰণে এটা বহুত ডাঙৰ হেৰি এটা লাগে ফাণ্ডিং লাগিব গতিকে কাউন্সিলে নিজৰ বাজেটত বা গভৰ্ণমেণ্টৰ পৰা বাজেট বিচাৰিব লাগে যে গোটেই কাউন্সিল এৰিয়াটো চাৰ্ভে কৰিবৰ কাৰণে এই পাছৰ যেতিয়া বাজেট আছে বাজেটত এটা পাৰ্টিকুলাৰ 50 ক্ৰোৰ্ছ বা যিমান এমাউণ্ট এটা আৰু সেই বাজেটটো পোৱাৰ পিছত তেতিয়া প্ৰপাৰলি জিপিএছ দি পেলাই ডিমাৰ্কেট কৰি পেলাই কৰাৰ পিছত তেতিয়া কমপ্লিটলি চিকিউৰ হৈ থাকিব that can be done আৰু এতিয়া ষ্টেট গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট আৰু কাউন্সিল গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট there is no difference between them both are cordially working gotike I think the honorable CM sir can take steps and the honorable DM also and it can be decided by the executive committee then it can be sent to the government and if the whole boundary is notified it has already notified but it is demarcated গতিকে বাউণ্ডেৰীটো আমাৰ পিটাৰখিনি য'ত য'ত ডিস্পিউট আছে তাত পিটাৰকেইটা লগাই পেলাই যদি বাউণ্ডেৰীটো কৰি দিয়া যায় তেতিয়া অল এভাৰ এতিয়া সকলোকে
ইয়াত হয় মই অকণমান এই এটা অকণমান বিষয়টো দৃষ্টিগোচৰ কৰিব বিচাৰিছোঁ হয় এতিয়া 1951 আমাৰ জিলাখন হৈছিলে ইয়াৰ পাছতে 1952 আমাৰ অট'নমাছ কাউন্সিল ইয়াৰ পাছত কণ্টিনিউলি যেতিয়া মানে বৰ্ডাৰ ইণ্ডিয়া আৰু আসাম যিটো চাৰ্ভেৰ এটা হেণ্ডবুকৰ মতে আমি হেণ্ডবুক এটা বুক পাইছোঁ ৰিচেণ্টলি আমাক CM ছাৰ এইখিনি আমাকো দিছে আমি ষ্টাডি কৰিছোঁ
তো সেইবোৰ এৰিয়াত আমি যিখিনি লোকে গম পালো, আমি যেতিয়া আমাৰ জিলাখন হৈছিল, শিৱসাগৰ জিলাৰ এটা অংশ, নগাঁও জিলাৰ এটা অংশ, জয়ন্তীয়া জিলাৰ ব্লক 1 ব্লক 2 এনেকৈ অংশকে লৈ পেলাই আমাৰ আজিৰ পূব পশ্চিম কাৰ্বি আংলং, তেতিয়াৰ কাৰ্বি আংলং, আজি পূব পশ্চিম কাৰ্বি আংলং জিলাখন হৈছে। এতিয়া আমাৰ বৰ্ডাৰ হ'ল, এতিয়া নতুনকৈ আমাৰ তাত নগাঁৱৰ জেগাত পূবত ৱেষ্ট কাৰ্বি আংলং পাৰ্টটো গৈছে, য'ত আপুনি নেচাৰেল বাউণ্ডাৰীৰ কথা কৈ আছে, ৰিভাৰ বাউণ্ডাৰীৰ কথা কৈছে, তাত নাই। আমাৰ যিটো প্ৰব্লেম হৈছে ইণ্টাৰ ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট যিটো বৰ্ডাৰ প্ৰব্লেম, তাত নেচাৰেল বাউণ্ডাৰী নাই মেইনলি। তো ইয়াত কি হৈছে, এতিয়া নতুনকৈ ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট, এতিয়া হোজাই জিলা হৈ গ'ল, আৰু এটা পাৰ্ট হৈ গৈছে মৰিগাঁও জিলা। মৰিগাঁও জিলা আগতে হৈছে, ৰিচেণ্টলি হোজাই জিলা হৈছে। তো এই ৱেষ্ট কাৰ্বি আংলং, এই মানে বিতৰ্কিত অঞ্চলবোৰ মানে দিনক দিনে এটা নতুন নতুন জিলা হৈছে, নতুন নতুন মানে সমস্যাবিলাক দিনক দিনে বাঢ়ি গৈছে। তো এই বিষয়টো আমাৰ DMN ৰেভিনিউ ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টৰ থ্ৰুদি বা এইখিনি যদি আপোনালোকে অকণমান সোনকালে কৰে, তেতিয়া খুব আমাৰ কাৰণে ভাল হ'ব। আমি 10,434 স্কুৱেৰ কিলোমিটাৰটো আমি পাম আৰু সেইটো মতে যদি হয়।
এপ্ৰিচিয়েবল কুৱেশ্যন, আপোনাৰ খুব ধুনীয়া এপ্ৰিচিয়েবল, মই এপ্ৰিচিয়েট কৰিছোঁ কুৱেশ্যনটো। যিহেতু আমাৰ অট'নমাছ কাউন্সিলৰ বাউণ্ডাৰীটো 51তে, প্ৰথমতে 17 নৱেম্বৰ 1951ত যেতিয়া শিৱসাগৰ, নগাঁও, তাৰপিছত জয়ন্তীয়া হিলছৰ পৰা আনি পেলাই ইউনাইটেড বিটি হিলছ এণ্ড নৰ্থ ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্টখন বনালে। বনোৱাৰ পিছত যেতিয়া কাউন্সিল কনষ্টিটিউট কৰিলে 1952, পেৰাগ্ৰাফ 1(6) শিডিউল মতে বাউণ্ডাৰীটো নটিফাই কৰি গেজেট নটিফিকেশ্যন কৰা আছে। আৰু গেজেট নটিফিকেশ্যনৰ যিটো বাউণ্ডাৰী আছে, সেই বাউণ্ডাৰীটো ষ্টেট গভৰ্ণমেণ্টেও চেঞ্জ কৰিব নোৱাৰে। যদিও নতুনকৈ হোজাই ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট বনাইছে, মেইনলি হোজাই ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্টৰ পৰা ইনফিল্ট্ৰেশ্যন হৈছে, এণ্ড দ'জ পিপুল, এতিয়া যিটো এটা টিভিত খুব নাম ওলাই আছে, ৰহমত আলী লস্কৰ, হি ইজ অলছো দ্য পাৰ্চন হু ইজ এনক্ৰোচিং দ্য লেণ্ড ইন দ্য কাৰ্বি আংলং অলছো, এণ্ড হি হেজ এ ফাইল ইন দ্য হাই কোৰ্ট that those land belongs to the Huzai district, and Huzai district has taken some development activities, so we could not evict them. So we have filed the affidavit in the High Court stating the constitutional provisions, and the notification issued by the government of Assam at that time notifying the boundary. Until and unless governor issued a commission, এটা গভৰ্ণৰ এখন এটা কমিশ্যন বনাব লাগিব, আৰু কমিশ্যনেৰে বাউণ্ডেৰীটো গোটেই বাউণ্ডেৰীটো চোৱাৰ পিছতে বাউণ্ডেৰীটো চেঞ্জ কৰিব পাৰিব। এতিয়া যিবিলাক কৈ আছে চব নট ইন এ ৰেগুলাৰ মেনাৰ, ইলিগেল মেনাৰত কৈ আছে। কোনোবা ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট ডেপুটি কমিশ্যনাৰে অন হিজ উইংছ হি ৰোট এ লেটাৰ টু দ্য গভৰ্ণমেণ্ট চিফ ছেক্ৰেটাৰী, এণ্ড অন দ্যাট বেচিছ দে হেভ ফাইল্ড দ্য কেছ ইন দ্য হাই কোৰ্ট। কিন্তু এতিয়া যেতিয়া লামডিঙৰ এতিয়া যিটো উচ্ছেদ চলি আছে, এভিকশ্যন চলি আছে, তাত দেখা গৈছে যে সেই পাৰ্চনজনৰ নাম ওলাই আছে, আৰু হি হেজ দ্য পাৰ্চন টু ফাইল দ্য কেছ ইন দ্য হাই কোৰ্ট, এণ্ড উই হেভ অলৰেডি ফাইল দ্য এফিডেভিট ইন দ্য হাই কোৰ্ট ষ্টেটিং অল দিছ থিংছ। এতিয়া পেণ্ডেমিকৰ পিছত এতিয়া যিটো হাইকোৰ্টত কেছটো হেৰি হ'ব, উঠিব এতিয়া, that it can be included, and positively I think that we have a strong point in this case. Presidential address.
I think this is the first seminar after we got 62 district in Karbi Anglong. 62 of the Constitution of India Autonomy and Autonomous Council seminar. Respected Speaker Karbi Autonomous Council, Deputy Speaker, ex-MP, respected Dr. Jayanta Rompi, respected my Chief Advisor, Alvin Teron, respected ex-MLA, Mr. Dharam Singh Teron, my colleagues, all honorable GT members, honorable MCs, honorable GT members from Tripura Autonomous Council, respected all ex-MLAs, ex-CM, ex-MEC, and respected Karbi HO, Karbi King, and different organizations coming from West Karbi Anglong and Karbi Anglong, student organization, civil organization, Karbi Lametamai, Karbi Cultural Society, present here, and respected Supreme Court Advocate Kaushik Chaudhary, Principal Secretary, Karbi Autonomous Council, Standing Council Advocate, Senior Advocate, Guwahati High Court, Joint Secretary, and respected print media and my dear friends and ladies and gentlemen. Our council, Karbi Autonomous Council, was constituted on 23rd June 1952. Under the 62 of the Indian Constitution, it has taken its 70 years journey in the administration of tribal area. Initially under 62, the power in only in few subjects such as allotment of land, management of forests under reserve forest, social custom, etc. On 1/4/1995, a memorandum of understanding was signed under the leadership of Dr. Joyinto Rongpi, Honorable ex-MP. On the basis of 62, the constitution was amended. Evidence change come to the administration of autonomous council. In the amendment, in new paragraph 3A was inserted, and 15 more subjects as a primary and secondary education, agriculture, minor education, public health, etc. was given to the council with a power to make a law. Subsequently in 2011, memorandum of settlement was signed with UPDS in presence of Government of Assam and Government of India. And total 39 subjects such as veterinary, PWS, literature, health and family welfare, etc. were entrusted to the council. By the agreement, a decision was taken to conduct election of the council by the State Election Commission. The whole area of the council is developing rapidly, and we are looking for further development. In 2012 agreement, a promise was made to establish a medical college, and now Difu Medical College is functioning. In pursuance of the agreement, the CM has given the status of the cabinet minister as a whole country. In the year of 2021, a new agreement was signed by second MOS agreement, signed on which seat of the Autonomous Council were enhanced to 50. Development activities will further augmented due to increase of the seat. Out of those 50 seats, 34 seats were reserved for ST, and 10 seats were under open category, and 10 useful seats for the ST and non-ST candidates can be contested in the council election. We are trying to go ahead with all the people and residing permanently in Karbi Anglong since in function, so that development work can progress in a high speed. In 2021 accord, in addition to the other 50 seats entrusted in 1995, and another 24 subjects we will entrusted to the council. The complete land and revenue subject is entrusted to the council by 2021 accord. It is clear that the accord signed with the Government of India and Government of Assam enhance the autonomy of the council. More executive and legislative powers are entrusted to the council after the accord in my last years in the development of the council area. So all the guests and organizations, student organizations, civil organizations, ex-MP, ex-MLA, ex-EM, and present my team in Karbi Anglong. Unitedly, we want to stand long-standing demand under Article 244A in the Indian Constitution. Unitedly, we want fight through non-violence, through talks and discussion, central government, state government, long-standing demand under the Constitution of India. We need implementation of Article 244A. So all guests request on behalf of the Team Karbi Anglong, unitedly, we want to meet autonomous state and fight autonomous autonomous state under the Constitution of India. So, on behalf of the Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council, I would like to thank all participants present here, coming from West Karbi Anglong, East Karbi Anglong, including Tripura Autonomous Council present here, social organizations, student organizations, civil organizations, ex-MP, ex-MLA, including advocates in Karbi Anglong, for support and cooperation. Today, 6 seminar. So, lastly, I would like to request all guests dinner together at our Arboretum. Thank you to all, and conclude my speech. Kalau bela tuning lo, mari tu lakukan anda Arboretum orang nak bercuti. Dasi aku ketik dulu, dasi pinjam seminar kan nak tu kado kita. Naga cerah tu, naga cetu tu lapor, nilin pen curu lo, lapen ke Karbi cupen cenglo, dah abarin, ASEAN Dr. Join Turung pipen cenglo, abarin, IMLA, Dorong Singh Terong nak kehai pen cenglo, mujari yang saya kehai kan mudu, XCM, do, alam ni pada curu parti lo, lapen ke Karbi Anglong, advocates ke doan, lapen ke Karbi Cu Pinpomar, lapen ke Karbi Romasa Ramai pen ke ban, lapen ke akapek student organizations, specialist Karbi lo bacang lihat song, dancing, timua ke hai lapen ke simil nong par ke hai bunda tu, lapen ke akapek song ni doan tu modal ni. Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council tin Karbi Anglong himbena tu mudhan kacuru lapen, kurban thulo. Lalu itu mah jadi include pen kerja sama pen Dr. Join Turung kita pulo. Itu final solution bang ke hemprek. Laso final solution hemprek bang itu. Nili nuet kali, nili budisa red kali, Dr. Join Turung kita kali, dorong red kali itu emrak pen lagi. Anton Cinggung lah pejong selitung, insam jin pen jesong lomte, itu budi suri cepe coy lomte, hemprek kali itu tonti pin pen jong sehang dok lomte. Itu longgek di posisional tu mani, baca kelas sapen, baca ni lo, lapen ke, mon tidak. Itu ngomong, kaca sorsa, langsung orang ke awet datang ke, langsung mungkin doktor orang, join tu orang ke kan licurur tu une, alang ilong, jaya kata pen cenglok, soy orang pi, Robindo orang pi, atau malang ilong dampu, dam si punya seminar bang guna neku, tiga alang lipulo, langsung perang. Mui bisai ahuta cikluyon thomokran alangi Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council pen hanglo pulo hanglo ita job tanan dunde all political parties, civil organizations, student organizations dunde hanglo ta dunde nane tumke Gandhinam timu non arok jawa lain bet lain sini. Lason itu budi sore ke cukup coy. Lason siksa tu laputhat. Lason laputhat. Lapen gerang dia ni. Hempre laputhat kami letum jong si. Niat long beli letum jong si. Lemrak pen lapulong dan cundek. Lapen mo pen la doktor. Mubita teron pi. Women reservation soal teman reservation dan angin pulau laten cing baik konbom na cundek dia kan makanan ne. Alang lagi pulau antara ke cungpo. Lemong de jada cunji isi pen cunji. Lapen seat reservation alam dan itu non kelong. La so putha kami letum mangke mo. Lemlo cing baik cing sai lo prong de mo advice tani budi suri de pi doktor rong pia ke hai. Governor power alam. Electron brom singtrona ke hai alang li. Time and against alang li repeat lo. Lapen ke alang li baita klar sapen ke than lahai putha kami letum delegation dam si Chief Minister Government of India alam dam lo plong de itu ale si chundek ji asika to re fonta de li na tum han mo ge bang nian ta na tum acara ke tu tu neng thesi na tu akhir jumi lapen acara ke tu neng thesi ni ilam ta an si kan to no lapen mari chu lapen na asika to re fonta once again all organizations all guests present here for your support and cooperation today's seminar. Thank you to all guests. Conclude today's seminar program.
Now may I kindly request the Deputy Chairman of Korping Autonomous Council, Sir Ritesh Singh, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. At the very outset, I on behalf of Korping Autonomous Council would like to thank our Honorable CM, Sri Tuliram Ronghan, for having in concept a planned and historic seminar on 6th schedule of the Constitution of India, autonomy to the Autonomous Council and advancing the perspectives of Assam. I also thank and offer my gratitude to Sri Ranjan Gogoi, former Chief Justice of India, Sri Sumitra Saikia, Judge Guwahati High Court, Sri Devajit Saikia, Advocate General, State of Assam, Sri Vijay Hansaria, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and Dr. Nani Gopal Mahanto, Education Advisor, Gov of Assam, Sri Jointo Chotia, Advocate, Guwahati High Court, for having shared and valuable time. And also I would like to thank my sincere thank to the Honorable ex-MP, Jointo on renewed social activities for highlighting his views and experience. I thank all our speakers for their time and expertise and for having taken the pen and to share with us. I thank all ex-CEM, ex-MLA, ex-executive members, ex-MSC and all organizations, advocate, press media for sparing their precious time to attend the program. I also thank all our present executive members, MSc officers, and staff of KAC for making this program a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे